Welcome back to Infinite Novel Audiobooks. Don't forget to like, comment, subscribers, and share Chapter 301, Judging Tang San. The match was originally proceeding perfectly well, but because Tang San exposed his true nature, it was now careening in a direction no one could have predicted. Hu Yanzhen set Huyan lie down, stood up, and looked at Tang San, who was enveloped in clouds of blood-red mist. His eyes were filled with killing intent, and he let out a roar. Diamond Mammoth possess. His body instantly swelled to 3 meters in size. His hulking frame looked like a mountain of flesh. Ripples surged through the air, and the shock waves spread out, blowing the surrounding spectators until they were swaying and falling over. Beneath his feet, 9 spirit rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black, rose up, representing his identity as a titled Douluo. Even if Tang San unleashed all the spirit power suppressed within his body, he would at most be an outstanding spirit king. How could he possibly withstand the pressure of a titled Douluo? Under Hu Yanzhen's pressure, Tang San dropped to one knee with a thud. Veins bulged on his forehead, his hands braced against the ground, and his expression was as ferocious as a demon. Urgh, urgh. Tang San tried with all his might to stand up. The fact that he hadn't completely collapsed to the ground was already a testament to his considerable strength. But at this moment, a thunderous shout rang out. Hu Yanzhen, if you dare to harm little San, I will take your life at any cost. Such a boastful claim, demanding the life of a titled Douluo right off the bat. It certainly attracted everyone's attention. Everyone looked toward the source of the voice and saw Yu Xiaoging being carried by Flender and Liu Erlong, one on each side, as they leaped onto the arena stage. The person who spoke was none other than Yu Xiaoging, the theoretical genius who hadn't even broken through level 30 until he was 50. This person who dared to talk big and demand Hu Yanzhen's life was now deathly pale and trembling all over under the pressure of Hu Yanzhen's aura, looking for all the world like he was about to wet himself in fear. Yu Xiaoging moved Flender and Liu Erlong in front of him. With 2 spirit saints blocking the spirit power pressure, he was finally able to catch his breath and then shouted again. Flender, Erlong, Sun and Moonshine, Golden Turn. To contend with a real titled Douluo, Flender and Liu Erlong were actually not confident at all. But since it involved Yu Xiaoging's precious disciple, Flender and Liu Erlong had no choice but to stand with Yu Xiaoging, no matter how reluctant they were. At Yu Xiaoging's call, brilliant golden light erupted from Flender and Liu Erlong. Their 3 auras connected, fusing into a golden pillar of light that soared into the sky. Yu Xiaoging pushed his hands forward and summoned a large, fat purple pig. This was his maliciously mutated spirit, Liu Sanpao. At this moment, Flender and Liu Erlong injected their 7 spirit rings into the body of that large, fat purple pig. With the abundant supply of energy, the large, fat purple pig underwent a transformation. Within the golden light, a long, heart-trembling dragon roar rang out. Immediately, the golden light spread outward, twisting and changing until it transformed into a 30-meter-long golden dragon. Its scales were extremely brilliant, and the mere aura it emitted whipped up a storm that swept across the area. The golden dragon unleashed its dragon might, standing on equal footing with Hu Yanzhen. At this moment, Yu Xiaoging was like a clawing, screeching gamecock as he shielded Tang San behind him. Hu Yanzhen, little San is my disciple. If you dare to touch my disciple, I will make you die a horrible death. When Hu Yanzhen heard this, he looked up and let out an angry laugh. Ever since he had broken through to become a titled Douluo, no one had dared to speak to him like this. Ha 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 ha, I recognize you. You are the golden triangle, Flender, Yu Xiaoging, Liu Erlong. Just on the strength of you few, you dare to threaten me. I've heard that your 3-in-1 spirit fusion skill claims to be able to contend with a titled Douluo. Well, I'll let you know that compared to a real titled Douluo, you are still far behind. Today, Tang San must die. He said this last sentence with killing intent. Anyone could hear the resolve in his killing intent. Flender's heart trembled, and his eyes darted back and forth. Just as he was trying to figure out how to peacefully resolve today's problem, he shouted, "Are there no rules anymore? Today is the day the Spirit Master competition is held. It is a contest for the younger generation. Hu Yan Zhen, as a senior in the Spirit Master's world, why are you coming here to stir up trouble? Do you have no regard for your majesty? Do you have no regard for His Excellency Changsheng? Don't forget to like, comment, subscribers, and share to infinite novel audiobooks." Hu Yan Zhen could disregard Zhu Bang, but he dared not disregard Lu Chen. He clenched his hands into fists. Instead of attacking immediately, he turned to look in Lu Chen's direction, bowed and accused. "Sect Master, this Tang San is a fallen spirit master. His strength clearly wasn't obtained through his own cultivate. What right does someone like this have to participate in the Continental Advanced Spirit Master Elite Tournament? His participation is unfair to the other young spirit masters. I request that he be judged. If that spirit power of his, reeking of blood, was all raised through slaughter, then such a person must be executed. Fallen spirit masters should be killed by everyone." Seeing the situation so dire, Zhu Bang was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. He had only accepted Tang San's allegiance yesterday. If Tang San were killed today, wouldn't everything he had invested go down the drain? He had even killed his own uncle. Even if Tang San were to die, he had to extract the proper value from him before he died. After a light cough, Zhu Bang stood up and tried to smooth things over. "Let us say a fair word. No matter the occasion, once someone said this, it meant they were about to play favorites. Sect Master Hu Yan, let's not make a fuss. We should give young spirit masters some opportunities. Perhaps Tang San is just exceptionally gifted, which is why he was able to reach the Spirit King realm at such a young age. The blood-reeking scent on him might just be something he accidentally picked up. Look, your grandson didn't die either. Why don't we just let this matter go? The medical expenses for your grandson will be covered by the Heaven Dew Imperial family. We will hire the best healing spirit master to treat your grandson. How about that? Give us some face, otherwise we will be angry." This was naked favoritism by Zhu Bang. It not only made Hu Yan Zhen angry, but everyone present with a sense of justice was so enraged by Zhu Bang's words that they felt like vomiting blood. The blood-reeking scent on Tang San was clearly seeping out from his spirit power. The scent had already penetrated deep into his spirit power, which showed that his increase in spirit power must have been extremely cruel and bloody. Anyone who relied on slaughter to increase their spirit power could be classified as a fallen spirit master. Now, as the emperor of the Heaven Dew Empire, Zhu Bang had actually stood up to shield a fallen spirit master. It was unknown how many people were disappointed in him. The people present suddenly remembered that after yesterday's exhibition match, Tang San had pledged his loyalty to Zhu Bang. Why was he so impatient to pledge his loyalty? He must have known that as a fallen spirit master, once exposed, he would be reviled by all. That was why he had sought a backer for himself. Now everything made sense. Now everyone's gaze was focused on Lu Chen. They hoped that he, the #1 powerhouse on the continent, could stand up and uphold justice. Otherwise, with Zhu Bang's protection, wouldn't Tang San, this fallen spirit master, be able to get away with it? Lu Chen's expression was calm, but in reality, he was already laughing inside. The moment he had been waiting for had arrived. To kill Tang San, Lu Chen could do it at any time. But Lu Chen didn't just want to see Tang San's physical death. He also wanted to ruin his reputation. Lu Chen stood up, and an invisible pressure immediately swept across the entire arena. Zhu Bang wanted to say something more, but the sound was stuck in his throat. No matter how he opened his mouth, he couldn't speak. Lu Chen's gaze turned to Tang San. "Tang San, when we left the same village back then, I didn't expect you to become so cruel and vicious, tyrannical and bloodthirsty. The blood-reeking scent has already permeated your spirit power. For this spirit power of yours, just how many lives have you cruelly slaughtered? As soon as these words were spoken, the whole arena was in an uproar. What no one expected was that the current #1 powerhouse on the continent, Chen, had actually come from the same village as Tang San, the fallen spirit master. This made countless people think in shock that, given Chen's age, he could not only participate in this Continental Advanced Spirit Master Elite Tournament, but even the next one. My heavens! A level 99 Super Douluo participating in the Continental Advanced Spirit Master Elite Tournament. Just thinking about this scene made people feel dizzy. On the arena stage, Tang San extended the 8 spider lances from his back. Using the 8 spider lances to pierce into the stage, he struggled to stand up. His eyes were bloodshot, he was panting like an ox, and he let out a roar like a wild beast. Chen, stop your damn hypocrisy. Everything that has led me to this point is thanks to you. Back when we were 6, our spirit awakening, we both had innate full spirit power, both with the same blue silver grass martial soul. Why is it that 8 years have passed, and you have become the #1 powerhouse on the continent, while I have become a rat in the gutter? Back then, my dad and I just snatched one work-study student spot from you, and you held a grudge against me. Not only did you steal my Xiao Wu, but you also repeatedly suppressed me, and in the end, you even killed my father, Clear Sky Douluo Tang Hao. My father was wronged. He absolutely did not kill the late emperor. It was you who did it. Everything was done by you. It was you who framed my father for the crime. Chen, I will not coexist with you. At this moment, a scream came. Tang San, I have never thought about having any relationship with you. It was you who kept pestering me, acting like a simp in front of me. You are so disgusting, so disgusting. I feel like vomiting whenever I see you. If you dare to spout nonsense again and make boss Chen misunderstand, I will definitely kill you with my own hands, you bastard. The person speaking was none other than Xiao Wu. She was wearing the Longevity Academy uniform, but even the standard uniform could not hide her beauty, which could topple cities. With her hands on her hips and her little face puffed up in anger, that beautiful countenance made countless people stare without blinking. However, the smart ones had already caught on, and their faces showed expressions of watching the drama unfold. There is gossip here. Big gossip. Chen, Xiao Wu, Tang San. The twists and turns in this plot could fill a novel. Chapter 302, Monstrous Crimes. Chen stepped into the air, as if there were an invisible staircase in the sky that steadily supported his body. He walked into the arena step by step like this. Chen's expression remained indifferent. What a joke! If I were truly seeking private revenge, how could you have lived until now, and successfully participated in the Continental Advanced Spirit Master Elite Tournament? Back then, your father, Tang Hao, brought 1 Super Douluo and 5 titled Douluo from the Clear Sky sect to successfully assassinate Emperor Zhu Yi. In the end, it was I who personally dealt with them to avenge Emperor Zhu Yi. With my strength, if I truly wanted to make a move against you, who do you think could protect you? Just by relying on that teacher of yours, Yu Xiaogeng, who only knows how to fart. When this last sentence was spoken, Yu Xiaogeng was so angry his eyes turned crimson, and he breathed heavily like an ox. He felt that he had been greatly insulted. Ignoring the gap in strength between him and Chen, he desperately drove the golden sacred dragon to attack Chen. Chen, I will kill you. Go to hell. The golden sacred dragon let out a dragon roar that shook the heavens. Countless people in the surrounding spectator stands covered their ears, feeling as if their brains were exploding from the deterrence of that roar. Chen turned his head slightly to glance at the golden triangle. Facing the charging golden sacred dragon, he indifferently raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Snap. A crisp sound, neither loud nor soft, echoed out. Ripples appeared in the air like water waves without any soul-shaking pressure. But when the ripples swept across the 30-meter golden sacred dragon, it, which had just been majestic, suddenly froze in midair. It maintained its lunging posture, but a dense sound of shattering came from within its body. Crack, crack, crack. On those extremely brilliant golden dragon scales, spider-web-like cracks appeared. As the cracks spread across its entire body, a loud bang was heard. The entire golden sacred dragon shattered into golden dust that filled the sky, drifting down, causing the light elemental energy in the air to rise briefly. That was a golden sacred dragon, comparable to a titled Douluo. Chen just snapped his fingers, and it was completely shattered into slag in full view of everyone. Just how terrifying is Chen's strength? This question lingered in everyone's hearts. The golden sacred dragon shattered. This was Yu Xiaogeng's spirit. With his spirit destroyed, Yu Xiaogeng suffered a backlash. He felt as if his internal organs were shattering, his whole body trembled, his features twisted, and he vomited mouthfuls of blood. Rolling his eyes, he immediately fell backward, hitting the ground with a thud. Flender and Liu Erlong were not having an easy time either. Yu Xiaogeng's Liu Sanpao could evolve into the golden sacred dragon entirely because of the spirit ring energy they provided. Now that the golden sacred dragon was shattered, they also suffered a backlash. Although not as severe as Yu Xiaogeng, it still caused them to vomit mouthfuls of blood and collapse onto the ground like limp noodles. Hoo, ha. Flender lay on the ground, gasping for air, his eyes full of despair. Chen was even more powerful than back then, so powerful that they felt despair. This was an opponent that was simply impossible to defeat. A wry smile appeared on Liu Erlong's face. There was actually no hatred between her and Chen, but Yu Xiaogeng hated Chen to the bone. If we die, we die. The Golden Triangle had promised to live and die together, and it seemed it would be fulfilled today. After Chen dealt with the golden sacred dragon, he no longer looked at the Golden Triangle collapsed on the ground. He continued to cast his gaze onto Tang San. Chen raised his hand and made a grabbing motion. Let everyone see exactly how you obtained all this strength. In an instant, an irresistible suction force erupted. Tang San, without any power to resist, was sucked into Chen's hand by that force. During this process, apart from glaring at Chen with his eyes full of resentment, Tang San could only roar in impotent rage. Chen, damn you! What do you want to do to me? Chen grabbed Tang San by the throat. With a slight movement of his divine thought, he forcefully intruded into Tang San's body and stripped away his spirit power, which was filled with the smell of blood. Ugh! With his spirit power being stripped away, Tang San screamed in pain. Streams of blood-colored spirit power surged out from Tang San's body, twisting and transforming into clusters of blood-colored clouds. Others could not see it, but Chen could see that within those blood-red clouds, there were streams of black energy. Those black energy streams were the grievances of the people and spirit beasts, whose blood Tang San had consumed. Chen, relying on his divine thought, manifested those streams of grievances. He saw that within the blood-colored clouds, blood-colored shadows gradually condensed. Among these blood shadows, the vast majority were spirit beasts. They were dense and numerous, quickly filling the sky. There were hundreds or thousands of them, making one's scalp tingle. Aru and Xiao Wu, as spirit beasts who had undergone beast-to-human transformation, naturally felt sympathy for spirit beasts. Seeing that there were so many spirit beast grievances in Tang San's spirit power, the looks they gave Tang San were filled with a hatred that made them want to hack him into 1,000 pieces. And among those spirit beast blood shadows, numerous humanoid blood shadows also condensed. After these humanoid blood shadows condensed, they stared fixedly at Tang San. That soaring resentment made one's scalp tingle. The tens of thousands of spectators present all felt a chill down their spines. How many people and spirit beasts had this Tang San killed? such that even after they died, their resentment did not dissipate and remained tightly entangled with him. Flender, who had just been collapsed on the ground, saw a tall and sturdy figure among those blood-colored shadows, Zhao Wuji. His expression was dazed, but soon his face was filled with resentment. And he screamed in a shrill voice, "Old Zhao!" He stared fixedly at Tang San, his eyes like knives, wishing he could hack Tang San into 1,000 pieces, looking as if he wanted to swallow him alive. "Tang San, it really was you who killed old Zhao." He was a teacher at the academy. Back then, it was to avenge you that he was beaten into a long-term coma. You actually even killed him. Do you have any humanity? You are simply a beast, even worse than a beast. Once these words were spoken, the surrounding participating teams and the spectators in the stands were all in an uproar. Tang San had actually murdered an academy teacher. This rebellious behavior made everyone look at Tang San with contempt and disgust. At the same time, Hu Yanzhen, who was also on the arena, looked at one of the blood shadows and exclaimed, "That is Prince Zhu Exing." Prince Zhu Xing was still alive and well yesterday. I didn't expect that in just one day he would be cruelly murdered by Tang San. Murdering the prince of a nation, this Tang San's actions are simply rebellious and his crimes are monstrous. It's truly strange. Just yesterday, Emperor Zhu Beng bestowed a waste token upon you, allowing you to freely enter and exit the palace, and you cruelly murdered Prince Zhu Exing. Tang San, why did you do this? Why don't you confess the truth? Actually, there was no need for Tang San to confess. Everyone could fill in the blanks themselves. Tang San had just received the waste token from Zhu Beng yesterday, allowing him to freely enter and exit the palace. And then, inside the heavily guarded palace, he cruelly murdered Prince Zhu Exing. If it weren't for the tacit approval of the emperor, Zhu Beng, Tang San would absolutely not have been able to pull it off. Did they really think that so many royal retainers were just eating rice for free? Tang San is just a spirit king. Even if he is powerful, it is impossible for him to silently kill a royal prince right under the noses of a bunch of spirit saints and spirit Douluo. Now, all the intelligent people looked at Zhu Beng with suggestive gazes. For the sake of power, he actually colluded with an outsider to murder his own uncle. This kind of cold-blooded ruthlessness from an emperor made everyone else feel a chill. Zhu Beng was completely rattled. The expression on his face was somewhat twisted. Lu Chen's methods could actually manifest the grievances of the dead. This immediately pushed him to the forefront of the storm. In order to salvage his image, Zhu Beng could only put on a look of deep sorrow. "Tang San, you actually cruelly murdered my uncle. That was my own uncle. You deserve to die. I hate this so much. I shouldn't have given you the waste token. If I hadn't given you the waste token, my uncle wouldn't have died. Your Excellency, I have nothing more to say. Please kill Tang San immediately to avenge the wronged souls killed by him." Amidst Zhu Beng's tearful performance, he at least deceived a portion of the audience, aiming all the hatred at Tang San. In the surrounding rest areas, the members of all the participating teams, Divine Wind Academy, Tianshui Academy, Blazing Academy, Thunder Academy, and the spectators in the surrounding stands who had come to watch the match at this moment all shouted in unison, "Kill Tang San! Kill Tang San! Kill Tang San!" At this moment, everyone wanted Tang San to die. Chapter 303, The Death of Tang San. At this moment, everyone wanted Tang San to die. For Zhu Beng, the current Tang San could not be an asset. He would only be a stain. Tang San must die. Zhu Beng's intention for Tang San to die was more resolute than anyone else's. Once Tang San exposed him, Zhu Beng would bear the infamy of murdering his own uncle, the very uncle who personally helped him ascend to the throne. If you can murder such a person, who else would be willing to serve you wholeheartedly? Yu Xiaoging had already fainted, but Flender and Liu Erlong were still conscious. Looking at Tang San now, they wished he would die immediately. Anyone from Shrek was extremely hypocritical. If Tang San were only harming outsiders and hunting some spirit beasts, Flender and Liu Erlong might have hypocritically pleaded for him. But Tang San harmed his own people, so even Flender could not tolerate such a scourge as Tang San. Zhao Wuji. He had been an old brother to Flender for many years. Seeing Zhao Wuji's vengeful spirit now, Flender wished he could eat Tang San's flesh, drink his blood, and dismantle his bones to use as firewood. As for the other competing teams and the spectators, they had zero tolerance for a fallen spirit master like Tang San, who improved his strength through slaughter. Even without speaking those high-sounding words, for the sake of their own interests, Tang San had to die. Who knew if someone like Tang San might eventually come after them one day? This was the most realistic factor. With a guttural roar, Tang San listened to the cries of everyone wanting him dead. His heart was filled with hatred, venom, and anger. He glared fixedly at Lu Chen, shouting in his heart. "It shouldn't be like this. It shouldn't be like this. My father is the Clear Sky Douluo, the youngest titled Douluo on the continent. My teacher is Yu Xiaogeng, the #1 scholar on the continent and the founder of the 10 core theories of spirits. I am a visitor from another world, from the Tang sect in Shu. I possess the mysterious heaven treasure record, a divine art. My life should have been glorious. This Continental Advanced Spirit Master Elite Tournament should have been the perfect opportunity for me to make a name for myself. But why have I fallen to this state? Everyone treats me like a rat crossing the street, and everyone wants me dead. Why is this? Lu Chen, it's all Lu Chen. He snatched away my glorious life. Ah, Lu Chen, I won't let you go even if I become a ghost." Lu Chen seemed to be able to hear Tang San's thoughts, smiling indifferently as he said, "In front of me, you won't have the chance to be a ghost." Upon hearing this, Tang San's eyes widened, revealing horror. Lu Chen possessed divine thought. As long as he enveloped him with it, he could read Tang San's thoughts directly. Then Lu Chen stopped speaking, but his voice resonated in Tang San's mind. "Tang San, actually, just as you said, I killed Zhu Yi. After killing him, I framed the Clear Sky sect. Even if you know now, what can you do? You couldn't have imagined that the one who provided me with intelligence back then was none other than the Zhu Beng currently sitting on the main platform. If Zhu Yi didn't die, if Zhu King didn't die, how could a playboy like him ascend to the throne? I reckon you were played by Zhu Beng, actually wanting to join forces with him to deal with me. You are truly foolish. Haha, the resentment from back then has finally been vented. Tang San, say goodbye to this world forever." Tang San let out a guttural sound, his expression as hideous as a demon. He was unwilling, extremely unwilling, but he could do nothing now. Lu Chen gripped Tang San's neck. A rich purple light erupted from his palm, and a surge of destruction divine force poured out, covering Tang San's body. There was no heart-wrenching pain, but Tang San's body was visibly dissipating. From head to toe, every organ, skin, flesh, viscera, and bone all dissipated within that purple light. In less than 10 breaths, Tang San, from body to soul, was completely destroyed by the destruction divine force. Lu Chen used the destruction divine force specifically to kill Tang San completely, avoiding any lingering soul fragments that could be exploited by others to resurrect him. Now it was done. Tang San was thoroughly dead, body and soul. If anyone wanted to resurrect Tang San again, unless they possessed heaven-defying power to cross the river of time and fish out Tang San before he was killed. But in the god realm of the Douluo Continent, even the 2 god kings and 3 enforcers likely lacked the power to cross the river of time to fish someone out. With Tang San dead, the whole arena erupted in cheers. Long live His Excellency Changsheng. Eliminating a scourge for the people. Upholding justice. Various praises were heaped upon Lu Chen. At this moment, no one was more awkward than Zhu Beng. If there were a crack in the ground, he would have wanted to crawl into it. He thought about how he had just tried to shield Tang San. Now he inexplicably felt that everyone in the arena was looking at him with strange eyes, causing him internal torment. In his heart, he cursed Tang San, berating him thoroughly. In such a public setting just now, he, the dignified emperor of the Heaven-Dew Empire, had actually shielded a fallen spirit master. This made Zhu Beng uneasy, fearing that Chen would come to settle old scores with him. But in reality, Chen couldn't be bothered with Zhu Beng. After killing Tang San, he turned his gaze to the others from Shrek. After a moment of thought, Chen decided how to handle these people. The Shrek Academy team has produced a degenerate like Tang San. I believe they are no longer qualified to participate in the Continental Advanced Spirit Master Elite Tournament. Expel them now. Furthermore, Shrek Academy's conduct is improper, having cultivated a fallen spirit master like Tang San. The academy is hereby sealed. All teachers and students are to be disbanded on the spot. The main responsible parties of the academy, Flender, Yu Xiaogeng, and Liu Erlong, are forbidden from leaving the grounds of Shrek Academy from now on. You must be available for investigation at any time. Look at the Tang San you taught. He is rotten to the core. You teachers are duty-bound and bear inescapable responsibility. If I find that you have left the grounds of Shrek Academy without permission, it will prove that you are inseparable from Tang San's corruption, and there will be no place for you on the entire Douluo Continent. With so many people watching, Chen did not kill these people from Shrek directly, but he announced the dissolution of Shrek Academy, a tumor that had plagued the Douluo Continent for tens of thousands of years. Forbidding Flender and the others from leaving the Shrek Academy grounds was equivalent to placing them under house arrest. As for Yu Xiaogeng, he valued dignity above all else. Now that Tang San had been labeled a fallen spirit master, and he had cultivated a fallen spirit master, his reputation would absolutely be ruined. Letting him live was more painful for him than death. Flender's face was ashen. He opened his mouth, wanting to plead, but he realized he had no face to do so. Shrek Academy was sealed. His life's work seemed to have lost its meaning. Moreover, having no freedom in the future and being unable to leave the grounds of Shrek Academy for life, how was this any different from being in prison? Flender's heart was dead. Finally, he said hoarsely, "We failed to guide our student onto the right path. It is all our fault. We are willing to accept any punishment." Flender accepted this result. The others from the Shrek team, Dai Mubai, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun, all had blank expressions. They felt helpless about what to do in the future. Chen ignored them further. With a flick of his sleeves, he leaped back to the main platform. Soon, staff from the Spirit Master Competition Organizing Committee came to drive Flender, Liu Erlong, Yu Xiaogeng, as well as Dai Mubai, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun out of the Great Spirit Arena. They had been expelled from this year's Continental Advanced Spirit Master Elite Tournament. Returning to the main platform, Zhu Beng fawned over Chen, saying, "Your Excellency, I truly did not know that Tang San was a fallen spirit master. Yesterday, seeing that he had talent and a heart to serve the country, I gave him a token. I did not expect that, despite knowing his face, I did not know his heart. After getting the token, he murdered my uncle. Now I am also in great pain. Many thanks to Your Excellency for avenging my uncle. I am truly grateful." Chen crossed his legs, resting his elbows on the armrests, his palms slightly cupped to support his cheeks. His deep eyes, which seemed to see through everything, looked at Zhu Beng with a faint smile. "Zhu Beng, you don't need to explain. I don't care about your explanation either. In the future, you must conduct yourself well in your Heaven-Dew Empire." Zhu Beng breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed Chen had no intention of settling old scores. As long as he was still the emperor, he could rest easy. Chen couldn't be bothered to waste more words with Zhu Beng. He waved his hand and said, "The competition continues." Chapter 304, The Heartless Yu Xiaogeng. The Spirit Master competition continued. The minor interlude just now was quickly cast to the back of the audience's minds, and it was believed that before long, the Shrek Academy team would be completely forgotten. The only thing they would remember was probably that Shrek Academy had cultivated a fallen spirit master. At this moment, the audience was immersed in round after round of intense spirit master confrontations, with the other 4 of the 5 Elements Academies appearing in succession. Divine Wind Academy, Tianshui Academy, Blazing Academy, and Thunder Academy were all veteran spirit master academies of the Heaven Dew Empire, and their appearances drew continuous cheers from the audience. This fiery atmosphere was pushed to a climax after the appearance of the Changsheng Academy team. Among the Changsheng Academy team, the first to take the stage was Xiao Wu. Leading the other 6 team members, she snatched a victory with ease. What left countless people dumbfounded was that Xiao Wu was actually a 6-ring spirit emperor, and she possessed the terrifying spirit ring configuration of 3 purple and 3 black. That was a spirit emperor. To be able to see a spirit emperor appear in the Continental Advanced Spirit Master Elite Tournament was a crazy thing for everyone. Xiao Wu's outstanding performance in the battle made Longevity Academy famous overnight, becoming a favorite to win the Spirit Master competition and the biggest dark horse. Compared to the hustle and bustle here at the Heaven Dew Great Soul Arena, the Shrek Academy on the other side could be said to be desolate and deathly silent. Shrek Academy had been sealed off, and all teachers and students were disbanded on the spot. For Flender and Liu Erlong, who were the principal and vice principal, this was undoubtedly a huge blow. And the root cause of all this was Yu Xiaoging's cursed disciple, Tang San. Fortunately, Tang San was already dead, which at least vented some of the anger for Flender and Liu Erlong. As for Yu Xiaoging, he was their old friend of many years, and no matter what, they could not blame him. Not only did they not blame him, but they even brought Yu Xiaoging back to Shrek Academy to take care of him attentively. About 2 hours later, Yu Xiaoging, who had fainted due to the backlash from having his golden sacred dragon shattered, finally woke up smoothly. Although his face was still very pale, his eyes gradually focused, clearly having regained his senses. Yu Xiaoging turned his head and looked around blankly, discovering that this was no longer the Great Spirit Arena, but that he had returned to his room at Shrek Academy. He coughed violently twice, immediately attracting the attention of Flender and Liu Erlong. "Flender, Erlong, what is going on? We are alive and back. By the way, my disciple, Little San, how is he?" Originally, seeing Yu Xiaoging wake up, Flender and Liu Erlong had smiles on their faces, but upon hearing Yu Xiaoging mention Tang San, the smiles on their faces stopped abruptly. Flender's remaining arm was already clenched tightly into a fist. Because he was using too much force, it even trembled, and his eyes were bloodshot as he said in a hoarse voice, "He is dead. Your disciple Tang San has already been killed by Lu Chen. Xiaoging, from now on, stop thinking about that cursed disciple of yours. He is a beast. Not only did he kill many spirit beasts, but he also cruelly killed Zhao Wuji and devoured Zhao Wuji's spirit power. Old Zhao and I have had a friendship for many years. He was beaten into a concussion, remained in a long-term coma, and in the end, he was targeted by Tang San, and now he has ended up with no remains left. Never mind that Tang San is already dead. If he were still alive, I would definitely kill him with my own hands." Mentioning Tang San, Liu Erlong was also full of resentment. "Xiaoging, the academy has been sealed off now because your disciple Tang San is a fallen spirit master. Lu Chen said our academy's style is improper, and all teachers and students have been disbanded on the spot. As for the 3 of us, we have been confined within Shrek Academy and will have to accept inspections at any time in the future. But we are alive after all. From now on, stop causing trouble. We will just retire here in Shrek Academy. I still have some savings. In the future, I will buy some grain seeds and vegetable seeds, and we can reclaim some fields in the small woods over there. I will plow the fields and farm, and you just focus on recuperating." Yu Xiaoging's eyes were dull, his expression dazed. The disciple Tang San, who had pinned all his hopes, had already died at the hands of Lu Chen. This left Yu Xiaoging's mind blank. He didn't hear a word of what Flender and Liu Erlong said afterwards. "Lu Chen." Yu Xiaoging roared, full of resentment. This aggravated the injuries in his body, causing him to cough violently again. Cough, 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 cough. Yu Xiaoging's eyes were bloodshot, his breathing heavy like an ox. An infinite rage churned in his eyes. Tang San was his only hope. He hadn't yet relied on Tang San to prove the correctness of his theories, yet Tang San had been killed by someone. Yu Xiaoging was like a gambler who had lost his mind. Now asking him to put everything down, how could he possibly do it? Yu Xiaoging struggled to get up, but with too much force, he tumbled off the bed with a thud. Seeing this, Flender and Liu Erlong hurriedly stepped forward to help Yu Xiaoging up. Yu Xiaoging gasped violently a few times and coughed a few more times. Anger hurt the body, and he already had internal injuries to his internal organs due to the backlash from his shattered spirit. Now, after such a struggle, he felt as if his body was about to shatter, and bright red blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. With flickering eyes, Yu Xiaoging made a decision. "Flender, Erlong, that is my disciple. I want to avenge my disciple. I am asking you for one thing. Send me to Spirit Hall. As long as I can see Donger, Donger will definitely avenge me. She has regained the position of Supreme Pontiff. With her taking action, Lu Chen will definitely die without a burial place." Hearing these words from Yu Xiaoging, Liu Erlong's eyes immediately turned red, tears swirling in her eye sockets, and she dropped Yu Xiaoging. If it weren't for Flender still supporting Yu Xiaoging would have fallen to the ground again. Liu Erlong screamed with red eyes. "Xiaoging, do you have any conscience? For you, I severed ties with my father, and now I am left all alone, yet you still want me to take you to find that woman. What do you take me for?" Now Flender also felt it was not worth it for Liu Erlong. His hand supporting Yu Xiaoging gradually tightened, and he said in a low voice, "Xiaoging, that cursed disciple of yours has already harmed us to this extent, and you still want to avenge him. And you want to go find Bibai Dong. How can you treat Erlong like this? She is sincere towards you, and this is how you repay her. We will not take you. If you want to go, go yourself." Yu Xiaoging stiffened his neck. Right now, he was like a drowning person clutching at the last straw, and for this, he could abandon everything. He struggled to shake off Flender's hand, but ended up falling to the ground again. He was like a worm, wriggling forward, crawling and roaring. "Fine, I'll go myself." "Flender, Liu Erlong, you won't even help with such a small favor. From now on, I, Yu Xiaoging, am breaking all ties with you." Once these words were spoken, both Flender and Liu Erlong trembled. Yu Xiaoging wanted to break all ties with them. They had a friendship of so many years. Yu Xiaoging actually gave it up just like that. A look of misery appeared on Liu Erlong's beautiful face, and 2 lines of clear tears slid down her cheeks. Yu Xiaoging could be heartless, but she could not be unrighteous. Liu Erlong stepped forward to help Yu Xiaoging up, even though she was as fragile as a breakable vase at this moment. She pretended to be strong and said, "Breaking all ties. You are truly heartless. Fine, Xiaoging, I will help you one last time. Once I send you to Spirit Hall, I will never appear in front of you again." Flender wanted to say something but stopped. They were confined to Shrek Academy by Lu Chen, and once they left the range of Shrek Academy, what awaited them would likely be wanted posters across the entire continent. Sigh. Flender sighed helplessly. It is nothing more than death. It can also be considered as drawing a perfect conclusion to our many years of friendship. As his voice fell, Flender also stepped forward. Together with Liu Erlong, they supported Yu Xiaoging from the left and right and quickly left the place. If we are going to leave, we must hurry. Taking advantage of the city's attention being drawn to the Spirit Master competition, We should leave immediately. Perhaps we still have a chance to reach Spirit Hall. Sai, the teachers and students in the academy, Mubai, Little Ao, Hongjun, we can't worry about them now. They are genius spirit masters. Even if they leave our Shrek Academy, they will always have a place to stay in the future. Supported from the left and right, Yu Xiaoging had a flash of triumph in his eyes. With his world-shaking wisdom, manipulating Flender and Liu Erlong was simply easy. He said through gritted teeth, "Let's do it, let's go quickly. Lu Chen, when I return, I will definitely make you be buried with my disciple, Tang San." Chapter 305, The Death of Liu Erlong. Heaven to Great Soul Arena. The Spirit Master competition was continuing today when a guard suddenly came to report. "Reporting to Your Majesty, His Excellency Changsheng, Flender, Yu Xiaoging, and Liu Erlong, who were confined in Shrek Academy by His Excellency Changsheng, have forcibly broken through the city gates and are now nowhere to be found. We beg for Your Majesty and His Excellency Changsheng's forgiveness." Zhu Beng was well-behaved this time and did not make a decision on his own. He dutifully asked Lu Chen, "Your Excellency, you had already spared the lives of Flender, Yu Xiaoging, and Liu Erlong. I didn't expect them to be so ungrateful. Do you think I should send people to pursue them?" Lu Chen raised his eyebrows slightly, his expression somewhat strange. Previously, under the public eye, it hadn't been convenient for him to kill everyone, lest he acquire a reputation for cruelty. As a result, only a few hours had passed, and Flender, Yu Xiaoging, and Liu Erlong had broken through the city gates and fled to escape punishment. Isn't this just asking for death? Since they were seeking death, he would grant it to them. However, why use a butcher's knife to kill a chicken? Lu Chen wouldn't go so far as to do it himself. Lu Chen turned his head and said to the few people beside him, "Clan Chief Huyan, Sect Master Feng, Sect Master Mo, and Sect Master Lai, you should make a trip. Catch the fugitives Flender, Yu Xiaoging, and Liu Erlong for me, dead or alive. Although they have run out of Heaven Dew City, in this entire Douluo Continent, the only ones who would dare to harbor them are the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan or Spirit Hall. Split into 2 groups and search along these 2 directions. You will likely find them. Ever since the Elephant Armored Academy, Wind Sword Sect, Black Tiger Sect, and Fire Leopard Sect defected to the Longevity Sect, they no longer called themselves sects, but were downgraded to families as vassal families of the Longevity Sect. Now, hearing Lu Chen's instructions, Hu Yan Zhen, Sect Master Feng Beilong, Sect Master Mo Yu, and Sect Master Li Yunshan all stood up and accepted the task. This was the first mission Lu Chen had given them since they defected to him. They held their breath, wanting to perform well in front of Lu Chen. Immediately, the 4 of them quickly left the Heaven Dew Great Soul Arena. After discussion, Hu Yan Zhen, as a titled Douluo, went alone in the direction of Spirit Hall to pursue them, while Sect Master Feng Beilong, Sect Master Mo Yu, and Sect Master Li Yunshan, who were only Spirit Douluo, went together in the direction of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan to pursue them. The 4 split into 2 groups, each eager to prove themselves. Among them, Hu Yan Zhen was the most excited. His grandson, Huyan Li, had been injured by Tang San and had his blood sucked, causing damage to his origin. Although there was no danger to his life, he needed a long period of recovery and had to consume heaven and earth treasure to repair his origin, which meant that this Spirit Master competition no longer had anything to do with their Elephant Armor Academy. Hu Yanzhen gritted his teeth with hatred over this deep grudge. Although Tang San was already dead, if he could kill Tang San's teacher, it would be a very satisfying thing. Therefore, Hu Yanzhen pursued them with extra effort. It was also his good luck that he chose Spirit Hall as the direction of pursuit. After half an hour of pursuit, he really discovered the traces of Flender, Yu Xiaoging, and Liu Erlong. He flew in the sky, laughing excitedly. "Flender, Yu Xiaoging, Liu Erlong, haha, I see you." The sect master really is godlike in his predictions. He guessed long ago that you would flee towards Spirit Hall. I've caught you, so all of you stay behind." While speaking, Hu Yanzhen erupted with spirit power. Although he was not good at speed, with the support of his titled Douluo-level spirit power, the distance between him and the three of Flender was gradually closing. And on the ground ahead, Flender and Liu Erlong were carrying Yu Xiaogeng, one on each side, sprinting towards Spirit Hall. Hearing the loud laughter of Hu Yanzhen coming from behind, the expressions of the three became extremely ugly. Yu Xiaogeng's Liu Sanpao spirit had been shattered. They could no longer perform the martial soul fusion skill. Golden Sacred Dragon. Without the martial soul fusion skill, how could they resist a real titled Douluo like Hu Yanzhen? Liu Erlong pursed her lips, a look of determination appearing on her beautiful face. She turned her head and took a deep look at Yu Xiaogeng. Thinking of his determination to find Bibai Dong, she felt heartbroken, her whole heart torn into countless pieces. A miserable smile tugged at the corner of her mouth. "Old Flender, your spirit is a cat eagle. You have the ability to fly. Take Xiaogeng and leave quickly." "I cannot fly, and I am a power attack spirit master. I have no advantage in speed. I will stay behind to block Hu Yanzhen." "Hu Yanzhen has not been a titled Douluo for long. I still have the confidence to block him for a while. You go quickly, don't worry about me." As her voice fell, Liu Erlong let go of Yu Xiaogeng and immediately summoned her spirit for martial soul possession. Clusters of red flames swirled around her body, and 7 spirit rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, 3 black, rose from under her feet. As her 7th spirit ring lit up, she unleashed her martial soul avatar, transforming into a 10-meter-long red fire dragon. A spirit saint wanting to hold off a titled Douluo. It was impossible without risking her life. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Liu Erlong burned her spirit origin, causing the red flames burning on her body to surge to the extreme, emitting terrifying high temperatures and high pressure, causing the temperature within dozens of meters to rise rapidly. Liu Erlong bent her knees slightly, then leaped violently like a cannonball towards Hu Yanzhen. In her eyes, there was only determination left. Using her own life to trade for a path of survival for Flender and Yu Xiaogeng could be considered an account for their decades of friendship. "Hu Yanzhen, your opponent is me." First spirit ability, Tyrannosaurus Possession. Second spirit ability, Dragon Arm. Third spirit ability, Wrathful Thunder. After unleashing her martial soul avatar and burning her spirit origin, Liu Erlong consecutively used her first 3 spirit abilities. The power erupted in that instant made Hu Yanzhen's expression turn serious. He also completed his martial soul possession in an instant, his figure expanding into a 3-meter-tall mountain of flesh. Among the 9 spirit rings at his feet, 2 yellow, 2 purple, 5 black, one of the purple spirit rings bloomed with light, causing a thick layer of cuticle to appear on his body, greatly increasing his defensive ability. The next moment, Liu Erlong and Hu Yanzhen collided. Flames roared, driving the airflow to turn into a gale, sweeping through like a towering torch. The scattered flames fell like meteors, igniting the sky for hundreds of meters around. The scene was truly shocking. Erlong, don't forget to like, comment, subscribers, and share to infinite novel audiobooks. Flender shouted anxiously. His expression was full of tension and pain. He quickly completed his martial soul possession, wanting to go and fight side by side with Liu Erlong. However, at this moment, Yu Xiaogeng pulled Flender back. His expression was extremely cold, like a machine without any emotion, and a cold voice came from his mouth. "Flender, do you want Erlong's sacrifice to become meaningless? Take me away quickly. Only if I arrive at Spirit Hall alive will we have a chance to take revenge in the future. Whether it is Little San's grudge or Erlong's grudge, we will definitely avenge them. I will destroy Lu Chen at all costs." Hearing Yu Xiaogeng's cold words, Flender opened his mouth wide, as if he were meeting Yu Xiaogeng for the first time. When did Yu Xiaogeng become so strange? Was this still the Yu Xiaogeng from before? Flender looked at Liu Erlong, who was risking her life, and then at the cold-faced Yu Xiaogeng. He really felt it was not worth it for Liu Erlong. If Liu Erlong had chosen him back then, he would have held her in his hands like a treasure, not let her fight an unbeatable enemy like this. He closed his eyes in pain. When he opened them again, the look in his eyes when he looked at Yu Xiaogeng was left with only strangeness. Fine, I'll take you. The friendship between Flender and Yu Xiaogeng was completely severed at this moment. Flender agreeing to take Yu Xiaogeng to Spirit Hall was the last account he would give to this friendship. The next moment, Flender unleashed his martial soul avatar, transforming into a giant 10-meter cat eagle. He grabbed Yu Xiaogeng with one claw and then used his fastest speed to dash towards Spirit Hall. As an agility attack system Spirit Saint, his speed was extremely powerful. In the blink of an eye, he had become a black dot in the sky. And back at the original spot, about 5 minutes later. Liu Erlong, the power she had exchanged by burning her spirit origin, had been completely exhausted. The flames churning around her were extinguishing cluster by cluster. Her aura was weak, like a candle in the wind. It seemed that a gust of wind could blow her out. Hu Yanzhen had multiple charred areas on his body. Although he hadn't suffered fatal injuries, the high-temperature flames Liu Erlong erupted after burning her spirit origin still left him in a disheveled state. At this moment, he was also very angry. Looking at the dying Liu Erlong, he mocked. Heh, this is the man you risked your life to protect. When you were risking your life, he had already run away without a trace. Liu Erlong tried hard to lift her eyelids, her voice intermittent. It's good that he ran, it's good. If he ran, my sacrifice wasn't in vain. Hu Yanzhen was so angry he gritted his teeth. Then go to hell. Hu Yanzhen threw a punch, followed by a sonic boom. When that punch landed on Liu Erlong, her body made a crackling sound. Her bones were broken, and her internal organs suffered devastating impact. She opened her mouth and spat out blood, mixed with fragments of internal organs. Liu Erlong closed her eyes, a miserable smile on her lips. Yu Xiaogeng, don't let me run into you in the next life. The next moment, Liu Erlong completely lost her breath. Veins bulged on Hu Yanzhen's forehead as he continued to chase in the direction of Spirit Hall. However, Flender, who was rushing with all his might, had long since run off to who knows where. It was too late for him to chase. Meanwhile, Flender was carrying Yu Xiaogeng, using his cat eagle avatar to travel. When his spirit power was more than half exhausted, the majestic spirit city appeared before their eyes. Flender flickered and landed at the gate of Spirit City. He didn't dare to fly directly into Spirit City. There were too many experts in Spirit City, and someone might destroy him on a whim. After landing on the ground, Yu Xiaogeng stood up stumble-footed, his figure swaying as he walked towards the city gate. He reached into his storage soul guidance device and finally pulled out an elder token. He clutched the token tightly, muttering with a smile on his face. See Donger, thoughts like a spring. Nyan Donger, never forgotten. Yi Donger, for generations to come. Donger, 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 I've come to find you. Seeing this behavior from Yu Xiaogeng, as if he had completely cast Liu Erlong's sacrifice to the back of his mind, Flender felt a chill in his heart and did not look at Yu Xiaogeng again. He turned around and flew into the air, returning along the original path. Flender's eyes were filled with determination. Even if he died, he would die with Liu Erlong. He would never hand Liu Erlong over to a scumbag like Yu Xiaogeng again. Chapter 306, Spirit Hunting Operation. The sun slanted westward. The horizon was a hazy yellow. Hu Yanzhen, Feng Beilong, Mo Yu, and sect master Li Yunshin, who had been sent out by Lu Chen, returned one after another. Feng Beilong, Mo Yu, and sect master Li Yunshin all returned empty-handed. Only Hu Yanzhen returned carrying the corpses of Flender and Liu Erlong, but he still frowned, looking sullen. After seeing Lu Chen, Hu Yanzhen reported the sequence of events. Sect Master, you truly are prescient. Flender, Yu Xiaogeng, and Liu Erlong were indeed on their way to Spirit Hall. But after I caught up with them, this Liu Erlong burned her own spirit origin to block me for 5 minutes. By the time I wanted to pursue them again, it was too late. This Flender was quite loyal. After sending Yu Xiaogeng to Spirit City, he ran back to face me, wanting to avenge Liu Erlong, so I casually slaughtered him too. The corpses of these two are here, only that Yu Xiaogeng has already escaped into Spirit City. That is Bibai Dong's territory. I dared not continue the pursuit. Lu Chen glanced casually at the corpses of Flender and Liu Erlong. He didn't have any deep hatred for these two. It was just that these two would rather die than protect Yu Xiaogeng. Then it could only be said that they deserved to die. Lu Chen shook his head and laughed. This Yu Xiaogeng was truly capable of surviving. A 29th-rank spirit grandmaster with a crippled spirit, under the desperate protection of 2 spirit saints, had actually managed to escape to Spirit City. He did not blame Hu Yanzhen, waving his hand casually and saying indifferently, "If Yu Xiaogeng has escaped, let him escape. Without Flender and Liu Erlong to form the golden triangle with him, he is just pure trash. Find another opportunity later to eliminate him. As for the corpses of Flender and Liu Erlong, do not humiliate them. Just find a place outside the city to bury them. At least they died heroically, unlike that clown Yu Xiaogeng." Hu Yanzhen nodded respectfully. Immediately, he took the corpses of Flender and Liu Erlong away to bury them. The light in Lu Chen's eyes shifted, as if thousands of stars were gathering and flickering. Bibai Dong is lovesick. Even if she becomes a divinity, she probably won't be able to shake off this personality. Things that cannot be obtained in youth will eventually trap one for a lifetime. When Bibai Dong was most innocent and carefree, she couldn't be with Yu Xiaogeng. Now that Yu Xiaogeng has taken the initiative to find her, Bibai Dong is probably so happy she could jump up. If Yu Xiaogeng whispers in her ear, Bibai Dong will surely come to cause me trouble regardless of the cost. It seems this spirit master competition will soon be forced to end. Facts proved it. Lu Chen's prediction was not wrong at all. Over the next 10 days, the spirit master competition proceeded normally. The Changsheng Academy team slaughtered everyone in their path. Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Du Guyan took turns appearing, 2 spirit emperors with a configuration of 3 purple and 3 black spirit rings, and 1 spirit Douluo with a configuration of 2 yellow, 2 purple, 3 black, and 1 red. Sometimes, before the fight even truly began, they had already shattered the will of the other academy teams. Many academy teams would simply raise their hands in surrender upon encountering the Changsheng Academy team. Only Divine Wind Academy, Blazing Academy, Tianshui, and Thunder Academy, the old-school spirit master academies of the Heaven Dew Empire, dared to have a fair fight with Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Du Guyan. Although they were defeated cleanly and decisively, this courage was still worthy of praise. 10 days into the Spirit Master competition, both the participating academies and the spectators who came to watch believed that the Changsheng Academy team would win the championship of this Spirit Master competition. Just kidding. 1 Spirit Douluo and 2 Spirit Emperors participating in the Spirit Master competition. That was clearly a dimension reduction strike. No one could imagine a possibility of losing. In 10 days, the Spirit Master competition had reached its climax. The noble circles, the Spirit Master's world, and even ordinary civilians had their attention captured by the Spirit Master competition. At this moment, in Spirit Hall, inside the rebuilt Supreme Pontiff Palace, Bibai Dong was making her final deployments. Her divine thought enveloped the entire hall, and her cold voice clearly reached everyone's ears. Now I will confirm everyone's tasks again. Gold Crocodile Douluo, 1,000 Jun Douluo, and Demon Subduing Douluo. You 3 are to head to the Star Luo Imperial Palace and behead the Star Luo Emperor. Gold crocodile Douluo, thousand Jun Douluo, and demon subduing Douluo, as elders of the Elder Hall, had always only taken orders from Chen Dalu. But now that Bibai Dong had become a divinity, Chen Dalu was restricted to the Elder Hall, and the 6 great elders under Chen Dalu had to submit to Bibai Dong's tyranny. The complexions of these 3 elders were not good. Their status was so lofty, yet they were being used by Bibai Dong as assassins to go and behead the Star Luo Emperor. Unfortunately, when people are under the eaves, they have to bow their heads. Facing the order of a divinity, the 3 elders had no room to refuse. Gold crocodile Douluo, thousand Jun Douluo, and demon subduing Douluo all lowered their heads and cupped their fists helplessly. We obey. How could Bibai Dong not see the resistance of these 3 people? She had long wanted to get rid of them, but unfortunately, it was a time when she needed people, so she had to let them go for now. After unifying the continent, that would be the time for her to eliminate future troubles. Then Bibai Dong continued to speak. Lion Douluo, Green Phoenix Douluo, and Light Feather Douluo, you 3 are to head to the Heaven Dew Imperial Palace and behead the Heaven Dew Emperor. Lion Douluo, Green Phoenix Douluo, and Light Feather Douluo looked at each other and also helplessly accepted the order, each cupping their fists and saying, "We obey." Bibai Dong nodded and pointed out a few more names. Snake Lance Douluo, Porcupinefish Douluo, and Holy Dragon Douluo, you 3 lead 10,000 elite spirit masters and follow me to flatten the longevity sect. This time, I will personally take action to ensure that Chen dies without a burial place. Snake Lance Douluo, Porcupinefish Douluo, and Holy Dragon Douluo knelt on the ground in a posture of worship, shouting fanatically, "We obey." But at this moment, a middle-aged man wearing a red elder's robe stood out. It was none other than Yu Xiaogeng. Now that Bibai Dong held absolute power, since Yu Xiaogeng arrived at Spirit Hall, he had gained a position above everyone else. Originally, he only had an elder token used for swindling. But now, Bibai Dong had truly made him an elder, and the head of all the elders at that. Because Bibai Dong said his wisdom was as deep as the ocean, and he could become a figure like a state preceptor. Although other elders were dissatisfied, with Bibai Dong pressing down from above, anyone's dissatisfaction could only be stifled in their hearts. At this moment, Yu Xiaogeng had an expression of having everything under control, as if he really possessed some shocking wisdom. Donger, among the elders of Spirit Hall, there are also Devil Bear Douluo, Ghost Leopard Douluo, Spirit Kite Douluo, and Sea Turtle Douluo. Why don't you let them go to participate in the battle as well? With the addition of 4 titled Douluo, I think flattening the longevity sect would be even easier. After Yu Xiaogeng spoke, Bibai Dong's eyes changed. When looking at others, it was majestic and indifferent, but when looking at Yu Xiaogeng, it was gentle as water. At this moment, she explained patiently, "I will take action in this battle myself, but once I leave, the defense of Spirit Hall will be too empty. Therefore, I have kept Devil Bear Douluo, Ghost Leopard Douluo, Spirit Kite Douluo, and Sea Turtle Douluo to ensure that Spirit Hall remains impregnable. It is a pity that my former confidants, Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo, were taken away by Chen. Now, there is a 9 in 10 chance they have already perished. Otherwise, with these 2 titled Douluo and their spirit fusion skill, the 2-phase stasis domain, this spirit hunting operation would be even easier." Yu Xiaogeng pondered for a moment and did not try to persuade her further. This time, coming to Spirit Hall, he had been pushed to a dead end, so he came to grasp this last straw of hope, Bibai Dong. But he did not expect that Bibai Dong had already become a divinity, and a first-class divinity at that, the Rakshasa god. Yu Xiaogeng was too excited. With a first-class divinity taking action, Chen would definitely die this time. He could finally avenge his disciple Tang San and his idol Tang Hao. Excitement flashed in Yu Xiaogeng's eyes. "Donger, with you taking action, This spirit hunting operation will surely be a complete victory for Spirit Hall. Bibai Dong smiled like a flower, and time seemed to regress to when she was in her prime. She thought to herself, Xiaogeng, you are still the same as before, trusting me 100%. I just said it casually, and you foolishly believed it. Devil Bear Douluo, Ghost Leopard Douluo, Spirit Kite Douluo, and Sea Turtle Douluo are 4 titled Douluo level combatants. Keeping them all in Spirit Hall, isn't that too wasteful? They have other missions, but I can't tell you now. I want to give you a surprise. Remember you told me how the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan bullied you, suppressed you, and even expelled you from the genealogy. A person like you, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan actually didn't know how to cherish, so they have no reason to exist. After completely annihilating the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, I will tell you this good news and let you vent your anger properly. Yu Xiaogeng was full of excitement now, finally able to seek revenge on Lu Chen. He had no idea that Bibai Dong wanted to give him a surprise by destroying the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan he came from. Does Yu Xiaogeng hate the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan? Perhaps there is some hate. But more than that, he still craved recognition from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. He was the biological son of Clan Master Yu Yuanjin. Before his spirit awakening, he was the center of attention in the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, getting whatever he wanted. That was the happiest time of his life. But everything changed on the day of his spirit awakening. His spirit mutated maliciously, from the top-tier beast spirit Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon to Luo San Pao, which could only fart. From then on, Yu Xiaogeng only received mockery and cold stares, which twisted his psychology and gradually made him perverted. He hated the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, but he hated Luo San Pao even more. So he claimed to be a theoretical master, yet he never studied Luo San Pao properly, stuck at 29th rank spirit power his whole life. He tried his best to cultivate Tang San to prove his theory, and a large part of the reason was that he wanted to gain recognition from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. He wanted his father, Clan Master Yu Yuanjin, and his uncle Yu Luomian to personally come to welcome him back to the clan. If Yu Xiaogeng knew that the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan had been destroyed, it is unknown what kind of expression he would have. Chapter 307, Great Chaos is Coming. This time, Spirit Hall's soul hunting plan did not just point its spearhead at the sects in the Spirit Master's world, but pointed directly at the emperors of the 2 great empires. The death of the emperors of the Heaven Dew Empire and the Star Luo Empire would inevitably plunge the 2 great empires into chaos. This was a God-given opportunity for Spirit Hall to unify the continent. In this soul-hunting plan, the first to move were Gold Crocodile Douluo, Thousand Jun Douluo, and Demon Subduing Douluo. They were all super Douluo, traveling through the starry night, and it did not take long for them to reach the Star Luo Imperial Palace. The Star Luo Imperial Palace, as the Emperor's residence, was inevitably heavily guarded, with countless experts hidden in plain sight and in the shadows. But these experts meant nothing in front of Gold Crocodile Douluo, Thousand Jun Douluo, and Demon Subduing Douluo. A pack of hyenas could never truly defeat a lion. The 3 super Douluo fought their way into the Imperial Palace, all the way to the Star Luo Emperor. The Star Luo Emperor was also a formidable hero. Facing this blatant assassination, he did not show any signs of panic. He and the Star Luo Empress held hands. This was not a display of affection, but preparing to activate their martial soul fusion skill, Hell White Tiger. The Star Luo Emperor was an 89th rank spirit power White Tiger Spirit Master, and the Star Luo Empress was an 84th rank spirit power Hell Civet Spirit Master. Once they activated their martial soul fusion skill, Hell White Tiger, it was enough to rival a 95th rank Super Douluo. This was the cornerstone upon which the Star Luo Emperor could sit firmly on the throne. The Star Luo Emperor did not act immediately. He wanted to stall for time, waiting for the Star Luo army stationed outside the city to come to the rescue, so he spoke with a voice like a tiger's roar. Looking at the three of you spirits, you must be the three high priests of Spirit Hall Gold Crocodile Douluo, Thousand Jun Douluo, and Demon Subduing Douluo. Such a terrifying aura is not something an ordinary titled Douluo can possess. Gold Crocodile Douluo erupted with golden light, and a phantom of the golden crocodile King Marshal soul roared behind him. The resulting shockwaves sent the surrounding floorboards, beams, and roof tiles, all flying into the sky. That terrifying aura was truly like a vicious beast from hundreds of thousands of years ago waking from its slumber, venting its fury upon the world. He looked coldly at the Star Luo Emperor. I haven't roamed the continent for many years, so I didn't expect anyone to remember me. Since you recognize me, then surrender yourself to avoid suffering physical pain. I will give you a quick death. A flash of anger rose in the Star Luo Emperor's eyes. As the dominator ruling over hundreds of millions of people in the Star Luo Empire, he had always been the one to decide others' lives and deaths. Now, someone actually dared to issue him a death warrant. His killing intent blended with the sharpness of his white tiger spirit, pushing his aura to the extreme. Old thief Gold Crocodile, I respect you as a senior, which is why I am speaking to you nicely. Do you really think I am made of mud? This is my imperial palace, and there are 300,000 of my Star Luo Empire's troops outside the city. As long as I can stall for a moment, once my 300,000 troops arrive, I will surely chop the three of you traitors into meat paste. Assassinating an emperor, your spirit hall has such great audacity. This is a public provocation to the majesty of the Star Luo Empire. After today, as long as I give the order, the Star Luo Empire will mobilize 1 million soldiers to completely trample Spirit Hall. Wanmei. As the Star Luo Emperor's voice fell, the Star Luo Empress, as if sharing a telepathic connection with him, unleashed her spirit power, turning into a ball of black light that merged directly into the Star Luo Emperor's body. Roar, roar, roar. A tiger's roar shook the firmament, as if to tear apart the pitch-black sky. Amidst the intertwined black and white light, a 30-meter-tall hell-white tiger with black and white stripes appeared before the three high priests, Gold Crocodile, Thousand Jun, and Demon Subduing, accompanied by a soul-shaking killing intent. A flash of ferocity crossed Gold Crocodile's eyes. The golden crocodile King Marshal, soul phantom behind him, seemed to know his intent and roared towards the sky. This Star Luo Emperor actually dared to call him an old thief and threatened to trample their spirit hall. Fury rose in Gold Crocodile's heart, and he finally laughed in anger. Good, good, good. I originally wanted to give you a quick death, but I didn't expect you to be so ungrateful. Thousand Jun, Demon Subduing, you handle the other imperial priests. Leave this hell-white tiger to me. If you two were both titled Douluo, unleashing hell-white tiger might have made me wary. But you two are only spirit Douluo. Does a hell-white tiger unleashed by two spirit Douluo deserve to be arrogant in front of me? I will tear your hell-white tiger apart right now. As soon as he finished speaking, Gold Crocodile Douluo, accompanied by brilliant golden light, pounced towards the hell-white tiger. Thousand Jun Douluo and Demon Subduing Douluo, the pair of brothers, looked at each other, their eyes revealing schadenfreude, as if saying the Star Luo Emperor was in big trouble now. Then they each wielded their coiling dragon rods and attacked the surrounding imperial priests. Shadowy rod strikes accompanied by dragon roars. Those Spirit Emperor, Spirit Saint, and Spirit Douluo-level imperial priests were almost injured upon contact and dead upon impact. Thousand Jun, Douluo and Demon Subduing Douluo, who had once roamed the continent, once again displayed their terrifying strength. On the other side, amidst the soul-shaking tiger roars, the hell-white tiger repeatedly spat out milky white light waves from its mouth, aiming and shooting at Gold Crocodile Douluo. Although Gold Crocodile Douluo was an attack system titled Douluo, his speed was not bad either. His figure flickered repeatedly, dodging all the milky white light waves. Within a few breaths, he had already approached the hell-white tiger, the overwhelming aura sweeping forward like a landslide. The hell-white tiger was also scared into retreating a few steps, and in the next moment, because it was somewhat ashamed and angry, the hell-white tiger actively pounced out. In an instant, the golden light and the black and white light collided fiercely. Shockwaves rolled, stirring up ripples, knocking over the distant pavilions and towers one by one. Amidst the heavy light and shadows, one could vaguely see that Gold Crocodile Douluo, relying solely on his physical body strength, held off the hell-white tiger. The two flesh palms and two tiger paws were completely disproportionate, but Gold Crocodile Douluo did not retreat a single step. Gold Crocodile Douluo laughed loudly. "Not bad, you have strength, then let's see whose strength is greater." The 98th rank Super Douluo's spirit power erupted, causing Gold Crocodile Douluo's strength to double. He stomped his feet, creating a large pit in the ground, and then pushed forward step by step, forcing the hell-white tiger to retreat continuously. The hell-white tiger roared repeatedly, squeezing out every ounce of power in its body, but still could not resist Gold Crocodile Douluo's strength. This was the gap in strength. The Spirit Douluo level Star Luo Emperor and Star Luo Empress activating their martial soul fusion skill, Hell-White Tiger, was at most comparable to a 95th rank Super Douluo. Gold Crocodile Douluo was a 98th rank Super Douluo, and he possessed the Golden Crocodile King Martial Soul, which was close to the ultimate strength attribute. In a test of strength, he could be called invincible on the continent. 8th Spirit Ability, Golden Giant Strength Break. At this moment, Gold Crocodile Douluo activated his 8th Spirit Ability. As his 8th Spirit ring shone, all the strength in his body was concentrated in his arms. With a roar, he spread his arms, and with a ripping sound, that 30-meter-tall hell-white tiger was actually torn into two pieces. Gold Crocodile Douluo's terrifying strength was truly shocking. He had actually torn the hell-white tiger apart alive. The black and white light gradually dissipated, and the Star Luo Emperor and Star Luo Empress, who had returned to human form, spat blood, each let out a scream, and flew backward like kites with broken strings. "Die!" Gold Crocodile Douluo roared, his figure flashed, and he caught up with the Star Luo Emperor, raised his hand and clawed off his head. His figure flashed again, and he caught up with the Star Luo Empress, kicking out and shattering all the bones in her body. In this short amount of time, the Star Luo Emperor and Star Luo Empress, who could activate the martial soul fusion skill Hell-White Tiger, had died one after another at the hands of Gold Crocodile Douluo. After the killing, Gold Crocodile Douluo instantly soared into the sky and called out to Thousand Jun Douluo and Demon Subduing Douluo. "Thousand Jun, Demon Subduing, the army outside has surrounded us. We have completed the mission and can leave here." Thousand Jun, Douluo and Demon Subduing Douluo each responded, immediately striking with their rods, beating the grief-stricken imperial priests until they spat blood and retreated. Then the two soared into the sky, followed behind Gold Crocodile Douluo, and flew away from the Star Luo Imperial Palace. Compared to beheading the Star Luo Emperor, which required a battle, beheading the Heaven Dew Emperor was much simpler. Meanwhile, at the Heaven Dew Imperial Palace, Lion Douluo, Green Phoenix Douluo, and Light Feather Douluo, 397th rank Super Douluo, fought their way into the Heaven Dew Imperial Palace, crushing everything in their path. Those imperial priests of the Heaven Dew Empire were not a match for them in a single blow. As for Zhu Beng, he was even more of a weakling. Before dying, Zhu Beng still wanted to beg for mercy. He could cede territory, pay reparations, and use all the resources of Heaven Dew to please Spirit Hall. But Lion Douluo didn't listen to his nonsense at all. He slapped him with a lion's claw, smashing Zhu Beng's head into his chest. Zhu Beng never expected until his death that he, the dignified Heaven Du Emperor, would end up like this. After killing him, Lion Douluo shouted loudly, "Mission accomplished, we can go." Green Phoenix Douluo and Light Feather Douluo each responded, and then flew away from the Heaven Du Imperial Palace. By this time, the emperors of the two great empires were dead, and for a short time, both empires would be in a state of having no leader. If it were in a peaceful state, perhaps they could slowly select a new emperor. But Spirit Hall was watching covetously, and would never give the two great empires a chance to select a new emperor. Beheading the emperors of the two great empires was only a part of the soul hunting plan. The other part of the soul hunting plan was the siege against the Longevity Sect and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. Longevity Sect. Under the Silent Night, a full 10,000 elite spirit masters from Spirit Hall had already surrounded the Longevity Sect. They moved extremely agilely, shuttling quickly through the forest without making a sound, worthy of the name of elite spirit masters. Behind the 10,000 spirit masters, the Supreme Pontiff of Spirit Hall, Bibai Dong, was personally overseeing the formation. Beside Bibai Dong, Yu Xiaogang was trembling with excitement, his eyes flashing with a piercing light. "Little San, watch, teacher is here to avenge you." Chapter 308, Asura's Tacit Consent, Rakshasa Becomes a God. Longevity Sect. Lu Chen's divine thought permeated the area, constantly enveloping 100-meter radius around the Longevity Sect. How could he possibly fail to detect the 10,000 elite spirit masters lurking nearby? He opened his eyes, his azure pupils shimmering with starlight. "You really are impatient. I thought Bibai Dong would wait until the Spirit Master competition ended before making a move. As it turns out, the preliminary rounds haven't even finished, yet she has already acted." It seems Yu Xiaogang, having fled to Spirit Hall, has whispered quite a few pillow talks into Bibai Dong's ear. That divine force, evil and filled with all the negative emotions of the world, belongs to Bibai Dong. She has indeed inherited the Rakshasa god position. "Since you've come, let's have a hearty fight. Let me see the limits of the Rakshasa god. A true divinity should not disappoint me." Boom, boom. In an instant, a vast surge of spirit power shot into the sky, whipping up the eye of a storm in the pitch-black heavens. It was as if the firmament had cracked open. Gusts of violent wind poured through that fissure, blowing toward the ground and sending the 10,000 spirit masters of Spirit Hall stumbling and swaying. Even the three titled Douluo-level spirit masters, Snake Lance Douluo, Porcupinefish Douluo, and Holy Dragon Douluo, felt themselves trembling under that gale. The wind was like a maggot in the bone, seeping through the gaps in their armor and penetrating their flesh, chilling their internal organs and bones to the core. They looked up at the sky above the Longevity Sect in trepidation. A tall, upright figure, shrouded in a hazy 7-colored halo, was walking toward them step by step. Within that 7-colored halo was none other than Lu Chen. 4 other figures soared into the air from the Longevity Sect and flew to Lu Chen's side. They were Dugu, Chrysanthemum Douluo, Ghost Douluo, and the Heavenly Image Douluo, Hu Yan Zhen. Dugu had initially been full of confusion, not understanding why Lu Chen wouldn't sleep in the middle of the night and why he was making such a big commotion. However, when he followed Lu Chen's gaze to the perimeter of the Longevity Sect, he was instantly startled. Dense masses of figures had already surrounded the Longevity Sect, and every single figure emitted a formidable spirit power fluctuation. There were thousands of elite spirit masters, and every one of them had spirit power no weaker than a spirit elder. With so many spirit masters quietly surrounding the Longevity Sect, what could they be planning? It was self-evident. Cold sweat broke out on Dugubo's forehead. If Lu Chen hadn't sensed it in advance, the Longevity Sect would likely have suffered massive losses had so many spirit masters launched a sudden attack. Dugubo's voice was low, and he spoke as if grinding his teeth. Only Spirit Hall could gather so many elite spirit masters. Spirit Hall, they want to destroy our longevity sect. At this moment, the reactions of Chrysanthemum Douluo, Ghost Douluo, and Huyan Zhen were different. Chrysanthemum Douluo had a fanatical expression, with not a shred of fear on his face. After being brainwashed by Lu Chen's blue-silver sovereign, he was perfectly willing to die for Lu Chen. Even with powerful enemies surrounding them, he only had a heart dedicated to serving Lu Chen until death. Ghost Douluo's eyes were complex. He had originally been a member of Spirit Hall and even a penal elder, holding a high position within Spirit Hall, but now he had to become an enemy of Spirit Hall. He sighed and glanced at the fanatical Chrysanthemum Douluo. For the sake of his old brother, if he died today, so be it. Huyan Zhen scratched his head and revealed a bitter smile. He thought to himself, Spirit Hall is indeed still the same Spirit Hall. Even without the support of the lower four sects, they could still easily mobilize 10,000 elite spirit masters. Then he looked at Lu Chen, hoping that this #1 powerhouse on the continent would lead them to a successful comeback against the odds. Otherwise, today might well be the day of their deaths. The 10,000 elite spirit masters seemed aggressive, but Lu Chen did not hold them in any regard. His gaze was like lightning, as if capable of tearing through the pitch-black night sky to see Bibai Dong, who was radiating an evil aura. Lu Chen spoke in a resonant voice. Bibai Dong, since you've come, don't hide and skulk around. Your aura cannot deceive me, daring to bring people to surround my longevity sect. It seems becoming a god has given you great confidence. As Lu Chen appeared, both Bibai Dong and Yu Xiaogang revealed deep-seated hatred in their eyes. For Bibai Dong, Lu Chen had stolen the 7th spirit ring of her second martial soul, the soul-eating spider emperor, and had severed her left leg, taking the left leg bone within, leaving her a cripple. This was an irreconcilable hatred. For Yu Xiaogang, Lu Chen had killed his idol Tang Hao and his disciple Tang San, completely severing his chance to prove his own theories. This also made Yu Xiaogang hate him to the bone. Yu Xiaogang pointed at Lu Chen and said coquettishly to Bibai Dong beside him, Donger, it's him. He is the one who killed my disciple. You are the only one I can rely on now. Avenge me, you must kill Lu Chen. When Bibai Dong looked at Yu Xiaogang, the coldness on her face and the gloom in her eyes melted away like winter snow meeting the warm sun. She said in a gentle tone, Xiaogang, just watch from behind. I will kill Lu Chen. Although he has battle power comparable to a divine rank, as long as he has not yet become a god, he can never be my opponent. I am already a true divinity. Afterward, Bibai Dong set Yu Xiaogang down, and then flew toward the sky above the longevity sect. Bibai Dong channeled her divine force, and suddenly the world changed color. Clouds of emerald green mist rapidly spread in all directions, shrouding the heaven and earth as if dragging hell into the mortal world. That cold, evil aura caused everyone present to experience hallucinations, and the evil in their hearts was infinitely magnified. Consequently, that evil intent became nourishment, making Bibai Dong's aura grow stronger and stronger. Bibai Dong raised her hand and grabbed. A huge, eerie green demonic scythe appeared in her palm. The sharp aura on the demonic scythe tore pitch-black traces into the space. That was the divine artifact of the Rakshasa god, the Rakshasa demonic scythe. At the same time, bursts of eerie green light erupted from Bibai Dong's body. Her original gorgeous purple-gold dress was quickly replaced by a set of dark purple battle armor. A purple gem on her chest shone brightly. That was the heart of Rakshasa. The battle armor included a helmet, breastplate, arm guards, and leg guards. Each part of the armor was engraved with strange demonic patterns that made one feel dizzy upon seeing them, possessing a magic that could snatch souls. That set of armor was the divine artifact of the Rakshasa god. After Bibai Dong summoned her divine artifact and divine armor, circles of spirit rings rose beneath her feet, 9 black and 1 purple gold, 10 spirit rings in total. That final purple-gold spirit ring radiated a mighty divine might that transcended heaven and earth. That was the spirit ring, belonging to the Rakshasa god. Stopping 300 meters away from Lu Chen, Bibai Dong glared at him with eyes filled with hatred and venom. Lu Chen, you didn't expect this, did you? Back then you took my spirit ring and spirit bone, but I still became a god faster than you. Lu Chen waved his hand, signaling Dugu Bo, Chrysanthemum Douluo, Ghost Douluo, and Hu Yan Zhen to move further away. A battle between divine rank powerhouses was not something titled Douluo could intervene in. After the four of them had moved far away, Lu Chen looked at Bibai Dong's left leg with interest. I truly did not expect that even after you became a cripple, Kyan Daoliu couldn't keep an eye on you. He really is a good-for-nothing. Bibai Dong, I am actually quite curious. How could you become the Rakshasa god so quickly without devouring the spirits of the dead? Bibai Dong raised the Rakshasa demonic scythe to point at Lu Chen, lifted her chin slightly, and a trace of smugness flashed in her eyes. This is all thanks to you. The Slaughter King of the Slaughter City died at your hands, right? After I fled from Spirit Hall, I had nowhere to go. I wanted to find a place where no one could find me to go into seclusion and recover my strength. So I headed to the Slaughter City. I originally thought I would have to fight the Slaughter King to gain a foothold in the Slaughter City. As it turned out, the Slaughter City was in chaos. Without the restraint of the Slaughter King, the Slaughter City had completely become a land of chaos. I was like a fish in water there. Relying on the foundation of the Slaughter City, I recovered my strength at the fastest speed. Later, I hunted spirit beasts to complete the 3 spirit rings. My soul-eating spider Emperor Martial's soul was missing, and I was lucky enough to obtain a left leg spirit bone, using the undying body to restore my left leg. Subsequently, in the Slaughter City filled with evil intent, I successfully inherited the Rakshasa god position. To thank you for eliminating the Slaughter King for me. After I kill you today, I will send everyone in your longevity sect down to hell to keep you company. Don't forget to like, comment, subscribers, and share to infinite novel audiobooks. On the road to hell, you will definitely not be lonely. After hearing what Bibai Dong said, Lu Chen couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. The Slaughter City was the legacy site of the Asura god, even if the divine thought of the Rakshasa existed within it. However, to successfully inherit the Rakshasa god position in the Slaughter City, it would have been absolutely impossible without the tacit consent of the Asura god. So, Bibai Dong being able to become a god meant the Asura god wanted to use Bibai Dong to cause trouble for him. What an inherently evil Asura god. Lu Chen snorted in his heart. Once I ascend to the god realm, I will definitely make you pay. Chapter 309, Supreme God King. Someone wants to use you to deal with me. Heth, then I will let him see that even if you have become the Rakshasa god, you cannot possibly be my match. Divine artifacts, divine suits, as if it's something only you have. As his voice fell, Lu Chen moved his divine thought, and a divine suit interwoven with emerald green and dark purple colors appeared on his body. The void mantis skull became the helmet. The deep-sea demon whale, King Torso Bone, became the breastplate. The 9-headed bloody crimson bat, King Left Arm Bone, became the left arm gauntlet. The 1,000-Jun Ant Emperor Brother's right arm bone became the right arm gauntlet. The dark golden Terrorclaw external spirit bone became the right hand gauntlet. The 10,000-year 9th grade Ginseng King Left Leg Bone became the left leg greave. The evil spirit Orca King Right Leg Bone became the right leg greave. This was the divine suit belonging solely to Lu Chen, with emerald green and dark purple colors interweaving, and the powers of life and destruction flowing and shifting. Ripples spread out in the air, ring by ring, as if tangible, suppressing everyone until they could not breathe. That divine might, which loomed above heaven and earth, made even Bibai Dong feel her breath hitch. Bibai Dong screamed in shock. This is impossible. Clearly, you have no god position on your body, so why can you summon a divine suit? In the next moment, without waiting for Lu Chen to answer, Bibai Dong launched an attack first. Her figure transformed into a purple phantom as she brandished the Rakshasa demonic scythe and slashed toward Lu Chen. Lu Chen's figure did not retreat but advanced, actively meeting Bibai Dong. He raised his palm, and a 4-meter-long pitch-black scythe appeared in his hand. The scythe was exaggerated and ferocious, its handle covered in eerie demonic patterns, and a bloodthirsty cold light flickered on its blade. This was a murderous weapon of the mortal world that slaughtered all living things. This was precisely his spirit, the Destruction War Scythe. Lu Chen swung the Destruction War Scythe, and in an instant, it clashed head-on with Bibai Dong's Rakshasa demonic scythe. With a clang, space collapsed, and the recoil force caused both Lu Chen and Bibai Dong to retreat. Bibai Dong's expression was full of disbelief. She had already broken through to become a god, yet in terms of power, she still did not have the advantage. Immediately, her gaze looked forward again. Aside from the Destruction War Scythe in his hand, a deep blue ancient tree had grown out from behind Lu Chen. The ancient tree was over 5 meters tall, lush and leafy, entirely deep blue and clear like jade, radiating a rich aura of life. Branches extended out, as thick as snakes and pythons. This ancient tree appeared to be a tree, but it was actually grass. It was Lu Chen's other spirit, the Blue-Silver Emperor. After multiple evolutions, the roots of the Blue-Silver Emperor became increasingly thick, and its leaves became more lush, gradually taking on the shape of a tree. The first spirit, Blue-Silver Emperor, and the second spirit, Destruction War Scythe, were actually summoned by him at the same time. Generally, twin spirits could not achieve this. But Lu Chen's mental force had transformed into divine thought, and he possessed the seed of life and the seed of destruction within his body. Using the seed of life and the seed of destruction as his foundation, he gained the ability to control 2 spirits simultaneously. Since the spirits had appeared, the spirit rings soon rose one by one. 1 blue gold, 1 purple gold. 1 blue gold, 1 purple gold. A full 18 spirit rings, blue gold spirit rings and purple gold spirit rings, 2 colors of spirit rings shining in mutual brilliance. The blue gold spirit rings were the spirit rings of the Blue-Silver Emperor spirit, each with a history of over 3 million years. The purple gold spirit rings were the spirit rings of the Destruction War Scythe spirit, also each with a history of over 3 million years. The moment these 18 spirit rings appeared, space collapsed. Around Lu Chen's body, it seemed to turn into a black hole, continuously swallowing the energy of heaven and earth. The entire sky was illuminated by the blue gold and purple gold colors, as bright as day. Under the pressure of Lu Chen's 18 divine rank spirit rings, even Bibai Dong, who had become the Rakshasa god, felt terrified. That pressure was too terrifying. Bibai Dong shrieked in disbelief. "Monster! You are a monster! I inherited the Rakshasa god position and only possess 1 divine ring. By what right do you possess 18 spirit rings? Could it be that you inherited 18 god positions simultaneously? This is absolutely impossible. A monster like you should not exist on the Douluo Continent. Today, I will act on behalf of the heavens and completely eradicate you, this monster." Hearing this, Lu Chen couldn't help but laugh. The Rakshasa god, an evil god in charge of the power of ultimate evil, actually called him a monster and even said she would act on behalf of the heavens. This joke was too funny. But Bibai Dong was very serious. She directly cast her 8th spirit ability, Abyss of Space Severing. High in the air, she held the Rakshasa demonic scythe high and slashed out a green light blade several hundred meters in size, distorting space, shattering everything, and locking onto Lu Chen as the target. It seemed that no matter how Lu Chen dodged, this green light blade would chase him. Seeing this, Lu Chen raised the Destruction War Scythe. 8th spirit ability, Destruction of the Evil Spirit Orca Mirror. The blinding purple gold light instantly covered the area of several hundred meters around him. causing the energy in the air to condense and turn into a crystal city wall, like a mirror, reflecting the incoming green light blade. With a loud boom, the green light blade struck the crystal city wall, and the crystal city wall shattered instantly. The resulting energy storm forcibly shredded the green light blade as well. At the same time, Chen cast a spirit ability again. 8th spirit ability, capture of the evil spirit orca demon. In an instant, purple gold light shone upon heaven and earth. The moment Bibai Dong was illuminated by this purple gold light, her divine thought instantly went silent, her eyes became dull, and she actually lost control of her body. Taking this opportunity, Chen flew forward and swung his blade. The moment Bibai Dong regained consciousness, the blade of the destruction war scythe struck Bibai Dong's divine suit. Clang, clang, clang. Sparks flew immediately, and a teeth-grinding cracking sound echoed. The divine suit, which contained the divine force of the Rakshasa god, could not withstand Chen's strike. It began to shatter from the shoulder position, all the way down to the Rakshasa heart at the chest. Perhaps sensing danger, the Rakshasa heart flashed with dark purple light repeatedly. Before Bibai Dong could react, the Rakshasa heart erupted with rich dark purple light, and then it controlled Bibai Dong's body, instantly retreating 100 meters backward. This avoided the most fatal crisis. At this moment, Bibai Dong finally came to her senses. She looked down at the crack that shattered from her shoulder to her chest. This was her Rakshasa divine suit. Cold sweat broke out on her forehead. If not for the Rakshasa heart protecting its master, she might not just have had her divine suit damaged at this moment. Her body might have even been split in two. Looking at Chen again, Bibai Dong's heart was tightened to the extreme. She, a dignified level 1 divinity, was actually bullied to this extent. Rakshasa prison. The divine force of the Rakshasa god permeated heaven and earth, sealing space and creating a small Rakshasa world out of thin air, enveloping Chen. The entire Rakshasa world suppressed him, making him feel his body was abnormally heavy, as if trapped in a quagmire. Calamity cursed destruction. Having briefly suppressed Chen, Bibai Dong did not hesitate and once again cast a divine skill belonging to the Rakshasa god. Dark purple ripples spread out, condensing into blood-red demonic eyes in the sky. The demonic eyes opened, and a terrifying mental force attack swept out like a tidal wave, tearing through space and striking Chen, causing him to groan. Chen sighed in his heart. Indeed, as a level 1 divinity, the Rakshasa god still had some ability. 9th spirit ability, Blade of World Destruction. Chen struggled to swing the destruction war scythe, compressing the surging spirit power into the destruction war scythe, and then slashed out. In that instant, infinite blade light swept in all directions, gorgeous and brilliant. The Rakshasa world constructed by the divine force of the Rakshasa god shattered inch by inch like glass, accompanied by a loud bang, and collapsed. Bibai Dong suffered a backlash, her face flushed, and a mouthful of blood surged into her mouth, but she swallowed it down. A ruthless look flashed in her eyes. Today, she must eliminate Chen, otherwise there would never be peace. Rakshasa Dharma body. In an instant, Bibai Dong erupted with divine force, invoking the power of ultimate evil of the Rakshasa god, and condensed 100-meter-tall Dharma body behind her. Its face was blurry and indistinct. One could only see a pair of dark green eyes. Divine light diffused, and evil thoughts erupted. The tens of thousands of elite spirit masters of Spirit Hall on the ground, under the influence of that evil thought, instantly turned red-eyed, looking at the comrades beside them as if they were sworn enemies. Ugh! Someone could not help but roar, and immediately attack the companion beside them. Various spirit rings flashed with light, each move was fatal, and blood was drawn instantly. Tens of thousands of elite spirit masters all began to kill each other. The blood, energy, and resentment of the dead were drawn into the Rakshasa Dharma body in the sky. This caused the Rakshasa Dharma body's dark green eyes to burst with a deep malice, as if watching those spirit masters kill each other was a very interesting thing. Truly worthy of being a dark deity, the Rakshasa god in charge of the power of ultimate evil. Just by invoking the evil thoughts in people's hearts, she caused a large number of spirit elders, spirit ancestors, spirit kings, spirit emperors, and even numerous spirit saints and spirit Douluos to fall into mutual slaughter. That Rakshasa Dharma body also wanted to incite the spirit masters of the longevity sect to kill each other, but all evil thoughts were blocked by Lu Chen. The price was that Lu Chen alone bore the endless evil thoughts. Hoo-ha! Lu Chen's eyes were blood-red, his divine thought trembling. He could barely suppress the evil thoughts in his heart. A wave of impulses to destroy the world flashed through his heart continuously, wanting to trample all beauty under his feet, wanting to tear all happiness to pieces. Rakshasa god, truly worthy of being the Rakshasa god. Although I have divine rank combat power, I am not a god after all. It is difficult to resist this principle of heaven and earth, the power of ultimate evil at the rule level. I didn't want to become a god so early, but now I have to become a god. Bibai Dong, let me tell you a piece of information. If I want to become a god, I can do it at any time. As his voice fell, Lu Chen no longer suppressed his power. In his Danshan, the seed of life and the seed of destruction, which were spinning rapidly around each other, melted in an instant. The seed of life turned into a ball of emerald green liquid, and the seed of destruction turned into a ball of dark purple liquid. The two balls of liquid blended together, fusing into a ball of gorgeous seven-colored liquid, which contained the power of creation that Lu Chen had comprehended. Lu Chen had created his own cultivation technique. Today, he could actually have created it long ago. But he didn't want to become a god so early, so he had never cultivated it. Now, Lu Chen moved his heart and mind, operating the innate cultivation technique. Using that seven-colored liquid as the foundation, he fused his divine thought, qi and blood, and spirit power to condense an innate Tao seed, which hung high in his Danshan like a sun, emitting infinite light, illuminating his meridians, bones, internal organs, flesh, and blood, causing earth-shaking changes inside and outside his body. The innate cultivation technique was the cultivation technique he had created himself, most suitable for his innate Tao body to cultivate. By condensing an innate Tao seed and fusing the power of creation he comprehended, his divine thought, qi and blood, and spirit power into one, he achieved a complete transformation. The seven-colored halo illuminated heaven and earth, making the night sky as bright as day. And the center of all this was Lu Chen. The 18 spirit rings that were rhythmically moving around his body returned to his body one by one. Within these 18 spirit rings of over 3 million years, his cultivation accumulated over this year was contained. Now he took back this cultivation into his own body, causing his own aura to rise steadily. Using the body as a furnace and cultivation as firewood, he pushed the power of creation to fuse 100% perfectly with his divine thought, body, and spirit power. Power. It surged up continuously. Various realizations flashed in Lu Chen's eyes. As he deeply fused with the power of creation, he had profound insights into the rules of heaven and earth and the origin of the universe. These insights seemed to be branded in the depths of his soul, making him the incarnation of rules and the carrier of the origin. Lu Chen became a god on the spot, controlling the power of creation. Driven by over 60 million years of cultivation, he achieved the realm of the supreme god king in one fell swoop. Chapter 310. Asura pulls another stunt. Bibai Dong was stunned. Completely and utterly stunned. How could someone just break through and become a god right in the middle of a fight? Is becoming a god really that easy? If one doesn't have to endure tribulations to become a god, then what was the point of all the suffering I endured on the path to godhood? Bibai Dong's mentality twisted. The expression on her beautiful face became as hideous as a demon, as if she had just crawled out of the 18th level of hell. I don't believe it. How could you possibly become a god right before my eyes? This is fake. All of this is an illusion. Watch me tear this illusion apart. Nether Rakshasa. Bibai Dong screamed frantically. Her divine thought fluctuated violently, showing just how unsettled she was. She retreated, merging with the 100-meter Rakshasa Dharma body she had summoned. And suddenly, the Rakshasa Dharma body shone with a brilliant, eerie light. The face that had previously been unclear was now clearly visible. It was identical to Bibai Dong's. It had the same delicate features and was just as stunningly beautiful, but the hideous expression currently on its face ruined that beauty. In the next instant, the Rakshasa Dharma body moved, swinging the gigantic Rakshasa demonic scythe in its hand. It slashed out a purple light blade nearly 1,000 meters long, slicing through space and descending toward Lu Chen, who was at the center of the 7-colored halo, with world-destroying momentum. Facing the attack, Lu Chen showed no signs of panic. He also slashed out with his blade, sending forth a 1,500-meter dark golden light blade. Dark Golden Bear King Slash. This spirit ability, which came from the dark gold Terrorclaw Bear spirit ring, no longer needed the drive of a spirit ring. It had completely become Lu Chen's instinct. Just like the sea god's golden 13 styles. Wherever his thoughts went, it activated instantly. The 1,500-meter dark golden light blade arrived first despite being launched later, instantly swallowing the 1,000-meter purple light blade. Then, with the momentum of a thunderbolt, as if splitting heaven and earth, it tore the 100-meter Rakshasa Dharma body apart. With a deafening boom, the Rakshasa Dharma body exploded, tearing a pitch-black hole in the sky, as if it were the end of the world. The dark green divine force fluctuations swept in all directions, containing a supreme evil power that incited malice. The tens of thousands of elite spirit hall spirit masters, who were already killing each other, became even more frantic and brutal amidst that dark green divine force. Their eyes turned scarlet, they screamed, and they attacked their companions viciously, with every move being fatal, quickly causing thousands of casualties. These were merely the aftershocks. One could see how evil the Rakshasa god's power was. After the Rakshasa Dharma body exploded, Bibai Dong suffered a backlash. Her divine thought became muddled, her aura weakened to the extreme, and she was thrown far away like a kite with a broken string. Lu Chen waved his hand, pushing one of his 2 great divine artifacts, the blue-silver emperor, into the sky above the longevity sect. A wave of life energy was quickly released, enveloping the entire longevity sect and protecting the spirit masters inside from being incited to kill each other by the evil thoughts triggered by Bibai Dong's dark green divine force fluctuations. As for himself, he held his other divine artifact, the destruction war scythe, and flashed across a distance of over 1,000 meters, kicking out with his right foot and slamming it into Bibai Dong's waist and abdomen. That heavy kick shattered Bibai Dong's divine armor, and the powerful force penetrated her body, severely injuring her internal organs, causing her to vomit a mouthful of blood and groan in pain. Bibai Dong's body fell into the forest like a meteor falling from the sky. The expanding blast of energy tore the flowers, plants, and trees within hundreds of meters to shreds, as if crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. This was the power of just one casual kick from Lu Chen now. His figure flashed, and he pursued her to the ground. Looking at Bibai Dong, who was lying on the ground with her body trembling slightly, Lu Chen's face was devoid of joy or sorrow. With a 7-colored halo radiating around his body, he raised the destruction war scythe, his voice filled with endless majesty. Bibai Dong, the grudge between you and me started with your greed. You thought I was a beast-to-human transformation and sent Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo to ambush me at the gates of Heaven Dew City. Of course, I later retaliated against you. The sordid affairs between you, Kyan Zunji, and Yu Xiaoging were spread across the continent by me. Surprised, unexpected, Those erotic novels back then earned me a tidy sum in royalties. Consider it emotional compensation from you." Hearing this, Bibai Dong was furious to the extreme. Enduring the intense pain racking her body, she stared at Lu Chen without blinking, roaring through gritted teeth. "So it was you?" "No, how could you know about what happened back then? You shouldn't even have been born at that time. Who is it who told you these things?" Lu Chen raised the destruction war scythe high, aiming it at the Rakshasa heart in Bibai Dong's chest, his tone carrying a hint of amusement. "It was a guy named Tang San Shao. Come to think of it, all your tragedies were caused by that guy. After you die, if you can transmigrate through time and space, remember to go find Tang San Shao for revenge." As his voice fell, the destruction war scythe in Lu Chen's hand was already swung out like lightning, its sharp aura making Bibai Dong's entire body go cold. But just at this critical moment, a tear appeared in space, and a blood-red greatsword flew out, unfolding a layer of blood-red barrier to block this fatal blow. Crack, crack. The blood-red barrier began to shatter rapidly, and it looked like it wouldn't be able to hold on much longer. That blood-red greatsword did not intend to hold out to the end. It instantly fell into Bibai Dong's hand. In that instant, it was not the person controlling the sword, but the sword controlling the person. The blood-red greatsword controlled Bibai Dong's body, tearing through space to escape from here. The moment the blood-red barrier shattered, the blood-red greatsword had already vanished from its original position, taking Bibai Dong with it. Seeing this scene, Lu Chen was also angered. "Asura, it's you again, you guy. As a law enforcer of the God realm, you repeatedly break the law you are meant to uphold. In principle, gods cannot interfere with the development of the continent, but now you are the principal, right? You're playing that game with me again. Just wait. Once I ascend to the God realm, I will definitely eliminate you." As his voice fell, Lu Chen rose into the air again, standing 100 meters high in the sky. Watching the tens of thousands of elite spirit hall spirit masters below who were still killing each other, he sighed and said, "Although you are working for Bibai Dong, I cannot just watch you all die. Very well, I will save you." Then Lu Chen raised his hand and beckoned. The blue-silver emperor above the longevity sect immediately flew over. Under his urging, it released ripples of energy filled with the aura of life. Blue-silver purification. That holy purifying power cleared away the remaining Rakshasa divine force in the world. Without those supreme evil powers containing malicious thoughts, the elite spirit hall spirit masters who had been killing each other gradually regained their senses. When they realized what they had done, they all suffered mental breakdowns. Some fainted and fell to the ground, while others grabbed their hair in agony, letting out desperate roars. The original tens of thousands of elite spirit hall spirit masters, after their mutual slaughter, were dead or wounded, and now less than half remained. But even among the remaining 5,000 spirit masters, almost none could be seen without injuries. They were all wounded. Lu Chen had purified the Rakshasa divine force, but he did not help them heal their wounds. He hovered high above in the sky, his voice majestic. "Bibai Dong is the supreme evil Rakshasa god, and her power is incomparably evil. By working for her, you are aiding a tyrant. Now I give you two choices. One is to leave on your own. I don't care where you go, but if you continue to work for Bibai Dong, next time I will absolutely not show mercy. The other is to stay and join my longevity sect. I will lead you to counterattack Spirit Hall and completely settle accounts with the sinful Bibai Dong. A dark divinity like Bibai Dong should not exist on this continent. Her supreme evil power will only bring destruction and chaos to this continent." Those surviving elite Spirit Hall spirit masters looked at Lu Chen, who was hovering high in the sky, radiating seven-colored light, and listened to his majestic voice, as if they had found salvation. One by one, they knelt on the ground. "We were wrong, and we are willing to follow you, Lord Divinity." Including Snake Lance Douluo, Porcupinefish Douluo, and Holy Dragon Douluo, These 3 loyalists of Spirit Hall had now also given up on Bibai Dong. Just now, under the influence of Bibai Dong's Rakshasa divine force, the 3 of them had also fought fiercely, and they were still covered in wounds. Bibai Dong's power, filled with evil, made these 3 titled Douluo feel terrified. Seeing Lu Chen, who radiated 7-colored light and was filled with a holy aura, what reason did they have to hesitate? They immediately knelt on the ground. "We are willing to follow you, Lord." Lu Chen nodded, then urged the blue-silver emperor and began to heal the injuries of these 5,000 spirit masters. Blue-silver recovery. Blue-silver grace. Under the shroud of the blue mist filled with the aura of life, these 5,000 elite Spirit Hall spirit masters discovered that the injuries on their bodies were actually recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. These were more than 5,000 elite spirit masters. The spirit elder, spirit ancestor, and spirit king level spirit masters had already been killed or wounded in the mutual slaughter, and most of those who survived were high-level spirit masters at the spirit emperor, spirit saint, and spirit Douluo levels. Treating more than 5,000 high-level spirit masters at the same time. Even a support soul master at the titled Douluo level probably couldn't do this. One after another, they cried out about the miracle, and the gazes they cast toward Lu Chen were already filled with fanatical faith. Chapter 311, Happy, I sent people to kill your whole family. Spirit Hall on the plaza. A pitch-black fissure suddenly tore open in the empty space. Bibai Dong, with her divine armor shattered, breathing faintly and blood at the corner of her mouth, walked out from the spatial rift while leaning on a blood-colored greatsword. Her figure swayed. If not for the support of the blood-colored greatsword, she seemed unable to even stand. Just now, she had been kicked by Lu Chen, leaving her entire body unable to move. It was thanks to the blood-colored greatsword pouring a surge of power into her that she managed to escape. Bibai Dong indeed had feelings for Yu Xiaogang. Even when fleeing for her life, she did not forget to bring Yu Xiaogang along. Her right hand was leaning on the blood-colored greatsword, and the figure held in her left hand was none other than Yu Xiaogang. At this moment, Yu Xiaogang's eyes were devoid of spirit, and his mouth was trembling as he mumbled. He became a god. He actually became a god. Why could he become a god whenever he wanted? Why? Why is it like this? Bibai Dong could no longer hold on and collapsed to the ground with a thud. Yu Xiaogang, who she had been holding, also fell to the ground. Yu Xiaogang bumped his head, creating a large lump. This intense pain finally brought him back to his senses. He crawled up from the ground, and seeing Bibai Dong, who had also fallen and was deathly pale, he stepped forward to try and support her. But Yu Xiaogang, that trash, didn't even have the strength to help someone up. Donger, are you okay?" Seeing that he couldn't lift Bibai Dong, Yu Xiaogang looked around and immediately started shouting. "Someone come here, someone come here. Devil Bear Douluo, Ghost Leopard Douluo, Spirit Kite Douluo, Sea Turtle Douluo, Donger left you to guard Spirit Hall. Is this how you guard it? Hurry up and come out to save people." Bibai Dong, panting rapidly, saw Yu Xiaogang so worried about her. A smile appeared on her pale face, and she spoke in a weak voice. "Xiaogang, don't shout. Devil Bear, Ghost Leopard, they are not in Spirit Hall. I gave them a secret mission. Because I wanted to give you a surprise I didn't tell you." Speaking to this point, Bibai Dong took a deep breath. The smile on her face showed a hint of excitement, like a little girl waiting for praise. "I sent Devil Bear, Ghost Leopard, Spirit Kite, and Sea Turtle, along with 5,000 elite spirit masters of Spirit Hall, to destroy the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. They should be fighting by now. Xiaogang, just you wait. Those people who once mocked you, I won't let a single one of them go. Your father, your second uncle, and all those uncles, brothers, and nephews of yours. This time, I have killed them all cleanly for you. For someone as talented as you, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan actually didn't know how to cherish you and even expelled you from their genealogy. Such a clan shouldn't continue to exist. Although I couldn't destroy the longevity sect, because of that unreasonable Liu Chen who could break through to become a god at any time, the strongest in the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan is just the level 95 Spirit Power Clan Master Yu engine. With Devil Bear, Ghost Leopard, Spirit Kite, and Sea Turtle, those four, Clan Master Yu engine absolutely cannot flip the sky. I believe it won't take long before they bring back the good news of the destruction of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. I specifically instructed them to destroy your father's corpse and dig out the inheritance spirit bone belonging to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan from his body. Xiaogang, you are also a descendant of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. The inheritance spirit bone on Clan Master Yu engine, which belongs to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, I believe will definitely suit you too. With these inheritance spirit bones, it will definitely allow you to break through your level 29 spirit power, and you will have the chance to truly become a 3-ring spirit elder. Are you happy, Xiaogang? I originally wanted to wait for Devil Bear, Ghost Leopard, and the others to return before telling you this good news, but now I can only tell you in advance. That Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan that mocked and suppressed you has been wiped out by the people I sent. My order was to leave no one behind, from top to bottom. Hee, Xiaogang, look at you. You're so surprised you can't even speak. That Rakshasa god, who was so domineering outside, was simply a Yandir in love when in front of you, Xiaogang. Hearing Bibai Dong's words, Yu Xiaogang felt as if his head was going to explode. His entire clan had been killed by people sent by Bibai Dong, and now Bibai Dong was asking him if he was happy. Was he joyful? Yu Xiaogang opened his mouth wide, his brain blank, his eyes bloodshot, breathing like an ox. An indescribable emotion rushed from his chest straight to his brain, making his entire scalp tingle and every cell in his body tremble. Yu Xiaogang screamed out. He desperately climbed onto Bibai Dong, grabbed her neck with both hands, widened his eyes like a bull, looking as if he wanted to eat Bibai Dong alive. You sent people to kill my father, killed my second uncle, killed my brothers and nephews. You crazy woman, you devil, you beast, you animal, you poisonous woman. That was the sect that gave birth to me and raised me. Those were all my blood relatives. I want you to die, die. Poisonous woman, poisonous woman. Yu Xiaogang certainly had resentment in his heart toward the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. But more than that, he wanted to be recognized by the clan. He wanted to hear his father say to him, "Well done, Xiaogang." He wanted to hear his second uncle say to him, "Not bad, you didn't lose face for the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan." He wanted his brothers and nephews to no longer view him as a disgrace, but as a source of pride. He put his heart and soul into training Tang San to prove the correctness of his 10 core competencies of spirits. The purpose of doing so was to become famous. To let him hold his head high in the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. Now the clan was gone. His father, second uncle, brothers, and nephews had all been killed. Women, children, the old, and the young, none were spared. Yu Xiaogang felt that everything had lost its meaning. He hated so much, regretting why he had gotten involved with this crazy woman, Bibai Dong. Now, the revenge for Tang Hao and Tang San hadn't been avenged, and he had implicated the lives of his entire clan. That was over 1,800 living lives. Yu Xiaogang was so angry, he truly wanted to strangle Bibai Dong to death. Bibai Dong was stunned. Trash like Yu Xiaogang, of course, couldn't strangle Bibai Dong to death. What Bibai Dong found puzzling was that, initially, it was Yu Xiaogang who complained to her about how unfair the clan was to him, how they suppressed him, how they mocked him, and how he was self-reliant, determined to achieve something even if the clan humiliated him in every way. If he couldn't become a spirit master, then he would become a theory master. It was this self-reliance of Yu Xiaogang that attracted Bibai Dong's attention, which later led to Yu Xiaogang's concern, capturing Bibai Dong's heart. Now Bibai Dong looked at this Yu Xiaogang who was riding on her, with a hideous expression, looking as if he wanted to eat her flesh and drink her blood. Bibai Dong felt an unprecedented sense of unfamiliarity. It shouldn't be like this, right? Didn't Yu Xiaogang hate the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan? Upon hearing that the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan had been destroyed, shouldn't he feel happy? Bibai Dong's eyes were dazed. Yu Xiaogang couldn't strangle her, but it made her somewhat uncomfortable. Instinctively, she raised her hand and threw Yu Xiaogang away. Yu Xiaogang fell to the ground with a thud, rolled 7 or 8 times, and let out a pig-like scream. Bibai Dong struggled to prop herself up, stood up leaning on the blood-colored greatsword, and asked with a slight frown. Xiaogang, isn't this what you wanted? Your clan suppressed and mocked you in every way. What expectations did you still have for them? I sent people to destroy them, just to vent your anger. Yu Xiaogang climbed up from the ground, baring his teeth. Under the immense shock, he had already gone a bit insane. The expression on his face changed back and forth, laughing loudly one moment, crying the next, and screaming "ah" the next. Father's second uncle, you must be okay, you must. Yu Xiaogang no longer paid attention to Bibai Dong. He scrambled away from Spirit Hall, tears, snot, and saliva flying from his face, running crazily toward the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. Watching Yu Xiaogang move away from her, Bibai Dong's heart grew colder and colder. She had given all her sincerity, never expecting it to result in this outcome. The last bit of softness in her heart shattered. Now, Bibai Dong only had the desire to destroy the world. At this moment, the blood-colored greatsword shone with light, seemingly urging Bibai Dong to make a decision quickly. Bibai Dong took a deep look at Yu Xiaogang, watching his back gradually disappear from her sight, and she nodded without hesitation. Fine, I agree. Give me power. I want to take revenge on Lu Chen, take revenge on the whole world. I can't stay in Spirit Hall. Lu Chen might chase after me at any time. I'll return to Slaughter City. That place can allow me to recover my body quickly. Subsequently, with the help of the blood-colored greatsword's power, Bibai Dong once again broke through the air and left Spirit Hall. As for Yu Xiaogang, he ran back toward the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan like a mad dog, relying on his own 2 feet. By the time he had worn out his shoes and his feet were worn to a bloody pulp, and he finally rushed back to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, all he saw was scorched earth. Inside and outside the Thunder Canyon, there were corpses everywhere. Those faces were all familiar to Yu Xiaogang. Those once vivid lives had all turned cold. Searching to the end, Yu Xiaogang not only saw the corpse of his second uncle, but also the corpse of his father. His father's corpse was severely destroyed. Indeed, just as Bibai Dong had said, the spirit bones on his body had been forcibly dug out. No, no, no. Yu Xiaogang screamed in grief and indignation, and then felt a sense of emptiness. His life had completely lost its meaning. Chapter 312, Return to Spirit Hall. Longevity Sect. With everything settled, not only did Longevity Sect suffer no losses, but it also absorbed 5,000 elite spirit masters from Spirit Hall. This included 3 titled Douluo, Snake Lance Douluo, Porcupinefish Douluo, and Holy Dragon Douluo. It could be said that they had made a massive profit. From these 3 titled Douluo, Lu Chen learned the full objectives of Bibai Dong's spirit hunting operation. Not only did she plan to annihilate Longevity Sect and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, but she also sent experts to carry out decapitation strikes against the emperors of the 2 great empires. By now, it was highly likely that the emperors of the 2 great empires had already been killed. Because of Lu Chen, Longevity Sect had not suffered any losses. As for the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, it had almost certainly been annihilated by now. In a single night, the situation across the entire continent had changed. Bibai Dong had played the villain to the very end. After hearing all this, Du Gubo felt a chill run down his spine. He said angrily, What is Bibai Dong trying to do? By decapitating the emperors of the two great empires and exterminating powerful sects in the spirit master's world, is she trying to plunge the entire continent into chaos? Wait, although Bibai Dong has become a god, the evil aura on her is definitely not that of a good or benevolent god. Perhaps she is aiming to destroy the world. Lu Chen, we must stop her. We cannot let Bibai Dong actually destroy the world. Think of how many people would be left homeless and displaced. Now that Bibai Dong has abandoned Snake Lance, Porcupine Fish, and the others and fled, where do you think she will go? Only you can deal with Bibai Dong. If she commits atrocities elsewhere, there will basically be no one to stop her. Lu Chen rubbed his chin and thought for a moment. At that time, he had beaten Bibai Dong to the point where she didn't even have the strength to stand up. She had been rescued purely by the Asura god. Therefore, Lu Chen could guess where Bibai Dong would escape to: Slaughter City. Slaughter City was the place where the Asura god and the Rakshasa god had become gods. Once she went there, the Asura god would certainly hide Bibai Dong well. Even if he went there himself, he might not be able to find her. Lu Chen decided to first familiarize himself with his power and fully squeeze out the last bit of value from Bibai Dong. With me here, I will absolutely not let Bibai Dong do evil. For now, let's go to Spirit Hall. Since Spirit Hall acts as Bibai Dong's claws and teeth, only by removing them can we better deal with Bibai Dong. Upon hearing this, Snake Lance, Porcupine Fish, and Holy Dragon all hesitated to speak. After all, they were originally from Spirit Hall, and they truly could not bear to see Spirit Hall annihilated. Yet their status was truly awkward, and they seemingly had no standing to step forward. Finally, Snake Lance gritted his teeth and mustered the courage to step forward. My lord, not everyone in Spirit Hall is loyal to Bibai Dong. Many are good people who were coerced by her. I hope you can show mercy and not treat them all the same. Lu Chen heard this and glanced at Snake Lance Douluo with a half-smile, a playful smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. Oh, Snake Lance Douluo, do you think I am a bloodthirsty person in your eyes? Snake Lance Douluo felt a chill down his spine and quickly bent over, shaking his head like a rattle drum. I would never dare to have such a thought. Lu Chen stopped teasing him and looked toward the direction of Spirit Hall, quickly making arrangements. Big brother Dugu, you stay behind to guard Longevity Sect and comfort the disciples of the sect. I will take the others to Spirit Hall. I am not a person who likes to fight, but one who likes to resolve conflicts. If we can turn hostility into friendship and have a good discussion with the High Priest of Spirit Hall to find a peaceful solution to the problem, that would be a wonderful story. Snake Lance Douluo, Porcupine Fish Douluo, and Holy Dragon Douluo all twitched at the corners of their mouths upon hearing this. Who would dare to fight you? Even before becoming a god, you could trade blows evenly with the god-level Bibai Dong. As soon as you encountered any suppression, you would break through to godhood on the spot and then brutally beat the Bibai Dong who had become a god earlier. You are the #1 person in the 10,000 years of Douluo Continent. In past history, there has never been a figure like Lu Chen, for whom cultivation breakthroughs are as easy as eating and drinking. After making the arrangements, Lu Chen took Snake Lance Douluo, Porcupine Fish Douluo, Holy Dragon Douluo, as well as Chrysanthemum Douluo, Ghost Douluo, and Celestial Phenomenon Douluo Huyan Zhen, leading 5,000 elite spirit masters who originally belonged to Spirit Hall and returned to Spirit Hall along the same path. To save time, Lu Chen let the 5,000 spirit masters travel slowly, while he directly tore through space, taking the few titled Douluo with him, and arrived at Spirit Hall in the blink of an eye. Spirit Hall was exceptionally quiet and desolate because the vast majority of spirit masters belonging to Spirit Hall had been sent out by Bibai Dong to carry out missions. Arriving at Spirit Hall once again, Lu Chen followed the fluctuations of the angel divine power and found the location of the Elder Hall. At this moment, the Elder Hall was shrouded in golden angel divine power. That holy and bright power was enough to make any evil or crooked path tremble in fear. It was precisely this angel divine power that had prevented the god-level Bibai Dong from doing anything to Kyan Daelu and Kyan Rengsu. Bibai Dong was impatient to destroy the world, wanting to bring Douluo Continent into chaos and disorder, amplifying the evil thoughts in people's hearts and erasing the light in their hearts. This was to completely eradicate the angel lineage. Without the power of faith that yearns for light, the angel divine power would become water without a source and would dissipate completely before long. But who told her to run into Lu Chen? Her plan had just begun, and it could no longer continue. Back to the main topic. Lu Chen stood with his hands behind his back, his gaze seemingly able to penetrate that layer of angel divine power to see the situation inside the Elder Hall. "High Priest, Bibai Dong is not here. Why don't you come out and have a chat?" 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. After about 10 minutes, that layer of golden angel divine power opened to the left and right like a golden curtain, and then Kyan Daelu was seen walking out of the Elder Hall with the other 6 elders. The other 6 elders had returned to Kyan Daeleu's side after completing the task of decapitating the emperors of the 2 great empires. Now that Lu Chen had come uninvited, even though they knew there might be danger, the 6 elders still accompanied Kyan Daelu as they walked out. The 7 of them decided to live and die together. As for Kyan Rengsu, she was still in the midst of cultivating, and Kyan Daelu did not wake her up. Don't forget to like, comment, subscribers, and share to infinite novel audiobooks. After a year of cultivation by Kyan Daelu, Kyan Rengsu had already made a breakthrough to titled Douluo. This speed of cultivation was frighteningly fast. Yet it still couldn't keep up with Lu Chen. Just now in the Elder Hall, upon hearing Lu Chen's voice, the other 6 elders had advised Kyan Daelu not to appear. However, as the spokesperson for the angel god, Kyan Daelu could not lose the face of the angel god, so he still stepped out. Kyan Daeleu's eyes were complex. After walking out, he first bowed politely. "Kyan Daelu greets you, my lord." As a divine servant of the angel god, Kyan Daelu was extremely familiar with divine force. The fluctuations currently emanating from Lu Chen were, without a doubt, divine force. Behind Kyan Daelu, Gold Crocodile Douluo and the others saw Snake Lance, Porcupine Fish, Holy Dragon, Chrysanthemum, Ghost, and Hu Yan Zhen following behind Lu Chen. These titled Douluo, who had originally belonged to Spirit Hall, were glared at fiercely, as if they were looking at traitors of Spirit Hall. Snake Lance, Porcupine Fish, and the others all lowered their heads in embarrassment. After all, just a few hours ago, they were still elders belonging to Spirit Hall. But now, they had changed their identities and become members of the Longevity sect. The change in identity had happened too quickly, and they hadn't had time to adapt. Chapter 313, Discussion of the Federation. Lu Chen naturally noticed the sharp gazes that Gold Crocodile Douluo and the others directed at Snake Lance, Porcupine Fish, and the rest. Now that Snake Lance, Porcupine Fish, and the others were his subordinates, Lu Chen was certainly going to back them up. With a movement of his divine thought, he leaked less than 1/10,000th of his aura. In an instant, that vast divine might press down upon the 7 elders. Although Gold Crocodile Douluo and the others were all super Douluo with spirit power above level 95, in front of a supreme god king like Lu Chen, they were no different from ants on the roadside. Thump, thump. One by one, they were pressed down and knelt on the ground. Even Kyan Daelu was no exception. His face flushed red, and his own level 99 spirit power was suppressed and cowered within his body, making him experience once again the feeling of being immortal. Kyan Daelu clenched his hands into fists, and the bones in his neck clicked and cracked. He was the servant of the angel god. He could not bow his head before another divinity no matter what. At this moment, Lu Chen's gaze was indifferent, and he stared at Kyan Daelu with unparalleled divine might. "Kyan Daelu, do you know your crime?" Bloodshot veins appeared in Kyan Daeleu's eyes, and he roared with a hoarse voice. "What crime do I have?" Lu Chen gave a cold laugh. You indulged Bibai Dong and supported such a devious person to the position of Spirit Hall Supreme Pontiff. Even after her true colors were revealed, you did not deal with her. Instead, she escaped from Spirit Hall, and you allowed her to inherit the Rakshasa god position. Now Bibai Dong is acting recklessly. The emperors of the two great empires have already been killed by the 6 elders behind you. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan has been exterminated, and if not for my existence, the Longevity sect would also have been exterminated by now. Every one of these tragedies occurred because of your indulgence, and you still say you have no crime. All of Qian Dailiu's toughness was shattered by Lu Chen's words. The wrinkles on his face trembled, his eyes were miserable, and his lips moved as he whispered. She is the successor of a divinity. I had no qualification to deal with her. I have also been trying my best to remedy the situation. As long as I cultivate a successor for the angel god, I will be able to contend with Bibai Dong, who inherited the Rakshasa god position. Lu Chen looked at the elder hall behind Qian Dailiu, his eyes seemingly possessing X-ray vision, able to see Qian Renksu deep within the elder hall. Heth, your granddaughter is currently only level 92 in spirit power. Wanting to inherit the angel god position is simply a long way off. Before your granddaughter becomes a god, how much longer will Bibai Dong continue to wreak havoc on the continent? Everything Bibai Dong has done, you, Qian Dailiu, have a share in. Qian Dailiu's face turned pale in an instant, as if he had aged a dozen years. The angel god is a god of light, and the angel god's servant must also have a heart oriented toward the light. If Qian Dailiu went against his own heart, his cultivation foundation would be shaken. He opened his lips and finally spoke hoarsely. Yes, I have an inescapable responsibility. If you have come to hold me accountable, I am willing to accept any punishment. I only ask that you spare my life and let me continue to fulfill my duties as the servant of the angel god. As soon as these words were spoken, the other 6 elders' eyes turned red. High Priest, we are willing to bear the responsibility together with the High Priest. Seeing that he had achieved his goal, Lu Chen's mouth curled slightly, and he retracted the 1/10,000th of his aura he had released, causing the 7 elders who had been pressed kneeling on the ground to feel a weight lift from their bodies. He spoke earnestly. I did not come to Spirit Hall this time to punish you, but to solve problems. The problem currently before us is that Bibai Dong, who inherited the Rakshasa god position, is still hiding in some corner of the continent, ready to make a comeback at any time. As the god of evil thoughts, the Rakshasa god brings only chaos and destruction to the continent. I believe you also do not wish to see such things happen. The following is my method for solving the problem. Your Spirit Hall, as the holy land in the hearts of all spirit masters in the spirit masters world, bears the responsibility of maintaining order in the spirit masters world. But clearly, you can no longer shoulder such a duty. From now on, Spirit Hall will be stripped of all armed forces. Spirit Hall's duties will only consist of going deep into every corner of the continent to perform the awakening of spirits for every child of appropriate age, and to distribute subsidies to low-level spirit masters. Spirit Hall's armed forces, including all high-level spirit masters, will be entirely incorporated under the control of the Douluo Federation. The Douluo Federation is a force I have envisioned, composed of the 7 great sects of the Spirit Masters world, as well as all Spirit Masters at the titled Douluo level. The organizational structure of the Douluo Federation is divided into the Upper Council and the Lower Council. The members of the Upper Council are the sect masters of the 7 great sects of the Spirit Masters world, as well as those powerhouses at the titled Douluo level. The members of the Lower Council will be representatives elected by the votes of the 2 great empires, as well as the city lords of various kingdoms and duchies. Now, the emperors of the 2 great empires, Heaven Dew and Star Luo, have been beheaded by the elders of your Spirit Hall. The 2 great empires are leaderless. If the internal factions of the 2 great empires start fighting for the throne, it will only give Bibai Dong an opportunity to exploit. The purpose of me doing all this is to integrate all forces to fight against Bibai Dong, who is hiding in the shadows. In short, the continent must be stable. Once the two great empires fall into chaos, the evil thoughts spawned by that chaos will surely make Bibai Dong powerful to an unprecedented degree. Cayenne Dailiu had been listening carefully. At first, it was fine, but the more he listened, the more he felt something was wrong. This Douluo Federation, with the upper council gathering the 7 great sects of the Spirit Master's world, basically represented the will of the Spirit Master's world. The lower council gathered the city lords of the 2 great empires, various kingdoms, and duchies. Those city lords were the ruling foundation of the 2 great empires, various kingdoms, and duchies. Once the Douluo Federation directly governed those city lords, the emperors of the 2 great empires and the kings of the various kingdoms and duchies would be equivalent to being directly hollowed out. If the decrees of an emperor or king could not even leave the capital, losing the armies, taxes, and food from various regions, then this emperor or king would effectively just be the city lord of a large city. If it were in normal times, the emperors of the 2 great empires, Heaven Du and Star Luo, would still have a chance to integrate the power of the state apparatus to resist the solicitation of this so-called Douluo Federation. But now, the emperors of the 2 great empires had both been killed. What could be used to integrate the power of the state apparatus? And there was still the Rakshasa god, Bibai Dong, eyeing them covetously. The city lords of the major cities, for the sake of self-preservation, would inevitably vie to accept the solicitation of the Douluo Federation. This Douluo Federation could then take advantage of the situation to control the entire Douluo continent. By then, Chen, as the master of the Douluo Federation, no matter what name he gave the position he set for himself, would effectively be the emperor who had unified the entire Douluo continent. Cayenne Dailiu gasped. He had not expected that all of Spirit Hall's efforts had merely paved the way for Chen. With the Rakshasa god, Bibai Dong, as a target, Chen could win people's hearts without any effort, not staining himself with any notoriety, while almost reaping all the benefits. This level of calculation, it was simply unfathomable. Cayenne Dailiu looked at Chen again. This youth, no more than 15 years old, had a cultivation talent that was unique in history, and at such a young age, he was already a divine rank powerhouse. Moreover, he was deep in schemes and calculated everything flawlessly, using Bibai Dong, himself, and everyone else as chess pieces to help him complete the great undertaking of unifying the Douluo continent. Cayenne Dailiu felt a chill run down his spine. In his heart, he no longer had any intention of opposing him. Now, whether it was strength or reason, everything stood on Chen's side. He let out a long breath and said in a low voice, "I understand. From now on, Spirit Hall will only be the Spirit Hall of the Douluo Federation. Thank you, my lord, for giving us a chance to atone for our sins." Chen nodded with a smile. This Cayenne Dailiu was quite sensible. The high priest is indeed wise and righteous. I look forward to seeing the angel god appear again. The power of the angel god should be used to protect the people, not to fight for power and profit. I do not wish to see an angel god that stands above the Douluo Federation and above the people of the continent. Please remember this, high priest. Cold sweat broke out on Cayenne Dailiu's forehead. I will remember. Chapter 314. The Federation Takes Form. The next day, the sky was bright. Although the Continental Advanced Spirit Master Elite Tournament was still ongoing, it was clearly no longer possible to continue the Spirit Master competition. Just last night, the imperial palaces of the 2 great empires, the Heaven Du Empire and the Star Luo Empire, were attacked, and both emperors were beheaded. This news had already spread wildly within their respective capitals. After all, that sky-high blaze could not be hidden from anyone. The residents of Heaven Du City and Xingliuo City were now in a state of panic. The large number of foreign merchants stranded in these 2 cities no longer had the heart to watch the Spirit Master competition. They packed their luggage and fled Heavendu City and Xingluo City, rushing back to their original homes as if fleeing a disaster. Those who could travel to the capital to watch the Spirit Master competition were all great nobles and merchants from various cities. Ordinary commoners did not have the qualifications to travel so far specifically to watch the Spirit Master competition in the capital. These great nobles and merchants who fled back spread the changes that had occurred in Heavendu City and Xingluo City throughout the entire nation, causing the panic to intensify further. Panic was everywhere. From nobles and merchants down to artisans and farmers, everyone felt a sense of constant, daily dread. In this feudal era, the emperor was the sky of a country. Now that the emperor was dead, it was no different from the sky collapsing. Panic spread, and signs of chaos had already appeared in the two great empires. In such a chaotic situation, surprisingly, no one stood up to take charge of the overall situation. It must be said, this is the tragedy of the feudal system. After the emperors of the two great empires were beheaded, if even one person of weight from each country had stepped forward to seal the city gates and prevent those great merchants and nobles who had come to the capital to watch the Spirit Master competition from leaving, this panic would not have spread to the entire nation. It must be said that the time Bibai Dong chose was very clever. It was currently the period of the Spirit Master competition, and the upper-class figures from all over the country had gathered in the capitals of the two great empires. Once something happened in the capital, these upper-class figures would run back and quickly spread the news to all parts of the country. Now, for the Heavendu Empire. The Emperor Zhu Beng was dead. Among the direct royal bloodline, Prince Zhu Exing, who had the seniority, prestige, and status, had also died at the hands of Tang San under the instructions of Zhu Beng. Now the upper echelons of the Heavendu Empire were in chaos, and those collateral bloodlines that had originally been suppressed were like sharks that had smelled blood. Ambition gleamed in their eyes. They were each organizing their armies, winning over important court officials, and preparing to launch an assault on the throne, with no time at all to pay attention to this nationwide panic. Perhaps in their imagination, as long as they ascended the throne and gave the country a backbone, this panic could be quelled in an instant. And in the Star Luo Empire. Because of the Star Luo Empire's cruel imperial succession system, the royal family always had few members. Almost no one who became emperor had any brothers left. Because the emperor only ascended to the throne by stepping over the corpses of his brothers. This allowed the imperial power of the Star Luo Empire to be highly centralized. When the emperor was alive, he could consolidate the nation's resources and unleash terrifying military power. But now that the emperor was dead, no one, neither the royal family, the ministers, nor the army, had the seniority, ability, or status to make any decisions in place of the emperor. In the two great empires, the upper echelons were only fighting for power and profit, while the lower classes were in constant dread. This was the best opportunity to replace the two great empires. At this time, Chen sent out his people to begin their operations. He used the Spirit Master forces under his command to spread the events of that night to all corners of the continent in the shortest possible time, telling not only merchants and nobles, but also the most ordinary workers and farmers. Bibai Dong, who had achieved a breakthrough to become the Rakshasa god, wanted to destroy the entire world, inciting evil thoughts in people's hearts and absorbing those evil thoughts to increase her strength. It was she who ordered the experts of the Spirit Hall to behead the emperors of the two great empires, and she also dispatched troops composed of elite spirit masters to destroy the Longevity sect and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan was destroyed at the hands of Bibai Dong. As for the Longevity sect, it was only because of its wise and martial, discerning, unfailingly calculated, gifted, powerful, generous, righteous, and evil-hating sect master, Chen, that they were able to repel Bibai Dong and save the Longevity sect. The situation at the time was extremely critical. Bibai Dong had inherited the god position of the Rakshasa god and was a true divinity, possessing supreme power and the ability to control the ultimate evil power. Chen had not yet become a god, and in the battle against Bibai Dong, he was at a distinct disadvantage. But for the sake of the continent, for justice, and so that the common people of the world would not be poisoned by the Rakshasa god, Chen erupted in a desperate situation. He seemed to hear the prayers of the masses, achieved divinity in the midst of battle, and thus successfully repelled the evil Bibai Dong. Actually, after Chen heard this story that others had concocted for him, even he felt it was too mushy. In the battle against Bibai Dong, he was clearly holding the advantage. When was he ever at a disadvantage? But this story had a great market on the continent, and the common people everywhere regarded Chen as their savior. With this groundwork laid, Chen formally announced the founding of the Douluo Federation. The Federation's power structure was divided into an upper and lower council. Members of the upper council included the sect masters of the 7 great sects of the spirit masters' world, as well as experts at the titled Douluo level. Members of the lower council were representatives elected by the city lords of various places. To have the right to vote and the right to be elected, one had to place their city under the control of the Douluo Federation. In external propaganda, Chen founded the Douluo Federation to integrate all spirit master and commoner forces to resist the Rakshasa god Bibai Dong, who was hiding in the shadows and ready to make a comeback at any time. With a threat like the Rakshasa god, the expansion of the Douluo Federation was extremely rapid. First were the cities of the various kingdoms and duchies. They had already been riddled with holes by Spirit Hall's infiltration, and now even Spirit Hall had submitted to Chen, having had all its armed forces taken away by him. These cities of the kingdoms and duchies naturally announced their accession to the Douluo Federation at the first opportunity. Those city lords successively handed over their household registers, military rosters, tax records, land survey figures. If one were to open a map, one would see that the sphere of influence of the Douluo Federation was exactly what the Spirit Empire was in the original plot. In the original plot, the Spirit Empire had actively launched a war against the Heaven-Dew Empire and the Star Luo Empire, causing countless casualties and leaving countless commoners displaced. But the expansion of the Douluo Federation was completely different from that of the Spirit Empire. The expansion of the Douluo Federation was entirely based on the voluntary accession of city lords. It did not require initiating a war, caused no casualties, and did not leave a single commoner displaced. Within the 2 great empires, those farmers, artisans, merchants, and nobles who were in a state of panic almost all forced their city lords from the bottom up to join the Douluo Federation for the sake of self-preservation. This was the trend of the times. In Heaven-Dew City and Xingluo City, the collateral royal bloodlines within the 2 capitals had not yet determined a victor or seized the throne. The vast territories of the 2 great empires had almost all been incorporated into the sphere of influence of the Douluo Federation. The Heaven-Dew Empire and the Star Luo Empire existed only in name, but in reality, the ruling foundation of the 2 great empires had already been taken into the hands of the Douluo Federation. Even if the 2 great empires selected new emperors in the future, they would just be city lords in Heaven-Dew City and Xingluo City. Apart from having the title of emperor, their power had already been mostly seized. The Douluo Federation had basically unified the Douluo Continent, bringing all the cities of the continent under its control. Because the expansion of the Douluo Federation did not overthrow any empire, kingdom, or duchy, those empires, kingdoms, and duchies still existed in name. Therefore, the common people of every country did not have the sorrow of becoming subjects of a conquered nation. Under the threat of the Rakshasa god destroying the world, the common people of the major empires, kingdoms, and duchies all banded together and quickly adapted to their new identity as residents of the Douluo Federation. War only brings hatred. And for hatred to be resolved, it takes at least 100 or even 1,000 years. From this perspective, Bibai Dong really did make an indelible contribution to the unification of the continent. Chapter 315, Two Gods in One Body. The headquarters of the Douluo Federation was chosen by Chen to be at the location of Spirit City. Now, Spirit City has been renamed Douluo City. Spirit Hall, having been stripped of its armed forces, was not forcibly required by Chen to relocate. However, Spirit Hall occupied the most central position of Douluo City, and this would not do. To change this situation, Chen decided to expand Douluo City. In Chen's plan, the area of the brand new Douluo City would be 10 times larger than the original Douluo City. In this way, Spirit Hall, which originally occupied the central position of Douluo City, would end up occupying only a corner of Douluo City. Qian Dailiu was not only not angry about this, but was actually very grateful to Chen for letting them keep Spirit Hall in its original place. This was indeed a gesture of goodwill from Chen towards Spirit Hall. After all, Chen was originally just a descendant of a commoner from Saint Spirit Village, and his parents were just ordinary farmers. Being able to successfully complete his awakening was largely thanks to Su Yuntao from the Nuding City Spirit Hall branch, who had traveled over mountains and rivers to come to Saint Spirit Village to perform the awakening for the children of the appropriate age. This was what gave Chen the opportunity to grow up later. Although Spirit Hall had produced a Bibai Dong, who had once slandered Chen as a beast-to-human transformation, which made Chen very unhappy, he only needed to hold a grudge against Bibai Dong alone. He did not need to define the entire Spirit Hall as bad people. If everyone in Spirit Hall were bad, then how had he undergone his awakening? Therefore, he seized the armed forces of Spirit Hall, but the remaining Spirit Hall was still responsible for awakening the spirits of children of the appropriate age. This was a great cause. It was the only hope for those children from the bottom of society to turn their lives around. Expanding Douluo City could not be accomplished overnight. Before the expansion of Douluo City was completed, Chen, as the speaker of the Douluo Federation, worked in the original Supreme Pontiff Palace of Spirit Hall. After the Douluo Federation unified the Douluo Continent, there certainly had to be a leader, and Chen was that undisputed leader. He chose the title of speaker for his position. He was the first speaker. Each term lasted 5 years. After 5 years, the upper house would be responsible for nominations, and the lower house would be responsible for elections to select the new speaker. The maximum consecutive term limit was 3 terms, meaning the same person could serve as speaker for a maximum of 15 years. When Chen first proposed this election system, it shocked others so much that they were speechless. Chen's position as speaker was equivalent to an emperor in the feudal era. Even if he passed the position of speaker to his own son or grandson, others would have understood. But the rules set by Chen stated that the position of speaker could not be passed from father to son, allowing the Douluo Federation to initially break free from the shackles of hereditary rule. This was the most important step for Chen to dismantle the feudal system. The former Supreme Pontiff Palace was now the speaker's office. Chen was hunched over the desk, reviewing one file after another. Since the founding of the Douluo Federation, it had unified the Douluo Continent in a very short time, and the matters to be handled were as numerous as hair on an ox. Various major and minor issues made things incredibly complicated. Facing this mountain of files, fortunately, Chen had already become a god. With his divine thought moving, he quickly reviewed the files and provided guidance on each one. On his face, his expression was so gloomy it could drip water. Everything reported now is about the privileged class using their privileges to bully commoners. Those big merchants and big nobles simply do not treat the lives of commoners as lives. Damn guys, although I also know that it is very difficult to achieve equality for everyone in this kind of Xuanhuan world, I just can't stand it. This situation must change. The privileges of the privileged class must be suppressed, and wealth and knowledge must gradually flow to the commoners. As long as commoners can eat well and dress warmly in the future, I believe that the probability of them possessing spirit power after their awakening will also greatly increase. On the Douluo Continent, if commoners want to truly turn their lives around, they ultimately still have to rely on their spirits and have spirit power. Just then, Yu Guan entered the speaker's office and bowed respectfully. Speaker, the process of our Douluo Federation, sending people to take over the armies of the two great empires, is not going very smoothly. The generals of the two great empires' military are very resistant to us. Besides refusing to hand over military power, they are also having close dealings with the old ministers and royal relatives of the two great empires, suspected of plotting to recapture the cities that belonged to the two great empires. Do you think we should strike first, wipe them all out? Hearing this, Chen raised his head from the pile of files, the dignity of a superior naturally radiating from his body, and a cold smile appeared on his face. A group of remnants from the old era who cannot find their place in the new era, so they are racking their brains to return to the old era. Since they are not sensible, then cut off their food and supplies. Our Douluo Federation's food and supplies are only for the Douluo Federation's army. If they still think they are the army of the two great empires, then let the two great empires feed their hundreds of thousands of troops. Having lost almost all their territory and only having the two cities of Heaven Dew and Star Liu left, I want to see what they will use to feed those hundreds of thousands of mouths. As for striking first, our Douluo Federation is now the orthodoxy of the continent. We must be upright and have a legitimate reason for doing things. If we deal with others for no reason, wouldn't that be exactly the same as Bibaidong? Closely monitor them. Once they make a move and we have solid proof of their rebellion, then dispatch titled Douluo powerhouses to carry out decapitation strikes. Only by wiping out the remnants of the old era can the Douluo Continent have long-term peace. Yue Guan's eyes were filled with fanaticism as he loudly responded. The speaker is wise. This subordinate acknowledges the order. Chen nodded. But suddenly, he turned his head to look towards the west of the continent, where there was an unusual energy fluctuation. There was both an upright aura of slaughter and a soul-corrupting evil power. The two auras were intertwined, opposing each other yet perfectly fused. This is... Chen got up and walked to the window. His divine thought merged into the world, and across a distance of several hundred miles, he saw the source of that energy fluctuation. Bibaidong. The source of this energy fluctuation was none other than Bibaidong. In the great western wilderness, Bibaidong was seen standing in the sky, wearing a blood-red battle armor. The armor was covered with magic patterns, and strange, dark red magic patterns were flowing on the armor like living things. The armor on her shoulders, elbows, knees, and other parts was also covered with a layer of barbs, exuding a towering fierce aura. Behind Bibaidong, there was a 100-meter-tall 8-armed Usura Dharma idol. The face of the Dharma idol could not be seen clearly, but that pair of eyes was extremely dignified, and even making eye contact with it gave one the feeling of having their inner heart interrogated. Originally, this Dharma idol should have possessed the dignity to judge all sins, but now it was surrounded by an extremely evil aura, giving people a feeling of treachery and malpractice. After seeing all this, Chen sneered in his heart. Two gods in one body, Asura god, in order to deal with me, you actually let Bibaidong, who inherited the Rakshasa god position, also inherit your Asura god position. You really went to great lengths. Slaughter City is the place where the Asura god and the Rakshasa god attained godhood. These two god positions already have an unspeakable special relationship. Now that the Asura god position and the Rakshasa god position appear on one person at the same time, it actually makes Bibaidong burst out with an aura infinitely close to a supreme god king. However, wanting to pose a threat to me, that is still far from enough. It seems the final battle is coming. Asura God, after I kill Bibai Dong, I will come to the God realm to settle the score with you. Bibai Dong, considering the contribution you made to the unification of the Douluo Continent, I will give you a quick end. Chapter 316, Final Decisive Battle. Lu Chen. In the great western wilderness, Bibai Dong's pair of dead, scarlet eyes cast toward the firmament, as if she had sensed Lu Chen's gaze looking over. I'm waiting for you right here. Today's battle will completely settle all past grievances. Bibai Dong's life was, without a doubt, a failure. As the holy maiden of Spirit Hall, she enjoyed the power but did not want to fulfill the obligations. She was also a romantic fool, even wanting to elope with Yu Xiaogang of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. This was an extremely selfish and self-serving act. In the end, this drew the interference of her teacher, Kaiyan Zunji, who used the most despicable means to forcibly keep her in Spirit Hall. This was the source of Bibai Dong's corruption. However, Bibai Dong's talent was undisputedly top tier on the continent. She possessed twin spirits, the Death Spider Emperor and the Soul-Eating Spider Emperor, and had solved the drawbacks of cultivating twin spirits on her own, even becoming the successor to the Rakshasa god. Now she was even more formidable, having achieved the unification of two gods. While inheriting the Rakshasa god position, she had also inherited the Asura god position. If Bibai Dong had not been exceptionally gifted, it would have been absolutely impossible to achieve this. Now Bibai Dong only had hatred in her heart. Darkness had corroded her soul. Because she had suffered misfortune, she wanted to take revenge on everyone. Blood-red divine force erupted from her body, covering the sky and earth, causing the heavens and earth to change color. Half of the continent's sky was covered by a layer of bloody clouds, and a kind of extremely twisted evil intent spread from the bloody clouds. Under the interference of that evil intent, those kind-hearted and gentle-natured commoners merely became much more irritable, losing their tempers for no reason at their relatives, friends, parents, and children, even accompanying it with pushing and beating. Those who already harbored evil thoughts, being violent and cruel by nature, instantly had their eyes turn blood-red, breathing heavily like oxen. The evil thoughts in their hearts were magnified to the extreme, and they attacked others regardless of the consequences, with various violent conflicts appearing frequently all over the continent. Spirit Hall. Kaiyan Dalu relied on the angelic sacred sword to invoke the angel divine power, and golden angel divine power shrouded the entire area of Spirit Hall, protecting the members of Spirit Hall from being affected by the evil intent within the blood-colored clouds in the sky. After all, he was not the true angel god. Being able to do this much was already very strenuous. His eyes were wide with rage. Bibai Dong has become stronger, but she has also completely gone mad. Her divine force, filled with evil intent, is eroding the light in people's hearts, leading the commoners of the continent toward depravity and darkness. At this moment, I only hope that Lu Chen can stop her. Otherwise, if the commoners no longer have a shred of light in their hearts, our angel lineage will have no foundation. The birth of the angel god originated from the commoners' pursuit of light in their hearts. Behind Kaiyan Dalu stood a stunningly beautiful woman wearing a golden dress. Her golden hair was draped down, her features were exquisite and peerlessly beautiful, but she lacked the gentle beauty of an ordinary woman. Instead, her brows revealed a strength that did not lose to any man. It was Kaiyan Rangsu. Under Kaiyan Dalu's guidance, she had cultivated with all her might for over a year, and now she was only at level 92 spirit power. But compared to Lu Chen, it was like the difference between heaven and earth. Kaiyan Rangsu had once wanted to recruit Lu Chen, and now, thinking about it, she felt it was laughable. Her voice was somewhat low. Bibai Dong is my mother, but she actually wants to use her divine force, filled with evil intent, to erode the light in the hearts of the continent's commoners. She has stood on the opposite side of everyone. If Lu Chen defeats Bibai Dong, I will be grateful to Lu Chen for saving the continent from fire and water. If Lu Chen cannot stop Bibai Dong, even if I am like a moth flying into a flame, I will still try to stop Bibai Dong. Even if the end is death, I must awaken the light in the hearts of the continent's commoners. This is my responsibility as the successor of the angel god. Kayan Daelu turned his head and looked at Kayan Rengsu with relief, having the urge to shed tears of an old man. Xiaoxu, that you can have this sentiment. I believe you will definitely succeed in inheriting the angel god position. However, for now, we can only pin our hopes on Lu Chen. Spirit Hall could still be protected by Kayan Daelu with the help of the angel divine power. But in other places, Kayan Daelu was simply unable to reach them. Facing such a situation, how could Lu Chen sit idly by? He flew into the sky, and brilliant seven-colored light erupted from his body, making him look like a seven-colored sun. That seven-colored light was like the first ray of light at the creation of the world. It was pure to the extreme, capable of restraining all other powers in the world. Under the illumination of that seven-colored light, the bloody clouds covering half the continent melted away like winter snow meeting the warm sun, and the evil intent within them was purified completely. Lu Chen's gentle voice, under the amplification of his divine force, actually rang out across the entire continent. All members of the Douluo Federation immediately apprehend the criminals harming the commoners and protect the commoners from harm. To make his own voice ring out in every corner of the continent, what an earth-shattering miracle this was. All spirit masters and armies belonging to the Douluo Federation were now fervently shouting their affirmation toward the sky. As for the commoners, they prostrated themselves in worship toward Lu Chen, feeling an immense sense of identification with their identity as residents of the Douluo Federation. At this moment, the cohesion of the entire continent reached a peak. Enveloped in the seven-colored light, Lu Chen took a step forward, and space seemed to compress beneath his feet, allowing him to arrive at the great western wilderness in an instant. He looked at Bibai Dong, who was standing in midair wearing the Asura god attire, his tone carrying a bit of emotion. Bibai Dong, although you make me very unhappy, I have to admit your talent. Being able to achieve the unification of two gods on your own, your talent is even above that certain little scoundrel. By fusing the powers of the Asura god and the Rakshasa god, you now indeed have the qualifications to challenge me. But that is merely having the qualifications. It is also thanks to your previous arrangements that I completed the unification of the Douluo Continent without any effort. In consideration of your contribution to the unification of the Douluo Continent, I will give you a swift end. Bibai Dong did not fly into a rage from shame. After you Xiaogeng left her, she had walked out of being a romantic fool. Now, Bibai Dong had no emotional fluctuations, as if she were a ruthless revenge machine. Her eyes were filled with dead silence, and her voice was as cold as 10,000-year black ice. Now I also understand that, when I escaped from Spirit Hall and was able to inherit the Rakshasa god position in Slaughter City, it was thanks to a certain guy sparing me. Now that I can achieve the unification of two gods, it is also because that guy wants to use my hand to eliminate you from the Douluo Continent. I do not care if he uses me. As long as I can obtain power and complete my revenge against the angel lineage, nothing else matters to me. The loss and recovery, and the subsequent loss again, of Xiaogeng has left me with no attachment to this fake world. Lu Chen, if you underestimate me, I will definitely make you pay the price. Now, let me let you experience the power that belongs to the Asura god. Chapter 317, The Death of Bibai Dong. Asura Domain. Blinding blood-colored light erupted from Bibai Dong's body, transforming into a boundless sea of blood where countless skeletons of various shapes floated and sank. Among those skeletons were those of humans, various spirit beasts, and even many that were clearly from the dragon clan. If it was as expected, these were all opponents once killed by the Asura god. After death, Their bones fell into the sea of blood, becoming a part of the Asura god's power and nourishing the Asura god's boundless killing intent. That killing intent was like a tangible substance, condensing into a chilling wind that pierced through Lu Chen's skin and flesh, eroding his internal organs, meridians, and dantian, leaving his entire body ice cold, as if he had fallen into an ice cavern. Lu Chen moved his divine thought, and the innate Tao seed within his dantian trembled slightly, sending seven-colored light to wash over his entire body, expelling the killing intent completely in just an instant. This killing intent is indeed terrifying, but unfortunately, it is useless against me. Lu Chen raised his right hand, and the destruction war scythe appeared in his grasp. With a gesture of his left hand, the blue-silver emperor also condensed. Under the power of the two great divine artifacts, the entire boundless sea of blood was torn in two by a surge of seven-colored light. Under the purification of the seven-colored light, the countless skeletons in the sea of blood silently melted, turning into wisps of airflow that dissipated into the world. Bibai Dong's expression darkened. Lu Chen had not only broken the Asura domain, but was also disintegrating the power origin of the Asura domain. Asura judgment. Bibai Dong held her hands together in a void grasp before her chest, and blood-colored radiance surged violently from her dantian, condensing into a 2-meter-long blood-colored greatsword covered in demonic patterns and shimmering with cold light. It was none other than the Asura demon sword. Holding the Asura demon sword, she drew a circle in front of her. With overlapping sword shadows, thousands of blood-colored demonic swords immediately detached from the sword shadows, filling the sky like a peacock spreading its tail, forming a blood-colored storm that covered the entire sky, sweeping forward and shredding space itself. Asura Judgment was one of the Asura god's lethal moves. As the law enforcer of the god realm, this lethal move had an extremely strong restraining effect on the vast majority of divinities. But it was useless against Lu Chen. He was the supreme god king, the creator god who had fused the powers of life and destruction. His power level was far higher than that of the Asura god. He simply raised a hand and tapped. Ripples spread out, the void realm collapsed, and the thousands of blood-colored demonic swords shattered. He instantly destroyed that entire patch of space, along with the blood-colored demonic swords within it, completely. Bibai Dong, I hope you will be a bit more serious and stop using these useless moves to probe me. That would be very boring. A dazed look entered Bibai Dong's eyes. She had already utilized the power of the Asura god, yet before Lu Chen, she was still like a child facing an adult. That sense of powerlessness was like a giant hand tightly gripping her heart, making her feel suffocated. Was the power she had risked her life to obtain actually so insignificant? Bibai Dong spoke with a bitter throat. I do not believe it that you are truly invincible. Asura god descent. A surge of blood-colored light shot straight into the sky, as if connecting to some lower realm. The sea of blood surged and undulated like a tide. And the eight-armed Asura Dharma image behind Bibai Dong erupted with a deep radiance from its blood-colored eyes. It seemed to have come alive. Since Bibai Dong could not defeat Lu Chen herself, she had summoned the Asura god from the god realm. Although divinities of the god realm could not easily descend to the lower realm, right now, it was merely a skill Bibai Dong was casting. Yet that vast divine might was unmistakably the Asura god. Destruction and life have truly created a monster. Your existence has already affected the balance of the continent. If you ascend to the god realm in the future, you will inevitably destroy the original structure of the god realm. Had it not been for the obstruction of destruction and life, this seat should have killed you overseas back then. Hearing this cold, hard, and majestic voice made Lu Chen very angry. He knew that this was the real Asura god. Lu Chen mocked mercilessly. I was simply not following your plans, yet I have been defined by you as a potential threat. A law enforcer of the god realm cannot just convict others so casually. And you say I have affected the balance of the continent. The trend of the world is that long division leads to unification, and long unification leads to division. The Douluo Continent has been divided for too long. Moving towards unification is an inevitable matter. I have reduced the slaughter in this process and avoided the suffering of the masses. What kind of balance does this affect? Not to mention anything else, just take this Bibai Dong. Now that her heart has been consumed by hatred, you still handed the Asura god position to her. This is purely your own selfishness at work, bending the law for personal gain, just wanting to use her hand to eliminate me. The Asura god's secret thoughts were exposed, but he did not fly into a rage. Instead, he spoke solemnly. This seat is the law enforcement god of the god realm. Eliminating all hidden dangers in the bud is the duty of this seat. Although you have not yet destroyed the god realm, you have the strength to destroy the god realm. This is the biggest problem with you. Do not think that being a supreme god king means you can rest easy. In the past, this seat used a full power strike to split a supreme god king in two. Today, you will be no exception. Asura blood sword. As the voice fell, Bibai Dong's body suddenly ignited, which shocked Bibai Dong. The Asura bloodline she had inherited was ignited, transforming into Asura divine force that poured into the Asura demon sword. Only at this moment did she realize with horror that perhaps the Asura god allowed her to inherit the Asura god position, simply to use her as a one-time consumable. Bibai Dong was unwilling. She hated this so much. Although she did not fear death, she hated this feeling of being used. As her Asura bloodline burned, her body grew weaker, but she glared with scarlet eyes and gritted her teeth, letting out a final roar. You men, not one of you is a good thing. Chen rolled his eyes upon hearing this. Could this Bibai Dong not reflect on whether there was something wrong with herself? It seemed as if all the misfortunes she encountered were brought to her by men. Complaining aside, Chen's expression became serious. Having absorbed the Asura divine force transformed from Bibai Dong's burning Asura bloodline, the Asura demon sword bloomed with blinding blood-colored light, and there was vaguely a thread connecting the Asura demon sword to Chen. This made Chen understand instantly that this move, Asura blood sword, had locked onto him. Since he could not dodge it, he simply would not dodge. Chen swung the destruction war scythe, blade of world destruction. A slash was unleashed, the blade light like a dragon, a silver dragon dancing. Thousands of blade lights shattered the void realm, and the world shook because of it, as if the entire Douluo Continent plain could not withstand this slash from Chen. After burning her Asura bloodline, Bibai Dong's body was already weak to the extreme. In an instant, she was swallowed by the blade light, and her entire body was ground into powder by the blade light. Bibai Dong was completely dead. But that Asura blood sword also tore through space, and relying on the most extreme sharpness in the world, it pierced through Chen's chest cavity, annihilating his heart. Seeing this scene, even as his Dharma image was disappearing, the Asura god revealed a triumphant smile. My Asura blood sword once split the dragon god in two. That was a supreme god king who had ruled the god realm for so many years. Even if you have broken through to the supreme god king, with your heart shattered, it is impossible for you to survive. However, you should still have a little time. Go ahead and arrange your funeral affairs. Chen heard this and unceremoniously raised a middle finger at the Asura god, his face showing mockery. Stop daydreaming. After you return to the god realm, wash your neck clean and wait. When I arrive at the god realm, that will be your death day. The Asura god's pupils constricted. Because he saw that at the location of Chen's heart, the large hole that had been torn open was actually recovering to its original state amidst a distortion. Replacing it, a substitute blue-silver emperor that had shattered into two, halves fell from Chen's embrace. This eighth spirit ability of the blue-silver emperor martial soul was being used in actual combat by Chen for the first time after being upgraded into a divine ability. The effect was not bad. Lu Chen's original set of life-saving spirit abilities had now all evolved into life-saving divine abilities. Just with this move, substitute Blue-Silver Emperor, the Asura god could do absolutely nothing about Lu Chen. The Asura Blood Sword, which required burning the Asura bloodline and exhausting all divine force to release, was something the Asura god could only cast once. This time, the Asura god had found a loophole, sending a divine thought to the lower realm and then burning the Asura bloodline of his god-position successor, originally thinking that this strike would heavily injure or even kill Lu Chen. As a result, Lu Chen was still hopping around alive and well. The Asura god's eyes turned completely gloomy. "This seat will be waiting for you in the god realm." As the voice fell, the Asura Dharma image dissipated into nothingness, and the Asura god's divine thought also returned to the god realm. With a wave of his hand, like Nuwa mending the heavens, Lu Chen released surges of seven-colored light and began to repair the massive cracks in the world that he had created. Those space cracks, crisscrossing for thousands of meters, would have taken decades or even 100 years to repair if left for the Douluo plane to fix itself. But with Lu Chen taking action, those space cracks were quickly restored to their original state. Before leaving the Douluo Continent, I should properly reinforce the Douluo Continent plane. After all, this is also the place where I grew up. Chapter 318, A New Era. Bibai Dong was dead, and this news rang out like a thunderclap across the entire Douluo Continent. Countless residents felt overjoyed by this. Although this enemy who could have destroyed the world was gone, the unification of the Douluo Continent was already a certainty. The long-standing situation of division and north-south confrontation on the Douluo Continent had now completely ended. Under the leadership of Lu Chen, the Douluo Federation accelerated the assimilation of cities that had originally belonged to the two great empires, rapidly integrating essential resources such as population, tax revenue, farmland, and military forces into the foundation of the Douluo Federation. On the Douluo Continent, the foundation for unification already existed. The entire continent used gold coins and shared a common language, so there were no obstacles to communication. All Lu Chen needed to do was stabilize prices, crack down on hoarding, dismiss the mediocre officials who held their positions for generations simply because of their noble status, and abolish exorbitant taxes, allowing the common craftsmen and farmers to truly benefit. Amidst Lu Chen's sweeping reforms, the entire Douluo Continent was thriving. In order to buy time for his reforms and divert the attention of others, Lu Chen decided to continue hosting the Continental Advanced Spirit Master Elite Tournament. Since Lu Chen had spoken, who would dare to say a single word of dissent? The previous Spirit Master competition had been forced to terminate due to Bibai Dong's soul-hunting operation before even the preliminary rounds were completed. Now, the Spirit Master competition would be held anew. With a single command from Lu Chen, all the high-level Spirit Master academies across the continent were to send their academy teams to Douluo City. And the Spirit Master competition would restart from the preliminary rounds. The expansion of Douluo City was not yet complete, so in order to welcome this Spirit Master competition, they had to rush to build a competition venue first. Lu Chen took action personally, manipulating the growth of the surrounding blue-silver grass through his blue-silver domain to create a blue-silver city, covering an area of over 1,000 acres. Because the blue-silver grass that made up this blue-silver city was entirely alive, the blue-silver city was also known as the Living City. This Living City would remain the landmark building of Douluo City for the next 10,000 years. Starting from this year, every subsequent Continental Advanced Spirit Master Elite Tournament, held every 5 years, would take place in this blue-silver city. Because this was a city built by Lu Chen's own hands, everyone wanted to bask in the aura of a divinity within this miracle. In about 10 days, high-level Spirit Master academies from all over the Douluo Continent sent their academy teams. Along with these teams came the great nobles and wealthy merchants from various regions, who, unsurprisingly, had been drawn by the Spirit Master competition. The arrival of these great nobles and merchants made the still unfinished Douluo city full of business opportunities, and numerous small vendors gathered here, bringing vibrant life to the city. This also laid a solid foundation for Douluo City to later become the premier city of the Douluo Continent. As the Spirit Master competition began again, the Changsheng Academy team demonstrated overwhelming dominance on the field. Du Guyan, a spirit Douluo with a 100,000-year spirit ring, and the two spirit emperors Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing, who both possessed a configuration of 3 purple and 3 black spirit rings. Don't forget to like, comment, subscribers, and share to infinite novel audiobooks. They were completely invincible on the field, cutting through the competition all the way from the preliminary rounds to the qualifying rounds, and from the qualifying rounds to the finals, never once tasting defeat. This made Longevity Academy famous. Meanwhile, while the Spirit Master competition was in full swing here, in Heaven Dew City and Star Luo City elsewhere, a long-planned restoration was reaching a critical stage. After fierce competition, a new emperor had been selected from a branch of the Heaven Dew imperial family. Zhu Feng, the former lord of the Zuling province, relying on his superior cunning and strategy, as well as the 50,000 elite troops he had trained in the bitter cold of the north, successfully entered Heaven Dew City and became the new emperor of the Heaven Dew Empire. He and Marshal Ji Long of the Heaven Dew Empire's military had a long conversation in the imperial palace throughout the night, and finally decided to officially raise an army to take back the territory belonging to the Heaven Dew Empire. As the new emperor, Zhu Feng was certainly not content with just being the lord of Heaven Dew City. He wanted to reclaim the vast territory of the Heaven Dew Empire. Marshal Ji Long had always commanded the Heaven Dew Empire's most elite 300,000-strong army. Because he refused to hand over military power to the Douluo Federation, the Douluo Federation cut off the food supplies for these 300,000 troops. Now Marshal Ji Long had been pushed into a corner, and his 300,000 troops had less than half a month's worth of food supplies left. Besides handing over his military power and returning home to be a retired old man, his only other option was to raise a rebellion. Zhu Feng and Ji Long, both ambitious and blinded by greed, took advantage of the time when the entire continent's attention was drawn to the Spirit Master competition. They officially raised their army in Heaven Dew City, combining their forces into a 350,000-strong army, which they claimed to be 1,000,000 strong. They dared not point their spears at Chen, the divine rank powerhouse who had saved the continent. They only announced to the outside world that they intended to restore the territory of the Heaven Dew Empire. Within a single day, they successively captured several cities around Heaven Dew City. Unfortunately, the treasuries of these cities were empty, forcing them to loot the people's wealth on a large scale to barely cover the supplies for their 350,000 troops. Less than a day after the Heaven Dew Empire raised its army, the Star Luo Empire followed suit. The Star Luo Empire's military force was even stronger, and they captured a dozen cities in a short period. In an instant, the flames of war were once again burning across the continent. Facing this situation, Chen smiled indifferently and announced a strong protest, hoping that the two great empires would exercise restraint, disband their armies, return the wealth looted from the people, and not let the hard-won peace fall back into the flames of war. Obviously, Chen's protest could not make the two great empires withdraw their troops. They continued to attack cities and seize land every day, bringing the flames of war to more places. During this time, Chen's wording became increasingly severe, having already issued a strong warning. However, the two great empires remained deaf to it, treating Chen's warning as wind passing by their ears. They even thought that the Douluo Federation was afraid of them because it had not sent troops to suppress them. Consequently, the armies of the two great empires became increasingly unscrupulous. In the process of attacking cities and seizing land, they also looted the wealth of the people, which made the people of the former two great empires despise these armies to the bone. Petitions were made one after another, each sentence a tearful complaint, each word dripping with blood. Upon learning of this situation, Liu Chen knew the time had come. Liu Chen did not care at all about the hundreds of thousands of mortal troops of the two great empires. Although his strength was formidable, he could not force a change in people's hearts. He could have struck first and completely destroyed the two great empires. But if he could not destroy the two great empires in the hearts of the people, there would sooner or later be trouble in the future. Now it was perfect. The armies of the two great empires robbed the people of the two great empires, making the people hate their former nations to the bone. In the future, if anyone wanted to cause trouble, no one among the people would follow them. Liu Chen set off personally. He first went to the Heaven-Du Empire, where he killed Ji Long, who commanded the army amidst the hundreds of thousands of troops, and captured the new emperor, Zhu Feng. He brought this emperor back to Heaven-Du City for a public trial, and for the crimes of launching a war, destroying peace, and looting the people, he was pushed onto the guillotine. With a clatter, a head fell to the ground. Zhu Feng was the first emperor to be publicly tried and publicly beheaded. His death signified the complete end of the Heaven-Du Empire. In the past, the Heaven-Du Empire could at least have kept Heaven-Du City, but now, even Heaven-Du City belonged to the Douluo Federation. The Heaven-Du Empire was completely destroyed. After resolving the Heaven-Du Empire, Liu Chen went to the Star Luo Empire, killed the marshal of the rebel army, and brought the newly enthroned emperor, Dai Weisi, back to Xingluo City for a public trial and public execution. The Star Luo Empire subsequently collapsed, and Xingluo City was also brought under the control of the Douluo Federation. The hundreds of thousands of troops of the two great empires were all incorporated into the Douluo Federation, and the wealth looted by those armies was returned to the local people by the Douluo Federation. This made the people approve of the Douluo Federation even more in their hearts. After this incident, the two long-standing empires had henceforth become a symbol in history. A brand new era, an era named the Douluo Federation, would lead the people of the Douluo Continent toward a brighter future. Chapter 319, Champion. Liu Chen quelled the rebellions in the two great empires without delaying the normal proceedings of the Spirit Master competition in the slightest. After a month of competition, the Spirit Master competition had now reached the final match of the Grand Finals. Changsheng Academy Team versus Spirit Hall Academy Team. The Changsheng Academy team consisted of one Spirit Douluo, Dugu Yan, and two Spirit Emperors, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing, leading 4 regular members with spirit power around level 35. The Spirit Hall Academy team featured the so-called Golden Generation, Hu Liena, Zai Yue, and Yan, 3 powerful Spirit Kings, leading 4 regular members at the Spirit Ancestor level. The Spirit Hall Academy team was also very strong, with every member being at or above the Spirit Ancestor level, but unfortunately, they ran into the Changsheng Academy team. A configuration of 1 Spirit Douluo and 2 Spirit Emperors was simply unreasonable. They swept across the arena with overwhelming force, crushing the Spirit Hall Academy team. The Spirit Fusion skill of Hu Liena and Zai Yue, Enchantment, could not control Dugu Yan at all. Dugu Yan possessed a spirit bone for her head that stabilized her mind, making her immune to the red mist domain of the enchantment. Then, utilizing the sword spine skill of her left leg bone, she kicked the main body of the enchantment right off the arena platform. With a bang, they fell heavily to the ground, and Hu Liena and Zai Yue, who had been fused together, were forced out of their spirit fusion skill state. In the original plot, it was the spirit fusion skill of Hu Liena and Zai Yu that defeated the Heaven-Du Imperial Academy team, where Dugu Yan had been. But now, Douluo Yan had single-handedly defeated the spirit fusion skill of Hu Liena and Zai Yue, which could be considered revenge for her past self in the original plot. Hu Liena bit her lip, her pretty face filled with unwillingness. Watching the spirited Douluo Yan on the arena, she clenched her hands into fists. Damn it! Ever since her teacher, Bibai Dong, became the universally reviled Rakshasa god and a demon who wanted to destroy the world. The status of Hu Liena as a disciple of Bibai Dong had become precarious. Although the master of the Douluo Federation, Lu Chen, and the person in power at Spirit Hall, Qian Dalu, had not purged Hu Liena, she still felt the coldness of people turning their backs on her. Those Spirit Hall disciples, who once fawned over her now, kept their distance. Hu Liena was only able to continue serving as the vice-captain of the Spirit Hall Academy team, because she was still a level 54 Spirit King. In this Spirit Master competition, if Hu Liena could lead the Spirit Hall Academy team to victory, she would have a chance to solidify her position in Spirit Hall with that honor. But now she had lost. Her marginalization by Spirit Hall was likely only a matter of time. In the future, she might be sent to some main hall or branch hall to serve as a bishop, spending her whole life in mediocrity. Hu Liena's eyes welled up with tears. Teacher, I have brought shame upon you. As your disciple, I can neither avenge you nor protect the glory of Spirit Hall. I am truly useless. Clack, clack, clack. The crisp sound of high heels rang out. Douluo Yan walked to the edge of the arena and looked at Hu Liena and Zai Yue, who had fallen to the ground. Instead of mocking them, she offered heartfelt praise. Your spirit fusion skill is very powerful. If you hadn't encountered me, even a 7-ring spirit saint might not have been able to defeat you. You are opponents worthy of respect, and I look forward to our next encounter. Hu Liena was stunned. She had expected Douluo Yan to mock them. She had not expected such heartwarming comfort. She sat up, feeling somewhat at a loss. Her nose stung, and large tears fell, but wanting to maintain her pride, she turned her head away from Douluo Yan. HMPH, it's just that your spirit power is higher than mine, your spirit rings are better, and you have a spirit bone to strengthen your body. Once my brothers and my spirit power increase, and we perform our spirit fusion skill again, you might not be able to defeat us so easily. Douluo Yan lifted her pointed chin, a look of anticipation forming on her lips. Very well, I will await your challenge, brother and sister. Upon hearing this, Hu Liena was stunned. For some reason, looking again at the spirited Douluo Yan, an indescribable feeling welled up in her heart. Douluo Yan did not pay any more attention to Hu Liena and turned to look at other parts of the arena. Yan's spirit was the Flame Lord, an extremely powerful dual fire and earth attribute spirit. Flames erupted all over his body, and the air around him was scorched with intense heat. Facing him was Zhu Zhuqing. Zhu Zhuqing unleashed the right leg bone skill, Dark Swamp, forming a dark space. Under the erosion of the dark energy, the flames on Yan's body were visibly extinguishing. Under the suppression of the Dark Swamp, Yan's strength was reduced to less than 30%. With one strike of hell decapitation, Zhu Zhuqing knocked Yan right off the arena. The 3 main members of the Golden Generation were wiped out, and any resistance from the other 4 regular members at the spirit ancestor level was merely a futile struggle. In the face of Xiao Wu's skills like Waist Bow, Charm, Teleportation, and Paragon Golden Body, they were thrown off the arena one by one. With that, the Spirit Master competition officially ended. The final victory belonged to none other than the Changsheng Academy team. Clap, 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 clap. From the surrounding spectator stands, rounds of applause erupted. The victory of the Changsheng Academy team was within their expectations. After all, with Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Douluo Yan, 2 spirit emperors and 1 spirit Douluo, it would have been strange if they had lost. But then again, the registration requirement for this Spirit Master competition was for Spirit Masters under 25 years old. To have Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing cultivate to become Spirit Emperors, and Douluo Yan to cultivate to become a spirit Douluo before the age of 25, showed the teaching capability of Longevity Academy. Now, among the spectators all around, many wished they could return to their youth and join Longevity Academy to study. From this day forward, Longevity Academy was the undisputed #1 academy on the continent. If anyone wanted to compete with Longevity Academy, they first had to be able to cultivate 2 spirit emperors and 1 spirit Douluo under the age of 25. On the rostrum, Chen wore a smile. Although this was within his expectations, seeing the Longevity Academy he established win the championship of the Spirit Master competition still made him feel very happy. Congratulations to the Changsheng Academy team for winning the championship of this year's Spirit Master competition. Let us congratulate them. As soon as these words were spoken, the applause at the scene became even more enthusiastic. After a long while, the enthusiastic applause gradually died down. Just then, Principal Feng Ligun of Divine Wind Academy, the Principal of Blazing Academy, Huo Wying, the Principal of Tianshui Academy, Shui Bingyu, and the Principal of Elephant Armor Academy, Hu Yanzhen, all stepped onto the arena together. As if they had rehearsed in advance, they shouted in unison. From now on, our 4 academies are willing to lead all our teachers and students to merge into Longevity Academy. We will share in glory and disaster together. This was something that had been agreed upon a year ago. Once the Spirit Master competition ended, these 4 element academies would join Longevity Academy together. Now, in the eyes of the principals, being able to join Longevity Academy was truly their good fortune. On the rostrum, Chen smiled slightly. Welcome, welcome. Longevity Academy has not been established for long, and being able to have the 4 element academies join us is something we have been wishing for. Hearing this, Principal Feng Ligun, Huo Wying, and Shui Bingyu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Previously, they had been worried that Longevity Academy, having won the Continental Advanced Spirit Master Elite Tournament, would look down on their 4 element academies. Now that Chen still expressed his welcome to them, the principals finally relaxed. Chapter 320, Continuing the Unfinished Trials. Upon the Azure Sea, a massive ship, 30 meters in length, was cleaving through the waves, sailing towards Sea God Island. On the deck, the savior of the Douluo Continent, the speaker of the Douluo Federation, the sect master of the Longevity Sect, and the dean of the Longevity Academy, Chen, was lying on a rocking chair, holding a coconut in his hand, sipping coconut juice and basking in the sun. Such a life was truly comfortable. A voice came from behind him. Chen, as the speaker of the Douluo Federation, is it really okay for you to ignore the various affairs of the Federation and accompany us to Sea God Island to continue participating in the trials? The one speaking was none other than Douluo Yan. She was, of course, very happy to be able to stay with Chen. But she was also worried about affecting Chen. After all, Chen now carried the future of over 100 cities and hundreds of millions of people on the Douluo Continent on his shoulders. Upon hearing this, Chen swallowed the coconut juice in his mouth and chuckled. Did I not appoint a Secretary General? Routine matters are handled by the Secretary General, and major issues are put to a vote by the upper and lower councils. Now that Bibai Dong is dead, the 2 great empires have completely vanished from the Douluo Continent, and the reform plan is proceeding in an orderly manner. My greatest role now is to serve as the ballast for the Douluo Federation, ensuring that no one secretly engages in activities to split the Federation. Other than that, there is nothing that requires my personal handling. Since I achieved divinity, I have faintly felt the Douluo Continent's rejection of me. My power is too strong. Even a slight movement could potentially cause permanent damage to the Douluo Continent. The time I can stay on the Douluo Continent might not be very long. This precious time cannot be used to handle Federation affairs. Accompanying you all is the most important thing. Douluo Yan's heart softened, and her eyes were overflowing with love. If we must leave after achieving divinity, we will never let you go to the god realm alone. Once Xiao Wu, Zhuking, and I achieve divinity, we will accompany you wherever you go." As the two were talking, Xiao Wu's giggling voice came over. "What are you two talking about?" "Boss Lu Chen, do you think the way Zhuking and I are dressed looks good?" Lu Chen curled his lips into a smile. His divine thought was omnipresent. He didn't need to look to perceive the attire of Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuking, and Dugu Yan clearly. But he still rose from the rocking sea. Chair turned to look at the three women, and then cooperatively put on an exaggerated expression. "Wow, this is just too beautiful. Come here and let me give you a hug." It could be seen that Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuking, and Dugu Yan were wearing bikini-like attire. Apart from a few scraps of cloth covering their vital areas, large swathes of their snowy, smooth skin were exposed to the air. Under the sunlight, their fair skin, like fine jade, shimmered with a dazzling luster. Xiao Wu was striking a pose, one hand behind her head and one hand on her hip, her long, round, and elastic legs making her appear exceptionally tall. Zhu Zhuking pursed her lips, feeling somewhat shy, but under Lu Chen's gaze, she also puffed out her chest and lifted her hips, generously displaying her proud figure. Xiao Wu blinked her pink eyes and giggled very playfully. "You want a hug? That's fine, but you have to catch us. If you catch us, we'll let you hug us. Any way you want is fine. But you have to cover your eyes, And you can't use your divine force, otherwise it's cheating." Lu Chen laughed freely. "No problem." His omnipresent divine thought had long since freed him from the limitations of his 5 senses. He could perceive everything with his divine thought alone. Covering his eyes had no effect on him. However, since Xiao Wu wanted to play, there was no need for him to spoil the fun. This was just part of the romance. Xiao Wu giggled as she took out a silk scarf, walked up to Lu Chen to cover his eyes, and then trotted away, her laughter sounding like silver bells. "All right, Boss Lu Chen, come and catch us." Lu Chen stood up, assuming a fumbling posture as if he couldn't see his surroundings. "I'm coming, just you wait until I catch you." How could Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuking, and Dugu Yan not know that covering his eyes was completely meaningless to a divinity? But they still enjoyed it, their agile figures weaving around Lu Chen, bringing wafts of fragrant scent toward him. Before being caught, they would provoke Lu Chen as much as they could. Once caught, they would quickly be hugged until they begged for mercy. Amidst the laughter and playfulness along the way, Lu Chen brought the 3 women back to Sea God Island. The High Priestess of Sea God Island, High Priestess Bo Saixi, rushed to the shore at the first opportunity. Within her calm, dead-still eyes, there was an indescribable shock. "My lord, Sea God Island welcomes your return." Previously, although Lu Chen possessed divine rank combat power, he was not yet a god. But now, Lu Chen had become a true divinity. He had easily killed the dual God-in-one Bibai Dong, and the aftermath of that battle, which had shaken the entire continent, had similarly shocked High Priestess Bo Saixi. To put it bluntly, the sea god she worshipped was, in front of Lu Chen, like a child facing an adult. There was simply no comparison whatsoever. Lu Chen glanced at High Priestess Bo Saixi. This time, as long as Dugu Yan successfully inherited the position of sea god, High Priestess Bo Saixi would completely vanish into ashes. However, she had probably been waiting for this day to arrive for a long time. Lu Chen spoke calmly. "We have come to continue completing the unfinished trials. Let's start now." High Priestess Bo Saixi's gaze swept over Dugu Yan, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zhuking, and a smile curled on her lips. "Then follow me. Your 5th trial is to obtain the recognition of the 7 sacred pillars of the sea god. To get their recognition, you must naturally defeat them in battle. Miss Dugu, you need to defeat all of the 7 sacred pillars of the sea god within 36 hours. You are currently an H-ring spirit Douluo, so the strength of the 7 sacred pillars of the sea god will also be restricted to around the H-ring spirit Douluo level. Miss Xiao Wu, Miss Zhuking, although you do not need to defeat the 7 sacred pillars of the sea god, you need to persist under the attacks of the 7 sacred pillars of the sea god for half an hour. You must also be prepared. Du Guyan, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zhuking, on their 3 different pretty faces, revealed the same look of determination. They knew that the time Lu Chen could stay on the Douluo Continent was running out, and in order not to be separated from Lu Chen, they had to improve their strength as quickly as possible. Therefore, no matter how difficult the trials were, they would face them head-on. Du Guyan's soft, charming voice was filled with determination. I will definitely succeed in obtaining their recognition. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuking were also full of energy. We will too. Led by High Priestess Bo Saixi, they arrived at the location of the first of the 7 sacred pillars of the sea god, the pillar of the seahorse Douluo. When the seahorse Douluo saw them arrive, he first bowed to High Priestess Bo Saixi and Lu Chen. Greetings, High Priestess. Greetings, my Lord Divinity. High Priestess Bo Saixi nodded in response, then looked at Du Guyan, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zhuking. Who will go first? Du Guyan was the first to step out, gently twisting her water snake-like waist. She looked delicate and weak, but the aura she erupted with was like an evil dragon, causing people to feel terrified. My strength is the greatest, let me go first. As she walked, Du Guyan used martial soul possession with her jade phosphorus dragon. A layer of dragon scale armor covered her body, and 8 spirit rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, 3 black, and 1 red, rose beneath her feet. The seahorse Douluo was secretly shocked as he watched. Just based on the fact that Du Guyan possessed a 100,000-year 8th spirit ring, he already recognized half of Du Guyan's capability. Chapter 321, Clearing the Seahorse Sacred Pillar. The battle soon began. Du Guyan took the initiative to attack. 4th spirit ability, Jade Phosphorus Poison Arrow Rain. Supported by Du Guyan's spirit power as a spirit Douluo, overwhelming poison arrows poured forward like raindrops. Seahorse Douluo frowned, not daring to let those poison arrows land on him. 6th spirit ability, Sky Sea Wild Blue Shield. Vast azure spirit power erupted from his body, turning into a blue energy shield that blocked all the poison arrows. Using the energy shield to block the poison arrows, Seahorse Douluo gave a loud shout and charged forward like a truck. 5th spirit ability, Raging Sea Surging Wave Punch. As Seahorse Douluo charged, he threw a punch. Fierce sea waves soared into the sky, condensing into a giant fist that crashed toward Du Guyan with the momentum of waves hitting the shore. A hint of craftiness appeared in Du Guyan's eyes. Right arm spirit bone, mirror reflection. Du Guyan activated her right arm spirit bone skill, condensing a mirror in front of her that reflected the raging sea surging wave punch exactly as it was. Seeing this, Seahorse Douluo thought to himself that things were bad, but it was too late to dodge. Ultimately, his own raging sea surging wave punch struck him, directly shattering the Sky Sea Wild Blue Shield on his body. Seizing this opportunity, Du Guyan's storm-like offensive followed immediately. 6th spirit ability, Jade Phosphorus Destruction Beam. Du Guyan spat out a black beam filled with corrosive poison. The moment the Sky Sea Wild Blue Shield shattered, the black beam struck Seahorse Douluo. The highly corrosive poison quickly ate away at his flesh, muscles, bones, and internal organs, making him feel a burning pain all over his body. Ugh. Seahorse Douluo screamed in pain and quickly mobilized most of his spirit power to suppress the corrosive poison, leaving him unable to deal with Du Guyan. Du Guyan leaped into the air. Left leg spirit bone, sword spine. In midair, Du Guyan's left leg turned into a sword spine. Her figure was like lightning as she slashed down on Seahorse Douluo, who was still suppressing the corrosive poison. With a bang, Seahorse Douluo felt like his whole body was falling apart. He was kicked flying by Douluo Yan and fell into the circular lake. Douluo Yan won the first battle. Seahorse Douluo had been careless, but his defeat was certainly not undeserved. He thought that even if his strength was suppressed, with his rich combat experience, Douluo Yan wouldn't be able to defeat him easily. As it turned out, Douluo Yan taught him a good lesson. By using 2 spirit ring abilities and 2 spirit bone skills, she successfully defeated Seahorse Douluo, one of the 7 sacred pillars of the sea god. That mirror reflection was a stroke of genius. Seahorse Douluo's own 5th spirit ability broke his 6th spirit ability, and then he was sent flying by Douluo Yan in one go. After a while, Seahorse Douluo climbed out of the circular lake with a gray and black face, the corrosive poison still eating away at him. Douluo Yan walked over quickly, helped him neutralize the corrosive poison, and said with a hint of apology in her eyes, "Seahorse Douluo, I'm truly sorry for using such strong corrosive poison. It was only to defeat you. I didn't dare hold anything back." After Douluo Yan neutralized the poison, the gray-black color on Seahorse Douluo's face returned to normal. He circulated his vast spirit power through his body once, and the burning pain was suppressed. Although it had some impact on his strength, fortunately, he wasn't poisoned for long, so the corrosive poison didn't damage his foundation. Seahorse Douluo gave a bitter smile and said, "I don't blame you. It was my own carelessness. Miss Douluo, you've taught me a lesson. One must never underestimate anyone." A hint of pride appeared on Douluo Yan's pretty face. After all, she had defeated a titled Douluo in less than a minute. Then she turned and left the Seahorse Sacred Pillar, returning to Lu Chen and High Priestess Bo Saxi's side. Lu Chen praised her with a smile in his eyes. "Well done." High Priestess Bo Saxi was also happy for Douluo Yan. "Congratulations, Miss Douluo. Do you want to challenge the remaining 7 sacred pillars of the sea god immediately?" Douluo Yan beamed at Lu Chen's praise, then shook her head and replied to High Priestess Bo Saxi, "I want to meditate to recover my spirit power. Xiao Wu, Zhuking, you two go ahead and challenge Seahorse Douluo. We'll go challenge the rest of the 7 sacred pillars of the sea god together in a bit." Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuking looked at each other, both eager to try. In the end, Zhu Zhuking took a step back and let Xiao Wu challenge Seahorse Douluo first. Xiao Wu pushed off the ground and leaped into the air. With her incredibly powerful jumping ability, she crossed the circular lake and arrived at the Seahorse Sacred Pillar. After her martial soul possession, 3 purple and 3 black spirit rings, 6 in total, rose beneath her feet. Xiao Wu said, full of fighting spirit, "Senior, since you are a titled Douluo, you probably won't mind us taking turns fighting you, right?" Seahorse Douluo took a deep breath, his face solemn, no longer daring to be careless. "No problem." The battle began quickly. Seahorse Douluo tested her cautiously, no longer as careless as before. First spirit ability, mysterious sea green barrier wave. Waves of surging tides crashed toward Xiao Wu. Although Xiao Wu was a power attack spirit master, her soft bones rabbit spirit gave her very agile speed. She leaped and dodged repeatedly, avoiding wave after wave of crashing tides. Left arm spirit bone, Aurora blade. After dodging another wave, Xiao Wu leaped forward and took the initiative to attack Seahorse Douluo. Her left arm erupted with a brilliant white light, turning into a sharp blade of light. Its sharp aura made even Seahorse Douluo take notice. But as a titled Douluo of the attack system, what Seahorse Douluo feared least was a head-on clash. 5th spirit ability, Raging Sea Surging Wave Punch. Seahorse Douluo shouted and threw a punch. He was confident that Xiao Wu, who was only at the Spirit Emperor level, could never block this punch. Xiao Wu indeed couldn't block it, but she didn't need to. 3rd spirit ability, teleportation. With a flash of light, Xiao Wu disappeared from her spot. Seahorse Douluo's eyes widened at the sight, and then he felt a lethal sharpness coming from his back. But he had just used his 5th spirit ability, and couldn't possibly use his sixth in time. He could only desperately twist his body, trying to avoid the fatal blow. Crack! Accompanied by the sound of tearing flesh, Xiao Wu's aurora blade still pierced into Seahorse Douluo's body. Huh! Seahorse Douluo spat out blood and finally managed to gather his spirit power again. Sixth spirit ability, Sky Sea Wild Blue Shield. Surging azure energy erupted, forming a layer of blue energy shield around him. Xiao Wu's reaction was also quick. Fourth spirit ability, Paragon Golden Body. Xiao Wu's Paragon Golden Body collided with the blue energy shield. In the end, she was only bounced away without her body being injured by the energy shock. After flipping a few times in the air, Xiao Wu landed steadily on the ground. As for Seahorse Douluo, his figure staggered, and his back was a bloody mess. The Aurora Blade was a powerful attack skill from a 50,000-year spirit bone. Even the body of a titled Douluo couldn't withstand it. Combined with Xiao Wu's teleportation, the single strike had heavily injured him. Seahorse Douluo's face contorted in pain. Cough, cough. Teleportation, this kind of ability is truly cheating. Fine, I admit defeat. This strike pierced my internal organs. Continuing to fight would leave me with hidden injuries. Xiao Wu jumped up in surprise. She had actually made a titled Douluo admit defeat, making her feel incredibly joyful. But she was still self-aware. Thank you for the match, Senior. If you had used your martial soul avatar, I would definitely not have been your match. Seahorse Douluo shook his head with a bitter smile. If I had to use my martial soul avatar to fight a spirit emperor, even if I won, I wouldn't have the face to continue serving as one of the 7 sacred pillars of the sea god. With that, Seahorse Douluo sat down cross-legged and circulated his vast spirit power through his internal organs to stabilize his injuries. Xiao Wu leaped back to the shore and high-fived Zhu Zhuking. Zhuking, it's up to you now. Zhu Zhuking nodded firmly. Leave it to me. Then Zhu Zhuking's figure flashed as she turned into a black shadow and dashed toward the seahorse sacred pillar. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu smiled brightly at Lu Chen and gave him a peace sign. Boss Lu Chen, I made a titled Douluo admit defeat. It's all thanks to the spirit bone you gave me. Without the Aurora Blade skill, I wouldn't have been able to hurt Seahorse Douluo at all. Lu Chen reached out and rubbed Xiao Wu's head with a doting smile. Don't be too proud. There are still 6 more titled Douluo. Meditate and recover your spirit power first. Xiao Wu stuck out her tongue cutely and then obediently sat down to recover her spirit power. On the other side, Zhu Zhuking waited for Seahorse Douluo for 10 minutes. Once he had barely stabilized his injuries, he immediately woke up. Seeing Zhu Zhuking waiting there, Seahorse Douluo stood up with a helpless smile. Young people these days are truly terrifying, one after another. Miss Zhuking, let us begin. Zhu Zhuking summoned her martial soul possession. Her delicate body was shrouded in a black mist, a pair of black fallen wings unfolded on her back, and an evil god hook made of bone segments grew behind her. 3 purple and 3 black spirit rings, 6 in total, rose beneath her feet. Senior, please guide me. Left arm spirit bone, source of darkness. 6th spirit ability, nether possession. 5th spirit ability, nether shadow piercing strike. Source of darkness could enhance the power of any spirit ability by 40%. Nether possession increased attack power and speed by 150%. With the addition of source of darkness, it could increase attack power and speed by 210%. Nether shadow piercing strike could turn the real into the illusory, reducing physical damage. At this moment, after Zhu Zhuking erupted with her full power, her chilling aura already surpassed an average spirit Douluo and was infinitely close to the level of a titled Douluo. With a whoosh, Zhu Zhuking vanished from her spot. Her black wings were entwined with wind and thunder, making her speed extremely fast. Seahorse Douluo felt a chill down his spine. He wanted to dodge and quickly retreated, but Zhu Zhuking's speed was superior to his. In an instant, Zhu Zhuqing caught up with Seahorse Douluo. With a swing of the evil god hook behind her, she tore through the energy shield of the Sky Sea Wild Blue Shield. Caught off guard, Seahorse Douluo threw a punch, but it passed right through Zhu Zhuqing's body. Thanks to the turning reel into illusory effect of the Nether Shadow piercing strike, such direct physical attacks couldn't harm Zhu Zhuqing at all. In the blink of an eye, Zhu Zhuqing attacked Seahorse Douluo over 100 times. When the Nether Shadow piercing strike penetrated the enemy's body, it could already plunder the opponent's spirit power. After Zhu Zhuqing absorbed the Dark Demon Evil God bead, she gained the evil attribute of the Dark Demonic Evil God Tiger. Relying on the devouring ability of the evil attribute, she devoured over 90% of the spirit power in Seahorse Douluo's body. This left Seahorse Douluo feeling exhausted. The massive loss of spirit power caused him to fall to one knee. Despite his extreme reluctance, he could only helplessly admit defeat. Miss Zhuqing, I admit defeat. Under the condition of only being able to use the first 6 spirit abilities, I am no match for you. Even if I were to exert the full strength of a titled Douluo, you would still be qualified to fight me. Your speed is above mine, and the attack power of your tail hook can easily tear through the Sky Sea Wild Blue Shield. If I were even slightly negligent in battle, I might even be in danger of losing my life. Zhu Zhuqing reappeared in midair with a smile on her face. If it weren't for the Dark Demon Evil God bead Lu Chen gave her, she would never have the strength she had today. Everything was thanks to Lu Chen. Zhu Zhuqing looked at Seahorse Douluo and said, "Thank you for the match, senior." Thus, Du Guyan, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zhuqing all cleared the Seahorse Sacred Pillar. At this time, Lu Chen drifted over, smiling and congratulating Zhu Zhuqing. "Zhuqing, congratulations." At the same time, he reached out and patted Seahorse Douluo's shoulder, injecting a wisp of life divine power into his body, causing his internal and external injuries to recover rapidly. Seahorse Douluo was overjoyed. He gave Lu Chen a grateful look and sat down cross-legged to speed up the absorption of the life divine power to heal his injuries. Chapter 322, The Final Trial, Sea Dragon Douluo. Lu Chen's casual act of healing Seahorse Douluo was witnessed in its entirety by High Priestess Bo Saixi. As one of the 7 sacred pillars of the sea god, Seahorse Douluo was considered a direct subordinate of High Priestess Bo Saixi, and she had watched him grow up. Seeing Seahorse Douluo beaten into such a miserable state, High Priestess Bo Saixi couldn't help but feel a sense of pity. Lu Chen's effortless healing of Seahorse Douluo left a very positive impression on High Priestess Bo Saixi. This also served as foreshadowing for the 6th trial following the 5th, where High Priestess Bo Saixi would secretly show mercy when facing Du Guyan, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zhuqing. High Priestess Bo Saixi then smiled slightly. "Congratulations to you all for passing the Seahorse Pillar. Come, I will lead you to the location of the next sacred pillar." Lu Chen did not wake Du Guyan and Xiao Wu. Instead, he let them continue meditating to recover their spirit power. With a lift of his palm and a surge of divine force, he hoisted Du Guyan and Xiao Wu, carrying them along with High Priestess Bo Saixi to the next sacred pillar. Although Lu Chen could not use divine force to accelerate the recovery of Du Guyan and Xiao Wu's spirit power, there was certainly no issue in helping them save travel time so they could face the next challenge in better condition. In the time that followed, Du Guyan, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zhuqing successively passed the Sea Devil Pillar, Sea Spear Pillar, Sea Witch Pillar, Sea Illusion Pillar, and Sea Star Pillar. This was by no means difficult to understand. The overall strength of Du Guyan, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zhuqing had been honed to the absolute limit for their respective ranks, making them practically invincible among their peers. Sea Devil Douluo, Sea Spear Douluo, Sea Maiden Douluo, Sea Illusion Douluo, and Sea Star Douluo had suppressed their strength to the Spirit Douluo level, making them completely unable to contend with Du Guyan, who possessed 100,000-year spirit ring and 6 spirit bones. When they suppressed their strength to the spirit emperor level, they lost their greatest reliance, the martial soul avatar. Faced with Xiao Wu's nearly cheat-like survival skills and Zhu Zhuking's terrifying stats that rivaled the dark demonic evil god tiger, they had no way to deal with their opponents. Only the final sea dragon pillar remained. Sitting cross-legged beneath the sea dragon pillar, Sea Dragon Douluo sensed the aura of the group's arrival and subsequently opened a pair of sharp eyes. He leaped up from the ground and bowed his head toward High Priestess Bo Saixi and Lu Chen to show his respect. "Greetings, High Priestess." "Greetings, Lord Divinity." High Priestess Bo Saixi nodded with a smile. "Sea Dragon, I have something to discuss with you. Miss Dugu, Miss Xiao Wu, and Miss Zhuking have exhausted a significant amount of spirit power after the previous 6 battles, while you have been waiting here at your leisure. Therefore, I have a suggestion. You may use your full strength and exert the power befitting a rank 95 Super Douluo, but in exchange, let Miss Dugu, Miss Xiao Wu, and Miss Zhuking take the field together. With the strength of a rank 95 Super Douluo, facing 1 Spirit Douluo and 2 Spirit Emperors should be no problem for you, I presume." Hearing this, Sea Dragon Douluo's gaze swept over the somewhat weary Dugu Yan, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zhuking. On his square, solemn face, he nodded quite submissively. Since the High Priestess has spoken, Sea Dragon shall naturally obey. "Young ladies, come at me together. Exert as much strength as you have, otherwise it will be impossible to defeat me. I am a rank 95 Super Douluo, and my spirit is the top-tier sea dragon. Among the 7 sacred pillars of the sea god, my strength is the greatest. If you cannot demonstrate strength that convinces me, then I'm afraid you will have to start over from the beginning." Hearing these words, Dugu Yan, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zhuking all rallied their spirits. Having reached this final trial, it was impossible for them to admit defeat. After the previous 6 battles, whether it was the consumption of spirit power, physical stamina, or mental energy, the 3 women were now nearing their physical limits. Thanks to High Priestess Bo Saixi's efforts, they had gained the opportunity to take the field together. Then let this one battle decide the outcome. Dugu Yan, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zhuking leaped lightly onto the circular platform in the middle of the annular lake, arriving opposite Sea Dragon Douluo. They each summoned their spirits, and 3 waves of aura pressed towards Sea Dragon Douluo. Sea Dragon Douluo let out a thunderous shout. Amidst a cerulean light, his stature suddenly shot up by 3 feet, his body covered in layers of blue scales. His hands transformed into dragon claws, and as he swung them, even the air was torn asunder. 9 spirit rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black, rose one by one. An aura like a volcanic eruption soared into the sky, making the 3 women feel a sense of suffocation. Zhu Zhuking's delicate body tensed, as she was the first to strike. Right leg spirit bone, dark swamp. A surge of dark energy erupted rapidly, forming a dark space that enveloped Sea Dragon Douluo. Under the erosion of the dark energy, it began to suppress his strength in all aspects. Sea Dragon Douluo's brow furrowed, and a blinding blue light erupted from his body, tearing the dark space to shreds in an instant. "This is my breaking magic domain. The domain has only one effect, to break other domains. Your dark attribute domain ability has no effect on me." This startled the 3 women. They hadn't expected Sea Dragon Douluo to possess a domain ability. Fortunately, this domain was only used to dispel other domains and could not be used to strengthen himself. Otherwise, with the rank 95 spirit power of Sea Dragon Douluo bolstered by a domain, he would likely be no weaker than a rank 97 Super Douluo. Now that Sea Dragon Douluo's breaking magic domain had appeared, Zhu Zhuking's dark swamp was completely rendered useless. After Zhu Zhuking, Xiao Wu also made her move. Left arm spirit bone, Aurora Blade. 3rd spirit ability, teleportation. 4th spirit ability, Paragon Golden Body. Xiao Wu poured her spirit power into her left arm's spirit bone, and her left arm instantly erupted with a brilliant light, transforming it into a blazing white light blade. Then, with a flash of light, Xiao Wu vanished from her spot. Sea Dragon Douluo sensed something was wrong in advance and released his fifth spirit ability, Divine Dragon Shaking Armor. The scales all over his body crisscrossed and interlocked into a set of dragon scale armor, pushing his defensive capabilities to the extreme. Clang! Xiao Wu appeared behind Sea Dragon Douluo and thrust out the Aurora Blade. However, since Sea Dragon Douluo was prepared, this strike only knocked away 7 or 8 scales from his back. Sea Dragon Douluo bared his teeth. Xiao Wu's 50,000-year spirit bones, Aurora Blade's skill was not easy to endure, and it still sent a piercing pain through his back. A dragon's roar erupted from his mouth as he reached back with one claw, colliding with Xiao Wu's Paragon Golden Body. With a series of cracking sounds, the Paragon Golden Body trembled violently, appearing as if it would shatter in the next instant. Seeing this, Xiao Wu's eyelids jumped. Without even using a spirit ability, a single claw had nearly torn through the Paragon Golden Body. This Sea Dragon Douluo was truly terrifying. Taking advantage of the fact that the Paragon Golden Body had not yet shattered, Xiao Wu leaped backward, performing a 360-degree turn in midair to retreat more than 10 meters away. Sea Dragon Douluo turned to continue his attack on Xiao Wu, but by this time, Zhu Zhuqing had already unleashed her Nether Shadow clone, surrounding him from all directions. Sea Dragon Douluo's gaze swept around, his claws swinging like the wind, tearing the air with a series of explosive bangs as each claw shredded a clone of Zhu Zhuqing. However, as Zhu Zhuqing's clones exploded, they would release a surge of dark energy that attached itself to Sea Dragon Douluo's body, greatly reducing his defensive power. Hell Decapitation. Zhu Zhuqing raised both claws above her head, releasing a 7-meter-long black moon blade that slashed toward Sea Dragon Douluo. Sensing that his defensive capabilities had been greatly diminished, Sea Dragon Douluo did not dare let this Hell Decapitation strike him. He took a deep breath and let out a roar that shook the heavens. Sixth spirit ability, Dragon Roar Breaking Waves. This was a sonic attack. The deafening sound waves transformed into a physical surge of air, layering upon itself to roll up a 100-meter wave that could destroy anything in its path. This sent a shiver down Zhu Zhuqing's spine. If the sixth spirit ability of a rank 95 titled Douluo were to land on her, she would likely be killed or crippled. Wind and Thunder Power. Zhu Zhuqing's black wings were instantly entwined with the interwoven blue and white wind and thunder power. This boosted her speed to the extreme, allowing her to dodge the largest wave of the sonic surge in a narrow escape. Yet she was still struck by the aftershocks of the wave, causing her face to turn pale as she spat out a mouthful of bright red blood. Sea Dragon Douluo nodded inwardly. For 2 spirit emperors to fight him to this extent was already very impressive. Just as he was preparing to finish off Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing in one go, a heart-pounding sensation made him look toward Du Guyan. He saw that Du Guyan had already unleashed her jade phosphorus avatar, transforming into a 50-meter-long jade phosphorus great dragon, and was manifesting her 100,000-year 8th spirit ability. 8th spirit ability, Dragon Emperor Heterodimension. That heart-pounding sensation was emanating from that Dragon Emperor Heterodimension. Sea Dragon Douluo's expression became solemn. This 100,000-year spirit ring ability was definitely capable of dealing him a fatal blow. If he allowed Du Guyan to unleash it, there was a high probability she could take him out in one strike. 7th spirit ability, Sea Dragon Avatar. A long cry escaped Sea Dragon Douluo's mouth. Amidst the overwhelming cerulean light, he also transformed into a giant sea dragon 50 meters in length. Seeing this, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing immediately grew anxious. They were unwilling to see Sea Dragon Douluo interfere with Du Guyan's spirit ability. This had been their strategy all along. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing would do their best to pin down Sea Dragon Douluo, allowing Dugu Yan to unleash her 100,000-year spirit ability to try and heavily injure him in one blow. Sea Dragon Douluo was a rank 95 super Douluo with extremely deep spirit power. If they couldn't take him out in one go, then the ones who would lose in the end would surely be Dugu Yan, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zhuqing. Third spirit ability, teleportation. Fourth spirit ability, Paragon Golden Body. Sixth spirit ability, nothingness. Xiao Wu teleported in front of Sea Dragon Douluo, relying on the Paragon Golden Body to block him for a moment, and then used nothingness to stall him for another moment. Don't forget to like, comment, subscribers, and share to infinite novel audiobooks. Left arm spirit bone, source of darkness. Sixth spirit ability, nether possession. Fifth spirit ability, nether shadow piercing strike. Zhu Zhuqing also unleashed her full strength, transforming into a dark shadow. With her unmatched speed, she attacked Sea Dragon Douluo hundreds of times in a short period. Relying on the devouring ability of the evil attribute, she continuously plundered Sea Dragon Douluo's spirit power, causing his aura to weaken significantly. Both Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing were doing everything in their power to stall Sea Dragon Douluo. To buy time for Dugu Yan, to unleash the Dragon Emperor hetero dimension. Chapter 323, the choice for the 9th spirit ring, the Demon Empress. A hint of hesitation flashed through Sea Dragon Douluo's eyes, but he reminded himself that he couldn't be soft-hearted at a time like this. He finally made up his mind. 8th spirit ability, Deep Sea Dragon King transformation. Boom, boom. Terrifying fluctuations of energy erupted from Sea Dragon Douluo's body, stirring up layers of air ripples that spread out with the force of a toppling mountain, crashing into Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing were struck head-on by the ripples and were instantly sent flying like kites with broken strings. Their faces turned deathly pale as they coughed up large mouthfuls of blood. Their bones and internal organs suffered extremely severe damage, the pain so intense they nearly fainted. This was, after all, the 8th spirit ability of a level 95 super Douluo performed under the martial soul avatar state. Even an ordinary titled Douluo wouldn't be able to withstand it. Fortunately, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing each possessed 3 spirit bones of over 50,000 years and had undergone tempering through the sea god's light and tidal body tempering. This made their physical strength far superior to ordinary people, so they were only injured rather than in life-threatening danger. Splash, splash. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing, having been knocked back, both fell into the circular lake, stirring up massive sprays of water. Xiao Wu Zhuqing. Seeing this scene, Dugu Yan was also beyond furious. She squeezed out the last drop of spirit power from her body and finally unleashed the Dragon Emperor hetero dimension. A black hole, like a black sun, caused the world to change color. The surrounding space twisted violently, tearing open spatial cracks as everything nearby was swallowed by the black hole. This was Dugu Yan's 100,000 year 8th spirit ability, Dragon Emperor hetero dimension. Sea Dragon Douluo's eyes widened in horror, but he was stubborn. Relying on his ironclad sea dragon physique and the massive boost from his 8th spirit ability, Deep Sea Dragon King transformation, he charged headfirst into that black sun, attempting to shatter the black hole. Rumble. The violent energy tore through the air, creating a series of explosions in the sky. Under Sea Dragon Douluo's impact, the black sun suddenly expanded like a balloon about to burst. 3 times, 5 times, 10 times, it quickly grew to 10 times its original size. Even though it was teetering and looked as if it could explode at any moment, the black sun held on stubbornly. Instead, it was Sea Dragon Douluo, trapped within, whose ironclad sea dragon body was being torn apart by the black sun's shredding force. Amidst his painful wails, Sea Dragon Douluo's body began to collapse, bringing him to the brink of death. Right at that moment, the Sea Dragon's sacred pillar erupted with a brilliant blue-gold light. It was the sea god's light, which smoothed over the destructive power of the Dragon Emperor heterodimension and saved the dying Sea Dragon Douluo. Wisps of sea god's light were injected into Sea Dragon Douluo's body, giving him a breath of life. Although his body was still severely injured, he was at least no longer in mortal danger. At the same time, the sea god intervened to save Sea Dragon Douluo. The imprints on the foreheads of Dugu Yan, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zhuqing released waves of warmth, and a majestic voice rang out. Sea God 9 Trials, 5th Trial. Challenge the 7 sacred pillars of the sea god, completed. Reward, spirit power increased by 2 levels, sea god affinity increased by 15%. Top Tier 7 Trials, 5th Trial. Challenge the 7 sacred pillars of the sea god, completed. Reward, spirit power increased by 1 level, all spirit ring limits increased by 1,500 years. Top Tier 7 Trials, 5th Trial. Challenge the 7 sacred pillars of the sea god, completed. Reward, spirit power increased by 1 level, all spirit ring limits increased by 1,500 years. After they received their rewards, Chen waved his hand. The energy of heaven and earth transformed into 3 large hands, bringing Dugu Yan, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zhuqing back to the shore. With a point of his finger, 3 streams of life divine power transformed into currents of air that enveloped the bodies of Dugu Yan, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zhuqing. Under the nourishment of the life divine power, their internal and external injuries began to recover rapidly. Furthermore, after absorbing the spirit power rewarded by the sea god, the spirit power fluctuations within Dugu Yan, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zhuqing climbed steadily like a volcanic eruption. Meanwhile, High Priestess Bo Saixi stepped forward to check on Sea Dragon Douluo's condition. After confirming he was not in life-threatening danger, she secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Her face couldn't help but show a look of angry reproach. Sea Dragon, using your body to oppose a 100,000-year spirit ability. You really don't value your life. Sea Dragon Douluo had already reverted to his human form. He opened his weak eyes and looked at High Priestess Bo Saixi with a trace of sadness, his voice trembling slightly. High Priestess, I only wanted to do my best to buy you some time. Bo Saixi's expression darkened upon hearing this. Silence. What do I need so much time for? My heart has long since turned to ash. As my most capable confidant, do you still not understand my thoughts? Sea Dragon stopped speaking, but his eyes revealed a look of reluctance. To the 7 sacred pillars of the sea god, Bo Saixi was like their teacher. Even though he knew Bo Saixi's heart was already dead, Sea Dragon still felt a sense of unwillingness. Chen glanced at the situation over there. This time he did not heal Sea Dragon. Hurting Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing was reason enough to give him a lesson, letting him lie there for a while to suffer a bit. After an hour of absorption, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing gradually woke up. Xiao Wu's spirit power had increased from level 64 to level 65. Zhu Zhuqing's spirit power had increased from level 65 to level 66. In less than 36 hours, they had continuously challenged 7 titled Douluo. Although these titled Douluo had their strength suppressed, it still pushed Xiao Wu's and Zhu Zhuqing's bodies, spirit power, and mental state to their limits. The 1 level of spirit power they gained now was definitely not an artificial boost, but rather the realization of their own potential. As for Dugu Yan, she was the last to wake up. Her original level 88 spirit power had officially broken through to level 90 after absorbing the 2 levels of reward spirit power. Feeling the massive spirit power surging within her, Dugu Yan looked at Chen with surprise and joy. Chen, I've broken through to level 90 spirit power, but there's no new god-bestowed spirit ring. What kind of spirit beast do you think I should hunt for my 9th spirit ring? Chen had already made plans for this in his heart. You're not just missing a ninth spirit ring, you're also missing a torso spirit bone. Among the three overlords of the ocean, the evil spirit Orca King and the deep-sea demon Whale King have both been killed by me. Only Xiao Bai remains, and she is the sea god's mount. It seems we need to take a trip to the deep sea. I believe there will be plenty of 100,000-year spirit beasts there for you to choose from. The deep-sea demon Whale King had a mate who, in the later legend of the Dragon King era, grew to become a divine rank expert without a god position. Right now, that deep-sea demon whale, even if she didn't have 1,000,000 years of cultivation, had at least 700,000 years. The most important thing for a family is to be together. Since her husband had already become Lu Chen's ninth spirit ring, she could serve as Douluo Yan's ninth spirit ring. Hearing that Lu Chen was going to take Douluo Yan to the deep sea, Xiao Wu grabbed Zhu Zhuking's hand and said excitedly in a tender voice, "We want to go together too. We've lived this long and haven't seen the spirit beasts in the deep sea. This is the perfect chance to see them." Lu Chen smiled slightly, his gaze sweeping over Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuking, and Douluo Yan. "Very well, we shall all go together. High Priestess, once I have helped Yan Yan obtain her ninth spirit ring, we will return to continue the sixth trial." Bo Saixi naturally had no objections. The stronger Douluo Yan became, the better her chances of inheriting the sea god's god position. She couldn't be happier. "I will be on Sea God Island, welcoming your return at any time." Chapter 324, Deep Sea Demon Empress. On the magnificent Azure Sea, a giant ship was sailing slowly forward. The sea was calm, and the sun was bright. 4 soft cushions were laid out on the deck. Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuking, and Douluo Yan were either lying or prostrating on them. As for the 4th cushion, it was empty. Lu Chen had no time to lie down. He was busy applying sunscreen to Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuking, and Douluo Yan, rubbing the milky white, translucent liquid between his hands before evenly spreading it over the fair and delicate skin of Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuking, and Douluo Yan. Lu Chen was very meticulous, ensuring that not a single spot on the bodies of Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuking, and Douluo Yan was missed, applying it evenly everywhere. He would never let their tender skin develop dark spots or marks under the scorching sun. Just then, Lu Chen raised an eyebrow, and the movements of his hands came to a stop. Sensing this, Douluo Yan raised a glamorous face that was flushed and eyes filled with desire, looking back in confusion. "Lu Chen, why aren't you continuing?" Hearing this, Lu Chen's hands began to move again. While applying sunscreen to Yan Yan, he gave a slight smile. "My divine thought has spread out and found a suitable spirit beast. It is also a deep-sea demon whale. Judging from the aura it radiates, it has at least 680,000 years of cultivation. It's quite good. It's just right for your ninth spirit ring. The ninth spirit ring of my destruction war scythe is the 1,000,000-year-old deep-sea demon whale king. This deep-sea demon whale suitable for you also has 680,000 years of cultivation. Perhaps they are even a couple. Now we're just getting a bargain." A gleam of surprise shot through Douluo Yan's hazy, seductive eyes. The reason for her surprise was not just because a spirit beast suitable for her ninth spirit ring had been found. It was even more so because this spirit beast was also a deep-sea demon whale. As Lu Chen said, perhaps these 2 deep-sea demon whales were husband and wife. This made Yan Yan feel delighted. Lu Chen's hands did not stop applying the sunscreen, while his divine thought had already sprung into action. In the deep sea, 10,000 meters below the surface, a deep-sea demon whale with a body length of 150 meters suddenly became restless. She felt that the familiar ocean had unexpectedly become incredibly strange in an instant. Roar, roar, roar. This deep-sea demon whale let out a roar, her massive body swaying violently, churning up undercurrents in the ocean that immediately surged through the deep sea. This deep-sea demon whale was exactly the wife of the deep-sea demon whale king, the demon empress. The reason the couple did not stay in the demon whale sea area was that the deep-sea demon whale king had already eaten all the spirit beasts there. This deep-sea demon whale's cultivation was approaching 700,000 years, and she was about to undergo her 700,000-year heavenly tribulation. She had to accumulate enough energy. So she came to the deep sea. There were countless spirit beasts in the deep sea, but very few could compare to the deep-sea demon whale. Relying on her racial advantages, the deep-sea demon whale feasted in the deep sea, causing the energy within her body to accumulate rapidly. This deep-sea demon whale, who usually just ate and slept every day, was targeted by Chen today. An invisible net woven from divine thought had already been cast over the deep-sea demon whale in layers. Even though the deep-sea demon whale was struggling with all her might, it was still to no avail. The more she struggled, the tighter the invisible net woven from divine thought would pull, cutting into her flesh and making her skin tear and blood gush out continuously. Divinity. This is the divine thought of a divinity. The deep-sea demon whale was both furious and terrified. She was only a 680,000-year vicious beast, at most comparable to a level 99 super Douluo among humans. Facing a powerhouse at the divinity level, the deep-sea demon whale had no power to resist at all. She was also knowledgeable. After all, her husband, the deep-sea demon whale king, was once a terrifying existence who could compete with Poseidon for the position of sea god. Knowing how insurmountable a divinity powerhouse was, being targeted by one today meant she was likely doomed. Mama. Lan Fozi, the daughter of the deep-sea demon whale king and the deep-sea demon whale, saw the abnormal behavior of the deep-sea demon whale and immediately cried out in anxiety and worry. A massive shock hit the deep-sea demon whale's mind, as if a giant hammer had struck her head. She could die today, but she absolutely did not want to see anything happen to her and her husband's daughter. Fozi, I'm going to the surface to get some air. Don't follow me. Go play by yourself, the further the better. Lan Fozi was not stupid. The bloody gashes on her mother's body were definitely not self-inflicted, but caused by an invisible enemy. Mama, I'm not leaving. I want to be with you. Lan Fozi cried out with a sob. Looking at Lan Fozi circling around her in distress, the deep-sea demon whale felt both angry and anxious. In the end, she could only use the demon empress's rage to knock Lan Fozi unconscious. Looking at the unconscious Lan Fozi, the deep-sea demon whale's eyes were filled with the light of maternal love. Fozi, don't blame Mama. Mama only hopes you live well. In the next instant, the deep-sea demon whale looked up toward the surface of the sea, her eyes suddenly erupting with a fierce light. No matter what divinity you are, if you want my life today, I will splash blood all over you even if I have to self-detonate. With those words, the deep-sea demon whale stopped resisting and allowed the invisible net of divine thought to drag her toward the surface. Gurgle, 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 gurgle. About 10 minutes later, waves rose on the surface of the sea, and with a splashing sound, a colossal creature broke through the water, blocking the sun's rays. The water dripping from the colossal creature reflected the colors of the rainbow under the sunlight. The deep-sea demon whale was lifted into midair. Her gaze caught sight of a ship on the sea. The divine thought binding her came from that giant ship. The deep-sea demon whale had a fierce temperament. She tilted her head back and let out a sharp cry. If you want this empress's life, then this empress will give it to you now. Even a god cannot make me surrender without a fight. In an instant, the deep-sea demon whale's originally 150-meter massive body suddenly began to swell. Every inch of her flesh was like a balloon filled with air. The deep-sea demon whale was self-detonating her 680,000 years of cultivation. If she succeeded, she would definitely achieve her goal of splashing blood all over Chen. But Chen would not let her have her way. He stood up and casually struck out a beam of rainbow light, stripping the deep-sea demon whale of her control over her body, causing her swollen, about-to-detonate body to shrink back to its original size bit by bit. Yan, go ahead and kill this deep-sea demon whale. Douluo Yan's face was flushed, and she stood up with somewhat weak legs, looking at the deep-sea demon whale that radiated an infinite, fierce aura. What a terrifying aura. If you hadn't controlled her with my current self, I'm afraid I wouldn't be her match at all. But how do I kill such a big fellow? Chen thought for a moment and came up with a plan. Right, Yan, use your 8 spider lances to drain her to death. This deep-sea demon whale has 680,000 years of cultivation. Besides her spirit ring and spirit bone, her flesh and blood also contain a massive amount of energy. If you can absorb and refine the energy in her flesh and blood, it will definitely significantly increase your cultivation, and you will be more confident in facing the upcoming 6th trial of the Sea God 9 trials. Douluo Yan nodded with eyes shining, then summoned her 8 spider lances. 8 forest white bone spikes extended from her back. Using the springiness of the 8 spider lances, Douluo Yan leaped up and landed on the body of the deep-sea demon whale. Crack, crack, crack. All 8 bone spikes pierced into the deep-sea demon whale's body, beginning to continuously absorb her energy. That massive energy made Douluo Yan's body feel uncomfortably bloated, and she immediately sat cross-legged to begin absorbing and refining the energy. During this process, the deep-sea demon whale roared and screamed in pain, and in her 2 beastly pupils, only despair remained. In the past, she was the one devouring other spirit beasts in the deep sea. Now it was her turn to have her energy devoured and absorbed. Chapter 325, One Fish, 3 Ways. Above the sea, the deep-sea demon whale let out a faint gasp. Her once massive body now had a huge indentation over 15 meters wide. Her skin was wrinkled and shriveled, and her flesh had become withered and lackluster. This was because the energy within that portion of flesh had been completely absorbed by Douluo Yan using her 8 spider lances. Douluo Yan's 8 spider lances had originally been snatched from Tang San by Chen, and they were only at the 2,000-year level back then. Over the years, as Douluo Yan's strength increased, those 2,000-year 8 spider lances had also evolved to the 100,000-year level. With the formidable devouring ability of the 100,000-year 8 spider lances, it took less than an hour to drain 1/10 of the deep-sea demon whale's flesh and blood energy. As the vessel for the devouring, the 8 spider lances gained immense benefits. The 8 pale white bone spikes emitted a hazy black halo. From a distance, shrouded in that black glow, Douluo Yan seemed to have transformed into a black hole. A black hole capable of swallowing everything. The deep-sea demon whale already possessed an extremely powerful devouring ability. After this ability fused with the devouring power of the 8 spider lances, it pushed the 8 spider lances' devouring attribute to the absolute limit. The evolved 8 spider lances' speed in devouring the deep-sea demon whale's energy increased by over 10 times, perhaps even dozens of times. This became somewhat unbearable for Douluo Yan. Ever since her jade phosphor snake spirit evolved into the jade phosphorus dragon spirit, the powerful digestive capacity of a top-tier dragon-type spirit allowed her to absorb all kinds of foreign energy to boost her own cultivation. The energy in the deep-sea demon whale's flesh was massive, chaotic, and impure, containing many impurities. Although Douluo Yan could digest this energy, it still required time. The 8 spider lances devoured energy too quickly for Douluo Yan to process. Her body felt painfully bloated, and the massive energy clogged her meridians, nearly solidifying. Her body was even beginning to undergo crystallization due to the sheer volume of energy. Seeing this, Chen hesitated whether to help Douluo Yan draw out some of the energy. Then he saw Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuking nearby, and his eyes lit up as he said, "Xiao Wu, Zhuking, go up and help Yan. Zhuking, after you absorbed the dark demon evil god bead, you inherited the evil attribute of the dark demonic evil god tiger. Use that evil devouring ability to help Yan Yan drain the excess energy. You can absorb some of the drained energy yourself, and the rest can be transferred to Xiao Wu. This deep-sea demon whale has 680,000 years of cultivation, comparable to a human super Douluo. Yan Yan can't possibly absorb it all. Rather than letting that extra energy go to waste, it's better if you two use it to boost your cultivation. Xiao Wu and Zhuking naturally wouldn't refuse such a good opportunity that both helped Dugu Yan and boosted their own cultivation. After exchanging a glance, the two girls jumped onto the deep-sea demon whale together. Xiao Wu didn't rush forward blindly. Yan Yan, Zhuking and I are going to help you absorb the excess energy. Don't resist in a moment. Dugu Yan was in extreme discomfort and squeezed out a single word through her teeth. Okay. After receiving Dugu Yan's reply, Zhuking carefully avoided the 8 bone spikes and came before Dugu Yan. Activating her martial soul possession, she extended a tail made of bony segments, tipped with a barb. The tail reached Dugu Yan's shoulder, and the barb suddenly opened, piercing into Dugu Yan's shoulder with a soft punch. Dugu Yan's body trembled, but she endured it without any resistance. At that moment, Zhuking also activated the devouring power of her evil attribute. Her eyes turned pitch black, like 2 black holes. Anyone who met her gaze would feel as if even their soul was being devoured. Gurgle, gurgle. Under the devouring of the evil god Hook, the solid energy that had been clogging Dugu Yan's body began to flow into Zhuking's body in waves. This energy was indeed massive. Upon inhaling it into her body, Zhuking felt her level 65 spirit power begin to stir, rapidly surging toward level 66. Zhuking could have kept all this energy for herself, but she didn't. She opened her eyes and spoke urgently. Xiao Wu, hurry. Xiao Wu stepped forward quickly. Although her face was full of anticipation, she didn't know what to do. Zhuking, what should I do? I don't have a devouring ability. Zhuking pulled Xiao Wu into a tight embrace, pressing their faces, chests, and legs together. Being held so tightly made Xiao Wu blush slightly. But she soon realized. Streams of refined energy began to seep out from Zhuking's pores and eventually flooded into Xiao Wu's pores, gathering in her meridians. After a full circulation cycle, the energy finally reached her danshan and fused with Xiao Wu's original spirit power. Xiao Wu's eyes blinked, filled with joy and excitement. Her spirit power also began to stir, surging from level 64 toward level 65. After gaining the benefits, Xiao Wu became even more proactive than Zhuking, wrapping her arms around her tightly. The two girls pressed against each other as if they wanted to merge into one another. The current situation was that Dugu Yan was voraciously devouring the deep-sea demon whale's flesh and blood energy through the 8 spider lances. But that massive energy was more than she could digest alone. Meanwhile, Zhuking was using the evil god Hook to siphon off the excess energy Dugu Yan couldn't process, refining some for herself and channeling the rest into Xiao Wu. One fish, 3 ways. A single deep-sea demon whale was enough for Dugu Yan, Zhuking, and Xiao Wu to share. It was certain that the whale's energy would bring significant improvements to all 3 of them. Chen used his divine thought to suppress the deep-sea demon whale, forcing the creature with 680,000 years of cultivation to become nothing more than a lamb to the slaughter, meat on a chopping block. He watched the 3 girls and thought to himself, Yan Yan, Xiao Wu, Zhuking, grow up quickly so we can go to the god realm together. With my innate Dao body, even after becoming a supreme god king and practicing the innate art, my strength still improves daily. The rejection from the Douluo Continent's plane is growing stronger. Now, if I use even a little too much force, I worry I'll destroy this Douluo star. I can sense the Douluo star trembling every day. Under Chen's watch, 9 hours quickly passed. The deep-sea demon whale had completely turned into a dried corpse, dying with its eyes open in extreme resentment and indignation. After absorbing the energy of the 680,000-year-old deep-sea demon whale, the strength of Du Guyan, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zhuqing all advanced by leaps and bounds. Although Du Guyan was still at level 90 spirit power, her surging spirit power fluctuations were no less than those of a level 95 super Douluo. As for Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing, their spirit power reached the level 70 bottleneck. Now, they only needed a 7th spirit ring to become spirit saint level experts. When Xiao Wu woke up, she looked at Zhu Zhuqing gratefully. "Zhuqing, thank you so much this time." Then Xiao Wu returned to the ship and asked Lu Chen to act as a protector. She then took out a god-bestowed spirit ring from her storage soul guidance device. She had obtained a god-bestowed spirit ring when she broke through the level 60 breakthrough on Sea God Island. But her 6th spirit ring was one she had condensed herself, so she hadn't needed the god-bestowed spirit ring then. That god-bestowed spirit ring had been saved, and now it was perfect to be absorbed as her 7th spirit ring. Soon, Xiao Wu began absorbing the god-bestowed spirit ring. As for Zhu Zhuqing, she still hadn't woken up. Her body was shrouded in a black light, emitting an extremely dense evil aura. To Lu Chen's surprise, a spirit ring was released from her body, joining her original 6 rings. The 7 rings rhythmically moved up and down together. Lu Chen thought to himself, a self-condensed spirit ring. After Zhuqing absorbed the dark demon evil god bead and fused with the dark demonic evil god tiger's origin, she was actually able to condense an innate spirit ring as her 7th spirit ring. Now, when she activates her martial soul avatar, she'll probably be able to transform into the dark demonic evil god tiger. And that is it for today's chapter. If you enjoyed it, hit that like button and subscribe so you never miss an upload. Drop a comment below. I want to know what you think is coming next. See you in the next one.